fuck, because it was just like so destroyed at that point. The IP, I was just like,
Too woke.
Okay, all right. Well then, lag to it.
Mind woke.
You follow it? Okay, never mind.
I don't know shit. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
The one time we want your real legal insight here.
The one time we asked,
let me know, like, you can let us know what's up. You know what I mean? Like, you can fill us in on the juicy deets, the pop culture we're missing.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, Jonathan Majors. And this happened earlier this year, like February or something, where he was in a car with his now ex-girlfriend, and she looked over to his phone and allegedly saw a text message that said, wish I was kissing you right now. And and she thought that was from someone who, a woman that
it doesn't matter. Dude, woman, cousin.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't even matter. You're right.
Okay, wait.
You're right.
So what happened? I'm sorry. I apologize. I was trying to do something.
No problem. So Jonathan Majors in a car with his ex-girlfriend earlier this year.
Who is that?
Or maybe this was at the end of last year. I forget which one. But like his girlfriend saw on his phone text message, wish I was kissing you right now. And she assumed that was from a lover. She reaches over to grab the phone, and she takes it out of his hand. He goes to get it back from her, and he like twists her finger or something, and grabs her neck. He does it in a very like violent fashion, but to like retrieve his property. And then he like exit the car, and there's like film of like this part happening from the outside. Like, so like exits the car. She comes out. I forget if she swings on him on the video, but in any case, like he's like pushing her back in the car. He apparently like tosses her back in. It was described like by her, like he tossed me back in like a football. Right, that was what she had said in court.
That's a lawyer crafted statement if I've ever heard one. Like a football. Remember how football players are? Oh my god,
but yeah. And then anyway, but this incident continues like outside the car, and
she ain't come with that on her own.
But he like runs away like at full speed from her, like, and there's like video of her like chasing him down the street.
That's what I read.
Yeah.
So that's when he realized he's like, oh shit, I'm about to go to jail. I'm out, bitch.
Oh my god, yeah, it's crazy.
Hold on, pause. You're talking with all black everything. Is this a black person with a white woman?
A black person? Yes, a black man, and she is white presenting, but she's like half Iranian and half something else apparently. But yeah.
Okay. Because I'm trying to understand. It's like, why are we doing this on BAM? I get it now. I get it.
But no, I think the heart of their issue is like how black people are treated when these types of things. One, whether he should have been convicted in the first place, but like what happens afterwards, right? Because other Hollywood actors, other Marvel actors, have had convictions for fucked up things, and they're working now, so that's like part of their disagreement there. But anyway, yeah. So this is
like Robert Downey Jr. or something. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, Robert Downey Jr. But also the guy who played Thanos. He did something, right?
Josh Brolin.
Josh Brolin. I remember he was convicted of something. I'm almost certain that he.
Yeah, you're probably right. That seems to ring something in my brain. But he's an A-list actor and has like a lot. I think a pretty deep family connections in Hollywood.
Well, it's just like with Robert Downey Jr. too. It's like he went through a fucking redemption arc, right? Like people fucking hated him in Hollywood for a while.
Yeah, but like, and what I said was that part of the redemption arc is like hitting rock bottom, because like RDJ, he was like a nobody nowhere, right? He before was such a big star, right? But he was completely done until like someone realized, what the perfect person to play Tony Stark is? The person who's actually gone through his struggles, is like alcoholic and drug struggles, and that would be RDJ. and they nailed it completely, right? And so now he's back where he's at this point. But that was like at the far end of his arc, right? Before there was like years of shit that he had to live through. But yeah. So in any case, so this is a long incident, and like it's the classic things that make dealing with abusive situations difficult, because like later that night she was at like another bar, right, and like she was fine, and there's video of her there, all these
technically
things.
She started it, but like then there's the conversation of like the power dynamic where it's like, I'm a jacked dude versus a fucking female. It's like we don't really get to do things on equal terms.
Who is this?
Jonathan Majors. Have you not followed this at all? Like, it's interesting that like the different crowd, like
I really had no idea. Yeah.
No, I'm talking to Sprout. Like I think it's kind of interesting that like just a usual thing. Like we're in our different bubbles, and it's like because I've been following this a lot, but it's fine. In any case, so the allegations are made, and Marvel doesn't actually do anything with this initially. They just like mum about it, right? And my theory, and I think this is the correct one, is that because of what happened with what's his face, Pirates of the Caribbean guy.
Oh, Johnny Depp.
Johnny Depp, thank you. Sorry, Johnny Depp, right? Where Disney immediately fired him upon allegations, right? And then everything happened afterwards, right? Then they decided they were going to chill, right? And so they just like kept quiet about the whole thing. And well, when the allegations came out, like other allegations from other women in the past, like started bubbling forth, right? And stories about him in college. Right? Yeah, but like it's hard to tell with that stuff because like some of it could be opportunistic. You just don't know. It's really hard to judge. And from there, like his lawyer started releasing text messages, and they don't look the best because it kind of looks like a battered woman like saying that because the thing is he called the cops first. He actually called the cops. I forgot about that. Let's say that he called the cops himself, right? And like according to him, it's because he was afraid that she was freaking out. She was going to hurt herself. Can I
pause real quick? Pause real quick.
Sure.
Real quick. To all the men that are currently watching, okay? And this is also true for multiple situations, including if you're the victim of a mugging and you have a firearm and you stop the mugging. Mm-hmm. The first person that calls the police is often treated as the default victim throughout the entire investigation. It is a massive bias that occurs. So never be too proud to call the police and hope that it'll go away. If you're in a situation where you think the police might be involved, call them. And this thing, because this happens all the time where dudes will get mugged and they'll fire a warning shot or something. And then the mugger will be the one that'll call the police. And all of a sudden it's a crazy guy with a gun that jumped this poor person in an alley. And it happens all the time in relationships too. Call the cops. If your woman's going like on a 10 on the Richter scale, just call the cops. Fucking save yourself all the harassment.
But once you do call the cops, hold off on right away calling them oath breakers. Save that for later.
Yes, say that later. Say that after the police report.
So I have a YouTube video that I would like you to review first.
So I took a look at this very briefly. I watched the video. Prime, can you explain to me what happened in the sense of I saw the video where she's chasing him. Am I wrong? Like is that?
No, he said that. He said that.
Yeah.
Okay.
After they got out of the car, or whatever, he said she started chasing him and he was running away.
Yeah, full speed. Yeah.
So let me get this straight. You can start a fight and then chase somebody as they're running away from you, and then nothing happens to you.
Then you're the victim, so long as you have 2 X chromosomes.
Yeah, here's
well, I don't know if that's confirmed, really. I don't know if they did any.
Yeah. So the thing is, we don't know.
I haven't even seen the person, and we're just going to go out statistically. All right.
Yeah.
I'll agree. Statistically, you're very likely right. Highly likely.
Well, to be clear, we don't know what happened within the car, right? We can only judge other things that happen outside. And there's another footage of him outside the car, like throwing her inside the car, right? Like pushing her back in. And that's like what we have of that, right? But in any case, and it's what I said to the Abe group, the All Black Everything group, is that like this is hard to judge. This specific incident is extremely hard to judge because of the usual he said she said bullshit, right?
Did the Flash get charged like 4 times with battery or something?
Oh my god, it's ridiculous! It's ridiculous. Hold on, don't get me started on that one. Don't get me started on that.
Well, he went on the run for a while.
Let me finish
for the record.
Let me finish with this thing before like that, because that like fucking blows my mind. Whatever. But as part of the trial, you know, like I said, well, we have text messages from him and her, and like from after this initial incident happened, and she's like, well, no, I'll just tell the cops it was a mistake or whatever, right? But it looks like if you read the text messages, a lot of people get the feeling that like it's like an abused woman who is like afraid for her partner, you know, and just like trying to cover up for him. And then later on, we get other text messages that seem to imply that like he has hit her in the past, right? Like he's injured her like in a completely different instant, right? And there is the
one of the things
hold on, let me just I'm almost there, right? And there's messages where he's like berating her because like she went out with her friend to like a bar and she like was drinking, and she came back home, and I think maybe her friend was there or not, whatever, but she was drunk and he didn't like the way that looked, and so like after the friend left, he's like he like starts yelling at her or something like that, and he sends text messages back and forth how he says he is a great man, right? He's a great man.
That wasn't text messages. That was a like a recorded conversation.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, you're right. You are correct.
Yeah, so this is right off the Wikipedia. Another video is released of Majors yelling at his ex-girlfriend, comparing himself to Martin Luther King Jr. and Barack Obama, describing himself as a great man and demanding she act like Coretta Scott King.
That's just a Kanye moment, all right? We all have Kanye moments.
I hope that's very wrong.
Yeah, well, hold on. I mean, if he was acting like Martin Luther King, he would be the one cheating, right?
True. I mean, he was cheating probably, you know, based off of her story, the altercation beginning with the phone. But one of the things that I found really interesting when that was like one of the few things that actually kind of shocked me, not necessarily the concept, but the scale. When I was in grad school for counseling, is like I had to retrain my brain to something that I had learned when I was a medic in the Army, which is that all patients lie. And I had to like kind of train myself on that again, because when you start to actually look at and study study patients and like relationships, especially when you do like you're kind of like learning when you take a class on like marriage and family counseling, you learn that number one, everybody lies about the level of toxicity in their relationship. Almost everyone has a kind of a mask that they have on, and there's some level of toxicity, minuscule or incredible, right? That they're kind of hiding from everyone in the public, and everyone else is also doing this. And the things that I learned about memory, right? Like learning about how none of us understand how teenage brains work because we have adult brains and we think of ourselves as teenagers with adult brains, and we can never remember what it was like actually having a teenage brain. And the way flashbulb memories work, highly emotional memories where we rewrite our memories. And I began to understand after I started kind of like putting the pieces of the puzzle together that like that plus social media, et cetera, that like we all kind of have gaslit ourselves from multiple different sources. Like I said, social media, the lies we tell to family and public, the lies we tell to ourselves that we then begin believing that like our relationships and our past selves and the way that we behaved in relationships that didn't work out, we've like kind of gaslit into like this more accepted normal thing with much less toxicity than what likely was there. And then what ends up happening is we have this narcissistic relationship with actors and famous people where they're put on a pedestal as these millionaires. And then we have this kind of this moment where they have this fall from grace. And we have this beautiful moment where we all get to participate in this Schadenfreude of like, ah, yes, watch their lives fall apart. These toxic pieces of shit, they're no better than me, and they're worse than me actually. And so often, I think what we see is we see this extreme toxicity, and we don't realize that it's in many ways, for most of us, it is actually a mirror on our lives and our past relationships and much that we've been through, and we've just kind of let multiple ways of lying to ourselves convince us that your past relationship really was nothing like that. It was never that bad when it was probably worse than you can ever imagine.
I don't know. I've never compared myself to Martin Luther King Jr. And I've never hit a woman. So like both of those things, I guarantee you, I'm not lying to myself about or forgetting.
I can't relate.
Yeah, I mean, but you're attacking specifics about this specific example instead of the spirit of what I'm talking about, right? It's like I agree with you that you would know if you hit a woman, right? And you would know if you compared yourself to Martin Luther King, you know.
Right.
Maybe you compared yourself to somebody else, you are, do-rag aside, you are still a white guy, so, it's probably not the first thing you grab off the, you know what I mean? But
so can I say something to back up Scott? Because I think maybe, I hope most of you guys probably have this experience, right? You're in a relationship for a long time and it ends, and then in the month or so after it ends, right? Whether you ended it or she ended it, there's like a clarity that comes over you, right? As you start to recontextualize a lot of the conversations, a lot of the experiences, and the rose-tinted glasses are kind of pulled away, and you start to realize how this breakup was in the works for a very long fucking time, right? And it's probably a good thing that this happened, right? So I think that's what Scott's kind of pointing to, right? So I think a lot of us do lie to ourselves in the moment, and it takes a long-term view or other people to tell us what's wrong.
And what we do often when that occurs is we have to rationalize and compartmentalize. And so when that moment hits, we then start to rewrite and rethink our own behavior that led to that long time coming.
Absolutely.
And we paint ourselves a picture of us being the good guy and that other person being fucked up. It's a rare individual that really admits all of their faults. It's almost they're exceedingly rare.
I guess the main problem. I guess the main problem I have with this is I've talked to people that have ended up in abusive relationships and had to leave abusive relationships, et cetera, and so on. And I've helped them through it. But like when I'm talking to them, a lot. I'm not gonna say everyone, because there's definitely some people who were definitely high on themselves. But a lot of them are like, when we're talking about the relationship, we'll step back and say, I wasn't perfect either. And so I think that there is that self-realization of, I wasn't perfect in this relationship. I think that what you're talking about may happen a lot more when someone's younger, in someone's younger relationships. But when someone is an adult and they're in an adult relationship, unless they're extremely immature, I would expect them to recognize the faults that they had in the relationship, even if the faults they had were caused by being abused. Because when you're abused, you're going to end up having some negative behavior that you have to have in order to survive in that situation, but it's still negative behavior.
Yes and no, right? Like yes and no. So like I agree with you that people recognize that they need to do a mea culpa. I agree with you that mature people recognize that they need to find out where they went wrong on a path, and they attempt to, introspect and understand that. What I'm saying is that if you could take everything wrong that you did in a past relationship and give it a number scale of like 1 to 100, immature people walk away and go, I did nothing wrong, 0. 0% my fault, right? And mature people, what I'm saying is the way our minds work, they can only handle so much of what they did wrong. I'm saying it's an extremely rare person that can handle 100%. And what ends up happening is we rewrite our narrative to the point where we, even if we're mature, even if we try really hard, we really only see half of it. Maybe a little bit more than half if we're really working hard. But there's a lot that we're missing, and there's a lot that we forget and we put away from our mind, and we kind of rewrite because there's only so much there's only so much self-hatred you can handle before it becomes toxic.
You're basically
your ability to function, right?
I agree with you on that.
Forget about like what pain feels like, right? Like for like there's a painful incident, like even a physical painful incident, but like later on you don't understand like how painful that was. Women in pregnancy, right? Don't remember how awful pregnancy was.
I just got out of the hospital. Dude. I'm there. I forgot how much pain is, bro.
Yeah.
Can I ask? So going back to this, why didn't Ezra Miller did he still work with as the Flash?
Yeah, he's. I mean, I
isn't there a new one?
No. He the last Flash movie that's out.
It came out
and it was awful.
But I believe that movie was mostly finished by the time all of that. Pretty much.
So now the question is there going to be another one? I guess.
I
guess it depends how well it does at the box office, right? That's.
Oh, it bombed. It tanked.
Yeah.
Fabian,
he's out.
I think the issue with Ezra is that they were in the promotional stages for the movie, right? So if they cut ties with this dude. In the stage where he's supposed to be going around giving interviews and shit about the movie that they spend hundreds of millions of dollars on, it's a huge financial risk for them, right? And the movie sucked anyway, to be clear. But I think the reason that dragged out for so long is they were hoping to salvage something from that.
Fabian,
the Majors, he was kind of built in as Kang in Marvels. But they hadn't really built up the character long term yet, right? He showed up in I think 2 or 3 of their a couple of the shows and one of the movies, but they hadn't done the long term work that they'd done with to the point where the series itself is resting on him like the Flash was on Ezra.
No, I disagree with that, right? Because we know Marvel's long term for this phase, right? And at the end of it is Avengers Kang War, right? The whole phase.
Basically the next Thanos, essentially.
But
yeah,
wouldn't the difference between Marvel and DC be that Marvel has a great amount of resources and it has a framework and structure around Kang, as opposed to DC that doesn't have as many well-known actors. So Marvel can afford to lose Jonathan Majors to replace him, but it might be less likely that DC can replace Ezra Miller and still have a recognizable brand/franchise to sell to the audience, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm looking at the shit that Ezra's done, and it's
pretty wild.
Magnitudes more fucked up, right?
It's
not even close to what this Majors guy did. I mean, holy shit!
Even coming out as trans isn't going to save him.
Oh, shit.
Actually, Prime,
that's
Prime,
a bar.
I forgot about the end of that plot line, right? I think you're a bigger comic nerd than I am. So what do you think Marvel's move is there? Because that they really I think he's in the most recent Loki season. He's in the first Loki season, and he's in one movie that I know of so far. How do they pull out this? Are they just going to replace the actor and keep all the character? Because I mean it seems like that's what they got to do, right?
So what Marvel does here, it's so this just happened. Marvel just dropped them today because the verdict came down, and then
the
an hour
3 hours.
So they were done. They were
I'm pretty sure they had
together,
exactly
that shit. Yeah, it was done. So I'm not sure. So what I would like them to do is simply recast them, right? The point, and I think Kang is actually the perfect character to do this with, right? Because there's different versions within the multiverse, right? And that's the whole thing. Is all these different versions are showing up, and they're all dastardly in their own different way, right? Well, there's a version that looks like a completely separate black man, you just go roll with it. Put one line in there. Oh, I'm a different version of this guy, and just move the fuck on.
They'll just kill him off with CGI.
Who would you pick, Prime? Who would you pick, Prime, for the new Kang? Who would you pick if you could?
Oh, I have no
Idris
idea.
Elba.
I was gonna
Idris
say
Elba.
yes. That's
It's
it.
always
Except
Idris
that-
Elba.
It's always Idris Elba.
Except that he literally
There's
hates
only one right
superhero
answer.
movies, and he hated being in the Thor movies. He's already in.
Wait, doesn't he call
He
himself
was
like
just-
Black Superman?
He was literally a super villain in Fast and the Furious. He was a
Yeah. No.
superhero
Like,
villain.
you don't want to be part of
I
the corny shit. That's what it is. You don't want to be.
I don't know what it was, but like in terms of
He's like, I ain't fucking with that.
his role for Marvel, he like was not happy about. He was very happy to get out of that shit. At the end of that, and yeah. So I don't know. I don't really have a pick, but like I'm sure there's a lot of talented actors who could do it. So
John David
that's
Washington,
one way.
maybe.
That's
David
one way.
Washington.
But then after that, let's say they don't want to do this.
LeBron James. Sorry.
LeBron. Oh my god. All right. Let's say they don't want to do this. Loki, season 2, or is it season 3? I forget, whichever. The latest season of Loki, which is great. I really liked it. Check it out, right? He's in there. But the ending of that would be a perfect way to like ditch the whole Kang thing altogether, right? Like the end, like the ending shot and how that all worked out is a way to just to say, well, that kind of all we just kind of worked it out there, and now there's no more Kang. That's not a threat. So people are suspecting that what they might do is shift to Doctor Doom being the new overall villain, especially since a Fantastic Four movie is coming out. So like rejigger their whole thing. So I don't know.
So Fabian, to backtrack a little bit, I can I actually agree with what you stated last, and I wanted to steel man your argument just a little bit, because even when we talk to therapists, you'll see a lot of patients that are talking to therapists talk about something. For example, like I was thinking that someone was doing something intentionally, when it turns out that their behavior wasn't as intentional as I made it out to be. But still, that took a secondary person to point out that it may have not been intentional. So like I 100% get kind of where you're coming with that from that standpoint.
It happens all the
Sorry
time.
to backtrack.
I mean, so like like when like we like to think of ourselves as logical creatures, and it's rare that people use logic to solve a problem in their brain. Like almost everything that you do is a post hoc rationalization. Corey, setting aside fucking research that seems to lightly, in my opinion, suggest that every human thought is deterministic and there is no such thing as free will.
And it comes from neurotransmitters, not hormones. That's for damn sure.
Oh, God. I'll deal with you later, Lactoid.
Setting that aside, right? Like
fair.
Most things are like post hoc rationalizations, and so like we tend to rationalize like what it is that we want to believe, anyways. It's unless we intentionally. I mean, I think that was the genius, and unfortunately, there's a value to leftist philosophy, I think, so long as it's in a cage. And when it's in a cage and when it's bound by a stronger ordered society, it can have its value. But the problem is that it's always trying to escape its cage. It's an infectious disease. It's always trying to rot society. And so, like when C. Wright Mills discussed the sociological imagination as a means of using critical theory and using dramaturgy and using different schools of sociological lenses to understand things, I think it was always a good practice in human thought to understand how humans are, what societies do, to look at it from those multiple domains. And of course, he also argued, structural functionalism, or at the time, kind of Durkheimian functionalism, which would be your more conservative branch of sociology that basically doesn't exist in sociology anymore because there's no conservatives left. But yeah, I think there's kind of a thing to that. Like we as a society being able to healthily look from multiple angles. And what I think now is unfortunate is that has been destroyed, both by social media and this desire to put forward a lie, but also the fact that the left is out of its cage. And so because of that, they're looking at it like there's like this foe looking at it from multiple perspectives, right? They're like, we're intersectional, but we're not. We're not actually looking at things without bias. Instead, we're looking at it from the heaviest bias that comes out of these places.
I do want to interact with that because I think it's interesting. I just want to go back to the Jonathan Majors thing quickly.
Sure.
Yeah. So there's other text messages where like he's like basically threatening to kill himself if she goes to the doctor. Yeah, I think this is and Jimmy, I think you followed this as well, maybe.
That's problematic.
It's not,
but
it's it's actually not that weird. It's pretty typical of abusers.
Yeah, of abusers, exactly. So like he's if I'm remembering this correctly,
maybe he was just concerned about the bill. I don't know. You don't know.
He was concerned about like because she had some sort of head
American
injury, right? And he was like, well, if you go to the doctors, they're going to assume that I did this, right? And like this will ruin me. This will be the end of me. So remember, this is months before the current incident that initially sparked this, right? Like you're going to ruin me, and but she's like, I really want to go to the doctor. No, I'm going to kill myself. I'm going to kill myself. Eventually, she says, no, okay, I'm just not going to do it. So like that sounds to me like an emotionally abusive individual, and possibly physical abuse. Possibly he's the one who did that to her because it was.
The problem is his situation like the problem is that like isolated by itself, right? Is that really could be an either or situation, like because it is behavior that's absolutely typical of abusers, especially of covert vulnerable narcissists.
But
right?
wait, what person?
Narcissists love to do that. But
what person who's not abusing their partner though is gonna tell their partner, if you go seek medical attention, I'm gonna kill myself. Like I'm trying to make that go through my head.
But the reasoning that like if we go, I'm gonna go to jail.
The thing is that like when you're in Hollywood, you're already within a toxic relationship with the Hollywood fucking elite. Like there's no such thing as a healthy relationship in Hollywood. It's not possible. Like you can do your best to stave off the toxicity, but like everything is a calculated move of PR. And so it is somewhat rational to assume that I have all of these like our house payment, our car payment, everything depends upon me maintaining this moral image to the world and PR. And if you go and like say something wrong at the hospital, everything's over and we're bankrupt because we have, a house payment and a car payment or whatever that like, will evaporate overnight. So it's
that's not necessarily true.
I still think,
is that unique to Hollywood though? Is that unique?
Well, no, because it's also a thing where it's Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds are doing a fine job. Like, and no one's had anything to say about Ryan Reynolds and Blake Lively.
Wait, what? They appear to be doing a fine job. Let's be clear here. We don't know what the fuck's going on in anybody's life.
Okay, from what we see, correct? From what we see, they're doing a fine job, right? Do you think out of that Ryan Reynolds is just going to randomly tell Blake Lively not to go seek medical attention because he's afraid he's going to lose his job with Marvel?
I'm absolutely positive that this relationship is toxic. My situation isn't saying when I say 50-50, I'm not saying the other side isn't toxic. What I'm saying is the other side might not be a narcissist trying to that beat her in the head and is trying to keep her from going to the hospital and is gaslighting her and forcing her to like be underneath him in his own victim complex so that she feeds his narcissistic supply. It might just be a toxic relationship and someone who's paranoid because they're living in fucking Hollywood, which can be a very toxic place, right? I'm not saying that option B is no toxicity. Like, let's be honest, like this is clearly a toxic couple from what's leaked. But what I'm saying is the reason behind something can be totally different if there are rational reasons for it. And that's why we kind of look at a pattern of behavior and then make an educated guess.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes total sense. Like, I think I don't know how you got to Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds from that.
It was a random couple. It was a random couple in Hollywood, and he was talking about how Hollywood, yada yada yada. random couple in Hollywood.
We don't really know.
My classic example
we don't
is
really
Kelly
know what their
Clarkson,
relationship,
because that bitch is never in the tabloids, right? Unless she gains a little weight. Other than that, like that one time she got fat, everyone had something to say. But other than that, she was famous, and then she put out a Christmas album, then she disappears because she's not toxic, right? It's rare, but it is a thing for sure.
Doobie?
I was saying we don't really know what the relationship is like, right? So they're pretty private about it. So we shouldn't make any assumptions.
Though.
I mean, and then, yeah, maybe when you see them, I guess they're happy,
So they're
smiling, hugging, taking like model level photos with each other in the sunset. But that's a fucking like that's the PR, right? Like, so we don't know anything about their lives.
Yeah.
How long have they been married though? Like, looking at Hollywood marriages, how long has this marriage lasted in accordance to the other marriages?
Dog, how long was fucking Bill Cosby?
I'm just making a statement.
The nicest guy of like ever, and then it was like, oh shit, he might be.
You're hinging down on
serial rapist.
You're hinging down an example that I was trying to use to say that like not every relationship in Hollywood is toxic.
No, and I agreed with you. I said Kelly Clarkson's a good example.
Yes, after I made that example, which now Doobie's trying to hammer down on me for.
But what he was also
I'm not hammering down on you. I'm just saying we shouldn't make assumptions about any of these people, whether toxic or not toxic. We know about this because it became public, right? That's the only reason we know about this.
Yeah, I mean, it's all great until it's not, until like it shows up in the tabloid papers. But Scott, I believe your point. Maybe I was wrong, but I believe your point is that like you have a toxic relationship with Hollywood. Right, like and the choices,
like your relationship might be solid and stronger than that. What I'm saying is that Hollywood itself is a toxic and disgusting place. I mean, what was that guy? Oh God, the guy with like the white hair.
That's a lot of people.
His name is. I know. I'm trying to think. He's an older. I can't think.
Gary Busey.
But no.
That's what I was.
You might recognize. You might recognize it when I say it. But he's an actor. I think he was in like maybe some like detective shows or something, but he was asked to do like he was on a show for USA. I can't remember it was like a cop show or something, and he was asked to like kiss somebody, and he was like, no, I only kiss my wife. Like I don't I'm not gonna do that. And then he just got blackballed immediately. They were like, all right, cool, you're fired. You're not doing what we need. Couldn't get a job in Hollywood for like 2.5 years. Like, you don't want to kiss other women? Like, no, but fuck out of here. We don't need that shit. We can replace you in a heartbeat. And I think like. And also all of these people, like, like for example, how did the guy who played Star-Lord and was in Parks and Rec?
Chris Pratt.
Chris Pratt.
Chris Pratt. The way that he got discovered is that he picked up somebody else's shift, and then an old lady that worked in Hollywood thought he was cute, and then she decided to give him an audition. Like these people were many of these people were fucking hungry, and they know that there's 1,000 other people that can replace them in a heartbeat.
Terry Crews came out. Terry Crews came out with someone groping him at a party. It was some executive, and he got blackballed for.
He mostly just got laughed. Yeah, he got blackballed and laughed at. So I think a lot of people. I think there's a constant paranoia and fear that this machine is so much more powerful than you, and everything has to be, this positive image. And some people, you're right, some people handle that pressure and that fear and those things well, and some people can't handle it at all. And then some people are just toxic assholes like this guy, and he might even be an abuser. Who knows?
Something that came out of the Me Too movement, which you can all be thankful for, is to deal with actually the problem that Scott was referring to. Where that actor clearly stated that he's not going to, be intimate with someone else. Like they have I forget the exact title. It's like intimacy counselor or something. And it's a new position. And it's like it helps people like do intimate scenes in a way that they're comfortable with, or if they just can't do the scene for whatever reason, like helps like negotiate that with like the team or whatever. And like because a lot of women were and not just women, men also, just like you brought up, were saying that they were forced to do a lot of like when you're doing a sex scene and you're under the covers, right? And like a guy's erection is pressing into even under like through underwear, right? That's very uncomfortable for a lot of women. So they got like special underwear and stuff like for that.
I mean,
you know? So
the most famous example, right? I think that we can think of is Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie, right? Is like there. You also got to think about the female and male perspective of jealousy and the fear that you're going to be on set with the hottest women and the hottest, most powerful, famous women or men in the world with your significant other, right? And it's like, I mean, like, right? Like, there's a lot of beautiful women in Marvel movies, you know what I mean? And you're hanging out in some fucking New Zealand or some shit for 6 months in a trailer somewhere, like on set working, developing this close working relationship. Then you do this PR campaign when the movie's coming out, and you're flying together, you're in hotels right next to each other, you're doing interviews next week. So there's a lot of insecurity that gets placed in relationships too. And I think anybody that's been in a relationship knows that insecurity in a relationship can turn a relationship toxic very easily.
I think that
everyone has to control.
To what you're saying, because I actually really like what this kind of line of thinking that you're going on. I think
the next topic, you'll hate me.
You never know. So here's the thing, right? About I think that Will and Jada kind of do the flip side of that. They use that machine, that Hollywood machine, but they use it to generate controversy about themselves and actually feed the machine with their negativity, which I think is
how much you think
fucking.
It's Will? Like 5%, 10%. Like every time I see Will, I feel sorry for that man.
I feel like he's just as much as part of the problem, because as he's sitting.
He's an enabler, I think.
Yeah, exactly. He enables that behavior. And that's part of what people don't talk about with abusive relationships, is that sometimes people allow things to happen and they snowball into like larger grievances that then people wanna fucking talk about, when we should have been talking about it way before it escalated. But
that's the thing. I'm gonna go ahead. I've been talking.
So I there's two things I want to do here. Because you guys are touching on something interesting here. And it's a pretty controversial question, but I've asked it one time before, but I don't think it was to this crowd. But before then, Doobie, you were saying something, and like you got kind of distracted from it. You were talking about, like, as a person who has left a toxic relationship, and you were going to go somewhere with that. I just wanted to like give you the space to finish that thought first.
Oh, I mean, we kind of already touched on it. I was just going to say that, it took me, I think, like a month or so to see all the bad things, right? Kind of recontextualize everything, and then it took me a bit longer, like another month or two, for me to realize my place in all that, right? And be like, okay, well, here are all the ways that I contributed to that, and all the bad things that I did that created the situation, or my part in creating the situation. So it wasn't just like I was with a toxic person. It was there was a toxic couple, right? Like a toxic arrangement between two people that just didn't work out, right? So yeah, that's all I was going to say. I just didn't agree with Scott again, unfortunately.
I want to say something really, really uncomfortable, because like I feel like fuck it, we're here, so let's actually.
I'm not about to say, but
this is gonna be really rough, okay? But I'm just speaking facts. Okay, so often we look at everything in black and white as a victim and an abuser. And that's the right way to look at it, because it's the right framework. It's the right assumption to make as we analyze each thing, is to keep that in mind. But one of the things that we do is we often adopt that framework so strongly that we don't recognize and understand how often abuse victims play a major role in their abuse. And I'll give some examples, and this is true stuff, and this is gonna really, really hurt. And I'm saying this in no way, shape, or form excuses any form of abuse. The majority of children that are molested in online situations tend to grow up to be narcissists, and the teenagers are often narcissists that seek out their abusers. People think that child molesters that groom children online are looking for like an innocent kid that's just in the wrong place at the wrong time, when more often than not, they are seeking the kids that are seeking out their abusers. This is often occurs. And then those kids that are curious have no idea the depths and the torture and the pain and the destruction that they're signing up for as an abuser manipulates and uses those people. That's detail fact number one. Fact number two is that straight men are the least likely to abuse their partner. They're the least likely to fight someone. Number one. The most likely are lesbians. The most likely victims are transgender people. And the thing is that a majority of domestic violence is reciprocal. The overwhelming majority of domestic violence is woman beats man, man beats woman, woman starts fight as an instigator, man finishes it with a punch. And then we look at that and we go, holy shit, this man is a horrible abuser, this other person is a victim. And we very often discount and misunderstand, and we're unable to fix these problems because we don't understand that this is actually mutual abuse, where the man is in a position where we instinctively recognize that they have a moral duty to hold back because of the power difference between the two of them. And so because of that, they are very easy to become the villain of the story, when really what you have is two villains and one that is worse than the other.
I think this can very easily.
One second. Because this perfectly dovetails into what I wanted to talk about. First, thank you for the $10 Canadian from Sean. Will probably make a joke about Canadian money before he reads this. Happy holidays. No, but I will now. Like you gave me like 3 cents, but I appreciate it.
The Canadian dollar like 82 cents to the dollar or something right now.
I think it's like
that far off.
No, I think it's closer to 70 or like 73. Like
yeah.
One more cent, 72.
So Canada's Canada's an American woman.
Canada's
I was about to say, it's American woman. Exactly. Come on. But I do appreciate it. Thank you, Sean. I hope you're listening. Still listening, because it took me a while to get to that. But it dovetails off the exactly where I wanted to go, and I figured we were pretty aligned on this. Is that like how should society deal with exactly what Scott is talking about? I've talked to people. I've never done it, right? You just have to take my word for it. But like I've never physically abused anyone. But I've talked to people who have. I've had friends who've admitted to doing this. People who I think are otherwise great individuals, but like there was an abusive dynamic happening, and they struck. I've talked to women who say like, yeah, I was being abusive, and then I struck them, and they struck me, and just like. I kind of feel like as a society, like we need to just acknowledge this is a thing that happens within relationships, right?
How do you fix something if you can't be honest about it?
Yeah, it's an unfortunate thing, and nothing that we should ever encourage. Absolutely not. But like it's a thing that happens, and like grapple with that and say like, well, this incident can happen, but we can get past it, right? Like whoever, just because like it became physical doesn't immediately mean that person's a monster, right? But I don't know how we adjudicate that.
Plus, these bitches are going to the gym now. Like, their times are different.
Yeah, but they're only working lower body, unless they're like throwing kicks. Like,
so I think this can very easily like demons. I think this can like very easily, and this is kind of my fear. I think it can very easily devolve into victim blaming, and because when you are in an abusive relationship, you start to develop certain behaviors that may later on be deemed as you being abusive, but you only develop those behaviors because you're currently being abused. So there's a lot of things that go into it like that. And like to the question that Prime asked, when like how do we move forward? How we talk about this?
That can be true of the abuser too, though.
That it can be true of the abuser. It can be true of the abuser with a previous abusive relationship. It can be true of the abuser with being abused by someone else who's not in the relationship in total that causes that. So it can be true of the abuser as well. But there. To answer Prime's question, when Me Too came out, there was another popular phrase that went with it: "Believe all women." I think that goes too far, And I think that like instead of believe all women, hear all people, right? I think that there should be a very clear kind of like we're going to hear what you have to say. I think that saying believe all women, it takes it entirely too far, and I also kind of want gender to be separated from that. Is to that we'll hear each person, right? And I think that believe all women, or like kind of that kind of push, was taking it too far and pushing it too far in kind of like one direction.
It wasn't.
Dude, you are
believe
5
all
years
women,
too late, but that is a dope fucking response.
But it
Like,
wasn't.
I'm just
believe
being
all
honest with you.
women.
Like, hear all people is
wasn't
like,
believe all
God damn,
people
I
is
wish
great.
somebody famous would have said that shit like right when Believe All Women came out.
It
No, hear
wasn't
all
believe
people,
all
motherfucker.
women.
No.
It
They
wasn't.
would have
believe all
shat
women.
on you,
To be
They're
very
Scott.
saying
clear.
something like
This is
they're
like
saying
all
like
lives matter,
listen to
right?
victims. They're saying like
It
listen
was
to
no.
victims.
It was just believe women, right? And I've had this discussion many times with people. Let's just believe women, not believe all women. Just like believe women, and like and the focus of that phrase like definitely did shift, but it was simply that like, and I remember it explained by the people who were initially pushing this line, is that if a person is mugged, right, and they report their mugging, like generally we just kind of like give them the benefit of the doubt that something happened to them, not that like whoever they point to in a lineup necessarily is the one who did it, or that they remember every detail correctly or anything like that. It's just that we believe that something occurred, and we'll move forward on good faith on that. And that's like what they were trying to do. For rape, that something occurred. It might not have been the person they are talking about. It might not have gone down like the way they said it did. It might not be up to a legal standard that needs to be prosecuted, right? But
Right.
to not like gaslight them,
We
or
know
or,
that
or
that's
say
not true,
that.
right?
What are you talking about? Like that's exactly.
I mean, I don't want to detract so
I don't
much
want to
from
go
the
to a whole
aspect of
thing with
how
this.
we
I'm
do
just
it,
like
but
letting.
I just mean like the voice actor for Illidan's Stormrage in World of Warcraft, right? Like he was canned. He lost. They replaced all of his lines. He was a famous voice actor. He got like Me Too'd out of existence because of accusations that he had. And it turns out that the woman was a stalker. And he not only did the charges get dropped, he proved himself innocent in a court of law. And they still were like, he's still blacklisted, and they're still like, well,
Yeah, I totally agree.
right? It's like,
that doesn't.
so it's like nothing. Yeah, the thing that happened was a crazy woman accused him of shit to ruin his career.
Trust me, I understand
Right.
the sentiment very much. I get it, right? I'm just responding to the specific idea, like it was birthed from the Me Too movement.
I'm just saying, when we say something happened,
women, that was
that's
the
not
original
always
idea.
true. Sometimes people are just lying.
Yeah, sometimes people are just lying. Agreed, 100% agreed. But like, and someone could lie about them getting mugged, right? That's the thing that happens with the way we treat these different acts, right?
For sure.
Initially, yeah, it's different. So that's all I wanted to say. But Chris, oh sorry, why did I say Chris? Fuck, what?
Are you looking to replace me with someone?
I'm literally looking at your name. Like I was literally like looking at it. I'm like Chris. I don't know.
Maybe I look like a Chris. Maybe I should change my name.
Corey and Lacto. I apologize.
But I mean, Chris Campbell still works. I'll take it. Still the alliteration. But yeah, to build on what you brought up earlier, Prime, in terms of like, yeah, this is something we have to acknowledge. And I believe like Scott is correct in terms of like the stats of like, yeah, most abuse in a relationship is reciprocal. And I brought this up on previous panels. Like, I don't think we're really good in our society of like talking about relationships or even like teaching relationship skills. And it was brought up, I think, even on last panel last week when we were talking about. I don't think you were. Unfortunately,
I was in the hospital. My bad.
Yeah, which I'm glad you're feeling better. But I'm sorry you had to go through that.
My bad. I didn't mean to. My bad. I'll shut
No, that's okay. Nothing to apologize for. But yeah, during Lactoid segment of making marriage a contract and explicit stipulations, I think Joe brought up. I think he even posed the question to Lactoid, like, well, did you get any sort of like education in terms of relationship in or like when did your relationship education start in school? And obviously the answer is it never started. Like we just seem to rely on you're going to get relationship skills from either your parents or just going to happen through socialization or like osmosis. And to that point of like even just the cases that were highlighted here, of like, yeah, Jonathan Majors, this is an adult. And clearly they're both adults as far as I can tell, probably in like mid to late 30s, and they still probably can't recognize a healthy relationship. And even to that point further, like Johnny Depp has way more relationship experience than I do. He's been married, what, 2 or 3 times? And he has like 30 years of like relationship experience. And like even at that
toxic
point,
as fuck, yeah.
and even at that point, not only can he not, regulate his own behavior and maybe seek out help for his own behavior, can't even recognize or get out of a toxic relationship. And so it's like, these are like deep seated, but we just tend to like, as you say, or sort of like allude to, we brush them aside, don't acknowledge it. Where, it's a little bit of a trick question, but like if I ask like, what is the biggest predictor of divorce? The biggest predictor of divorce is a previous divorce. So then people that get divorced and married again, they just get divorced over and over and over again. Because actually, we like to think that we learn from experience, but very oftentimes we don't, and we just repeat the same patterns.
Serial monogamists that are Christian fuck with those numbers a little bit, though.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Yeah. Lactoid?
So a couple things. I at the risk of having misunderstood the point, I'm going to go ahead and disagree with something that you said, Scott. Maybe not necessarily disagree, but I've always thought it was something different. So homosexual couples report less abuse than heterosexual couples, and in terms of homosexual men, lesbians do report the most. I suspect that this is not actually this doesn't actually have to do with commission rate. This is probably, just intuitively speaking, much more about reporting
just
rate.
Females over-reporting.
Yeah, women are going to report domestic abuse. Men are not, right, on average, right? Men are definitely going to be much less likely to do so. And then it would make sense, right? Like, why is it the case that in homosexual male relationships you have a lower reported abuse rate?
There's also another confounding variable with lesbians too, right? Like because you can always do this with data. And the other confounding variable to your point is that lesbians have the shortest relationships, right? So like lesbians tend to very often get in like 1 month relationship and then they're in the next month and the next month. Whereas like gay men are like, why even have the relationship, right? Like I'll have a night of fun. And the lesbians are like, no, I won't do that. I'll date you. And then they date someone for like 4 to 6 weeks and then they move on. And straights tend to have longer relationships just in general.
Sure. Yeah.
You can have whatever opinion you want about that and what that means. But if you experience more partners, right, you increase the likelihood of being the victim of abuse. Like statistically speaking.
That could be the case, but like gay men have the most partners and actually report lower rates of abuse than heterosexual.
But I mean like in a relationship, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like promiscuous sex is one thing. What I'm talking about is like if you're talking about like being in a relationship where things could turn toxic and then you break up, like lesbians are experiencing that more than anybody else because they have more frequent short-term monogamous relationships.
They have more opportunities.
Yeah. Even with the promiscuity, you would assume that it would be like the guys that are more violent.
You would assume so because right? Men are like typically dramatically overrepresented in violent crimes.
But there's an equal, presumably maybe a more equal playing field in terms of the ability to do damage to each other, and there might be a moderating factor of like.
That's also
it too. Yeah, that could be a thing too.
Right, that's also true, and I think men are probably just more tolerant of physical violence being enacted upon them, generally speaking. Men usually grow up to be more involved in contact sports, to be more involved in like more aggressive, like physical roughhousing, shit like that. So they're probably going to be less likely to see physical action towards something that needs to get reported to the police in the first place.
Hold on, let Lactoid finish his point.
That's just kind of what my intuition is that women are just going to be more likely to report it. And this is, as long as we're on Me Too for a second, this is something that I said the other day that got people angry. Somebody in my chat earlier in this stream was talking about Mattress Girl, right? The story of the girl carrying on a mattress. It turns out to have a bunch of issues with it. The guy she accused actually wound up later suing the university. Now they settled on
fire. That was a big fire case.
Yeah, there was issues. So false reports are actually a lot more.
Porn, like OJ
I didn't know that. I didn't know she did a porn. Okay, well,
she did a porn. She did a porn that was like, if I had been raped, this is how it would have happened.
What?
Okay.
Mattress. Yeah.
All right, well, I'll look into that. I'm not going to watch it, but I'm looking.
Oh yeah, you are, aren't you?
Research purposes only.
I am not. Research purposes only. I'm gonna look at the Wikipedia. Actually, I'm not even gonna fucking look at it. No, I can't find it.
You'll just look at the transcript. That's it.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not looking at that. Yeah, the transcript.
No,
The transcript.
stop,
Yeah.
please.
He's gonna make sure he watches it frame by frame just to make sure he gets all the context.
So false allegations. People oftentimes cite the 2%, but 2% is like the lowest number.
It's a made-up number.
Yeah, 2% is the lowest estimate. Like the averages, of some of the meta-analyses, put it at around between 2 and 10, and then some data from Canada in 2016 put it at closer to 20. Right. So 10%, that's 1 in 10. That's relatively high. I mean, is it most? It's not, right? But it's not 2%.
The 2% is coming from people that were where the cases went to court and then like lost the case and then it was overturned and proven wrong. Right? So more often than not, because rape especially is a he said she said situation, cases that lack evidence don't go to court and then they get dismissed, but a person never has the ability to prove their innocence, and so they're not in that 2%. I think it's something like less than a third of those cases actually end up going to court, and that's a double-edged sword because untested rape kits, because we have too many cops that are worried about getting speeding tickets and not enough people in the goddamn laboratories making sure these test kits are done, because there are women out here that could have their abusers put away in prison if somebody just put the fucking kit in a laboratory. Yeah. And at the same time, there's the other edge of that, right? The other side of that sword is that an accusation occurs and then the cops go, dude, he has an alibi, like an airtight alibi. Stop. And then it never goes to court. It just gets dismissed. It gets dropped. And then that's not counted in the 2% of false accusations because he was able to quickly keep it from going to court.
Right. There's specific anecdotes we can look at, right? Brian Banks, I think, is one that like pisses people off the most just when you read about that whole story. But I mean, I think the stats are more interesting. When people say that 2%, like you can't take that on face value. Like it is, I mean, the estimates are between 2 and 10. With some estimates putting it at even higher. So, kind of the believe women thing. Yeah, generally speaking, when somebody says that they're a victim of a crime, you should investigate, right? Every crime should be investigated. I think 100% think that's true. But what I think the problem is, and I think this happened a little bit with Steven Crowder, which is if there's an allegation, that must mean he's guilty, right? Then we're just going to go ahead and roll into it, and we're going to roll into him because we don't like him anyway. So why not just start talking shit?
I don't know. I feel like that might have been a silver lining to the Me Too movement, is that they did go too far. And I think a lot of people before Me Too, if were less trepidatious, actually. I think the believe all women or believe women thing backfired a little bit because I think there was a large conservative base, at least, right, or more libertarian minded individuals, I would say, more likely, that especially after I think the Brett Kavanaugh thing was probably the big wake up politically for a lot of people, where they were like, oh, this is clearly bullshit. This is clearly like a circus event where they're putting someone up who has so many holes in their story that is obviously fake with like multiple and Brett Kavanaugh, the autistic weirdo that he was, is like, let me pull out my records. And they were like, what? This motherfucker's keeping diaries from the 70s. And he's like, of course I knew this would happen one day. And I'm like, all right, that's a little sus, but I mean, let's look at the records, And so I think that was a wake up for a lot of people.
Investigate that, right? I remember that incident, and the FBI didn't fully investigate. Like
again, that's why it's not in the 2%. That's the problem. Is that when a case is so terrible, the FBI knew they did a cursory look at it.
It was also way out of
the story. It's like
it was way out of statute of limitations, though. Statute of limitations was far gone by then.
That wasn't about
the FBI does that to make sure they don't put somebody on the Supreme Court.
Yeah. It's just it was investigating. Just in general. But like, that's the problem though. So like, I'm hearing you, Lacto. You're talking about that like the statistics are probably much higher because of all the things that you've mentioned. But like, if we don't actually adjudicate it, then there is an issue. Brett Kavanaugh is actually a really good point, right? Like, you can say that his accuser, and I think for very good reasons, you can like cast doubt on her testimony, right? Or the veracity of it in each case.
Yeah.
But like it wasn't actually adjudicated. And with when it comes to these assault cases, like it's so gray, right? That it makes it very difficult for like just like if you're looking at it in a cursory glance to really understand what happened there. Like there were witnesses that didn't get you know interviewed
on
right?
both sides.
They were
on
saying
both
that they
sides,
were waiting to be interviewed
because like
and
her
they just
ex-boyfriend was like,
Yeah.
when am I getting called for it? I have all of the proof that she's lying. And they were like, we don't need you.
There were but there were others who said that like or from my memory of this is that there are people who are ostensibly on her side saying that we just no one talked to us even though we're ready, right? If I said they're going to investigate and then they just like did it like for like was it less than 3 days or so and then that was it. But if there had been a deeper investigation, maybe initially it looks pretty bad. But I'm sure, Lactoid, you understand that, like, with a deeper investigation, sometimes things come out that weren't there initially, right?
That's
the investigation.
fair. That's fair. But
so how do we? So it's just so my final thing is how can we know, like, with any certainty, if something is not actually adjudicated, that it's a false.
Yeah, so to some extent, it's got to be a judgment call on for the police because I mean, you can't adjudicate every allegation, right? You can't because
you only have so many resources.
Not only do you have so many resources, but if a case smells of bullshit bad enough, the cops shouldn't arrest you and make you go through hell to fight something ridiculous, right? Because if it's true that okay, we're going to have a full court case for every single allegation, regardless of how unfounded, like if you can't go to the police with anything. Right, other than like you can't even like have a straight story, or like you provide evidence that actually contradicts what you're saying. No, like this shouldn't happen. I've had civil litigation matters before involving this kind of stuff, and I mean, I've definitely seen a situation where it's definitely the police decide not to take further action because there's just nothing there, right? Or what people believe is sexual assault actually isn't legally sexual assault.
Yeah,
that's a critical part as well, right?
There's also the reverse. If you adjudicate every single accusation, right, then a majority, maybe not a majority, but like there's certainly going to be people that weaponize that, right? Because it's gonna, especially if there's no punishment. So you have two options. You have increased punishment for false accusations or maintain the status quo on false accusations. If you maintain the status quo on accusations, people will weaponize false accusations even more because even if you have nothing, the police will comb through a dude's life and then he might get fired, etc. And then what will occur is over time, no one will believe women because there are all of these people that are weaponizing it. Or B or A, right? The other option is that you do all the investigations, but you also start punishing with fairly, with some level of punishment enough to deter it. And then you have women that are terrified because they don't know if they have enough evidence to prove their rape. And they're worried that if the cops don't find anything, that they're actually going to be the ones that go in jail. And they're going to have to relive the experience, give these interviews, go through these problems, and then they're going to go to jail. And then all their friends and family are going to call them like, a bitch and like this person that like falsely tried to ruin men's lives, etc.
Yeah.
And so what happens is women sit around, they wait for some brave woman to either come forward and take that chance, or some woman that got a rape kit done or has like recordings, like has real good evidence. And then all of a sudden it's like,
I think there's some women that should be like hammered pretty, like the Brian Banks story, for example. Like
I don't know.
So I mean, you'll get angry about this one, Prime. So it's a black man who was accused of rape, right? I know, and like he went to prison
and not
for
the 50s.
Not even the 50s. This was relative to like 2013, I believe, like relatively recently. Maybe he was exonerated in 2013, but it 2000s. And falsely accused, went to prison for like 6 years, by the way. And he was going to go into the NFL, but he never actually got to go to the NFL. And by the time he was exonerated, it was too late. He was too old, right, to have a career in the NFL. So he was just basically done. And then they got her on video saying that it was all fake and that she didn't want to come forward and say it was fake because she had won this massive civil lawsuit for millions of dollars against the school, and she didn't want to have to give the money back. And so they did like a full investigation. She basically like just stopped showing up to court and stopped like giving any kind of testimony or stopped saying anything. And they freed Brian. They gave him as much of his life back as they could, right? I mean, he's older now. He just can't play in the NFL. So I think he got some administrative roles. Like he was definitely, I mean, the video of him being exonerated is pretty emotional. And I don't know. But the worst part about the story is the prosecution said they weren't going to go after her because they don't want to dissuade women from making allegations in the future. So she destroyed him and got no punishment.
Wow.
Yeah.
Lactoid, can I ask you a question about that case?
Yeah.
As far as the player was concerned, shit. Oh fuck! I forgot my. Move on. I forgot my question. I had it and I lost.
Oh, you'll get it back in a second. Don't worry.
I'll get it back.
But yeah, like
I kind of want to go back to what we were talking about originally. Like, what do we do?
We'll get to that in a second because you guys said so many interesting things.
Yeah, sure.
Like I don't like the balancing act for this is unbelievably difficult, right? Like to the point where I know in some feminist thought is like we have to like take this, well, at least maybe for the most egregious and violent cases, right? So for like like a clear like violent beatdown involving that, right? Like it's like outside of like the legal system because it's so difficult, right? Like the legal standards of evidence are there for a reason, right? We don't want to go lowering these standards or anything like that. We don't want to make give incentives for people to either abuse the system or to be frightened of the system so that they never use the system. So that maybe we have to have literally a parallel, like restorative justice type thing to deal with these because it's just that hard to figure out what to do within like.
If we get you on camera, like saying that you lied about it, though, I mean.
Oh no! That person needs to be buried.
Yeah, bring down the hammer, right? I mean,
the fucking hammer, please. Thank you. But just in general, as you understand how difficult these cases are, and like. And for lots of people, they're not even looking for. There's so many assaults or like horrible things that happen to women and men as well, right? And they want some sort of like remuneration is not the word I'm looking for, but they want some sort of justice. But that doesn't necessarily mean putting the other person in jail, right? They want them to maybe admit that they were wrong and to change. But they don't because they know how terrible the justice system is. And this is especially true within the Black community, right? When people are so anxious dealing with cops. But what that means is that like people who are bad actors and abusers just kind of get to go free and keep abusing. But if there was a separate system that wasn't involved like incarceration, that we could actually adjudicate these things through and get some sort of justice, right? Whatever that looks like.
I'm so confused. I feel seems like you're reinventing like civil court with extra steps. I don't like what.
I feel like you just want to put it to public opinion at that point, right? You don't go to jail, but you get outed as an abuser.
Everyone gets a Yelp review on their relationship.
Do we want a court of public opinion though? The court of public opinion hasn't proven to do much of anything but make a whole lot of shit worse. Like the court of public opinion relies on unreliable facts, and especially now with AI being able to do deep fakes. What I'm saying is like they're gonna pull all this shit and be like, see, I know what I'm talking about, etc. and so on. The court of public opinion is extremely unreliable.
Hold on, but
how do you guys say that and not recognize that being a status and believing in democracy is bad?
Oh, like, okay, please. I don't want to get distracted about that.
Unironically go,
I just don't want to do it.
Is retarded.
Our government is the court of public opinion. Yeah, good point. Yeah,
that's exactly what the U.S. government is.
Let me throw it to Lactoid, right? Because you're saying that I'm reinventing the civil court, right? Okay, so
that's what it sounds like. I'm trying to figure out what you're saying.
Okay, because I don't think I am, because I don't think that. Well, and maybe I don't know. Maybe Lactoid can help us out here, right? Like, what are the remedies that a civil court can give you, right? So like there's money, right? But a lot of people don't want money. They don't want to ruin a person and like drain all their bank accounts. They want acknowledgement. They want
people want
like
money.
a promise that like an action plan.
Money.
That they won't.
No. It's money. It's fucking money.
I'd like money.
Yeah, that's what civil court
yes
like offers you. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm saying that there are a lot of people within these situations, right, where they don't want that. Like imagine like
and sue them for $5. Sue them for $5.
No, guys, what are you like? You're not even listening. Kids get in arguments all the goddamn time, right? They get in arguments, they get in fights, and they have like disagreements, and we have a whole list of ways of selling that, right? When we're dealing with children. Because we realize like this is a bad thing has happened, but no one needs to be incarcerated, and these guys don't, the children don't have money, and so there are other ways that we try to like mend those relationships. People want to mend these relationships. That's what they want. Civil court does not give you that, right? That's not what they're asking for.
What do you mean by mend relationships?
The things I was just talking about, right?
Okay, wait, maybe I can. So the courts, both civil and criminal courts can do injunctions, right? Or they can like they can tell people to do like specific actions, right? Like a great example I can think of that comes up often is like defamation cases, right? Where you're saying shit online. A judge can order you, hey, you can't say this shit anymore, and you got to take all this stuff down. And don't just stop saying it, right? I mean, that's not a money judgment. That's just a specific. You have to do this. I'm ordering you as a judge, and if you don't follow my orders,
community service.
Yeah, community service, right? And if you don't do this, this is contempt of court, and now that's a crime, right? Because judges have tremendous amounts of power.
But with what Prime's saying, it sounds like talking to a therapist is what he ultimately is talking about, or talking to like a counselor about the marriage. But I've seen this again. Therapists or counselors only work. Therapists and counselors only work if both parties want it to work. If one of the parties does not want it to work, you might as well not show up.
Allie?
I was gonna say. So I've dealt with like abuse from like the other person, being a girl, and so I think what you're talking about is that you just would like. I mean, what I'm hearing is you like to be able to go to court or some type of like mediation where you can at least have that person held accountable, and like you can. What it sounds like is you want some type of closure. You want that person to admit to you what they did, and then have that be the end of it. You don't want to sue them. You don't want to jail them. You don't want to fine them. But you just want some type of mediation where you can get what it sounds like closure, right?
There's some project that does this actually. Now that you mention that, there is a project. I forget what it's called. But like it's a pilot program in a lot of states. I don't know how much it's caught on, but it's like the program is basically it's pretty heavy. Like people who are convicted of rape, like basically reconciling with their victims, and it's a mediated like meetings between the victim and the rapist and like some third party who like sits there and like basically lets.
I would hope there's a third party.
Yeah. and lets each other like.
It's just like lock these two in a room and let them figure it out. He just got out of jail the other day.
They'll figure it out just fine.
But lets them talk. And wasn't there like a TED Talk one time with like a woman and like her rapist was up there on stage? That was pretty wild. I didn't watch that one. That was awkward as fuck. But I mean,
I remember that now. Yeah.
There's been a test.
You didn't watch it. How do you know it was awkward?
The first 5 minutes was awkward. I was like, oh Jesus Christ! I'm not. Oh my God, no.
But so, Ali, you're going in the right direction, and Lactwood, that's sort of what I'm referring to. Where people they don't want to go through the justice system. They don't necessarily want a person to be locked up. They want acknowledgement, but they might want more than just acknowledgement, right? So they might want an action plan to like, okay, how are you going to like make amends, right? Just like we do with children. Again, like we tell kids, like, okay, you did something wrong here, right? You hurt Susie, so you've got to make amends. You got to take steps, right?
Mm-hmm.
And also remember, there might be children like within the context of this restorative justice case, right? There are two adults, but there might be children that they have created, right? And so, like, how do they fit into this, right? Are you apologizing?
They're usually given their own representation,
yeah. I know. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying that, like, how do you make amends to them, right, for like putting the family through this, right? Like there's a whole list of things, and like
it's money. The
so
issue is money is the most flexible way to do this, right? Like you can use you can use money to pay for therapy. You can use money to pay for rent if you can't
damages,
press now because you can't work. You mean like money is like because I mean if we don't have this system, I mean
super lawyer brained.
Well, I know I'm super lawyer brained. I know I am. But do you really want a judge telling you like? Well, actually, I think you had to like go to this therapist, and I think
no, I'm not asking for a judge. I'm not asking for the judge in the same way, right? Like I'm saying that this
it would be up to the person like suing. I guess it would be up to the person abused how they would want to handle the mediation.
He wants, so, like, I need you voluntary. I need you guys to get out of. I need you guys to step out of the legal system as it stands now. I get why you're in there.
The legal system's in my brain. It's in my.
I know, but
Lactoid, stop. Lactoid, stop.
Move it out there.
Can I ask you a question? Maybe. So
hold on. What? After I'm done talking, you can ask a question. Sorry, friend. But it's like, yeah. Like I'm saying, like there are people who want, and I'm not the biggest expert in restorative justice. I'm not going to pretend that I am, right? But they want to set up a parallel system, and that looks like more like mediation, right? That looks more like community accountability. That the people around you, because abuse hurts more than like the person that is abused, right? There's a whole network of people that get caught up in this. Children, right? Like a couple's children might be part of that, but there might be other people as well, right? So to set up a system to handle this in a more holistic way.
It'd be some type of community service towards that. There won't
be a judge necessarily handing down verdicts or whatever, but a way of finding some sort of consensus on how to move forward. That's what.
You'd probably still have a lawyer or a mediator.
Let me ask. Let me
just therapy? I'm confused.
So hold on. No, Lactoid, stop. So if I can steel man your position in a way that makes it actually like pragmatic and like makes sense, what you're saying is let's say there's 3 systems instead of 2 systems. System number 1 is criminal court. System number 2 is civil court, right? And what you're saying is, what if there was a third system that people could voluntarily choose if they so wanted, instead of going to civil court, because the victim might not want that, or because parties involved don't want all of the drama that might come with that, or the finances that come with that. And instead they go, we have a problem and I want you to do this. You can either choose civil court or you can choose whatever this system is, restoration system. And in this restoration system, you're avoiding civil and criminal court, which is your other option. So if you don't fucking play ball in this system, fuck you, you're going to civil court. But the idea is it is a non-voluntary system, but that the system is designed with restoration in mind, and the parties go there with mediators, potential therapists, and they try and do things in a more holistic way that is less designed of like, just get $1 million from this person, and more designed to heal the situation in such a way because the parties involved would prefer that.
Yeah, so we had this in my high school. One second.
I've been trying to get this out for like 10 minutes. So, Prime, is it basically what I'm hearing from you? And I'm going to try and make this real simple because I don't know why it's this hard. So basically what I'm hearing from you is you want someone to be able to essentially, instead of filing like a civil lawsuit, file for mandatory therapy, to where these 2 people have to show up to therapy and have to talk to a therapist and get this stuff done.
Almost exactly what I'm talking about is almost exactly what Scott
said.
So
it's voluntarily.
No. So we had the similar thing in high school, right? So let's just say you had 2 students that had an altercation. Instead of sending them immediately to the principal and giving them detention or suspension or whatever it was, we had peer mediation, which you would go to it would be another student, a counselor, and the 2 students that had that altercation. You would try to mediate that situation and solve the issue and resolve that issue before any like punishments were let out. That's kind of what he's saying. And if you didn't follow the rules set within that mediation, then you would go then to the principal and handle whatever.
Cool.
Yeah.
Was peer mediation though? Was that voluntarily? Was that voluntary?
You had an altercation. You had to do peer mediation before going to before going to the principal.
Right. So what if the person just never showed up to peer mediation?
No, this is a mandatory thing. He's not saying it's voluntary to the people. This is mandatory. It's saying it's not like a civil or
so it would be mandatory therapy.
Mediation, not therapy, but sure.
there could be therapy involved. There might not be therapy involved. This is not.
Yeah, I don't
like,
think he's saying
Right.
like this explicitly needs to be like psychotherapist or like psychiatrist or not. I don't think he's saying.
I
that.
feel-
I'm just gonna say
I wanna
this
say-
sounds like I don't understand the utility, and this sounds like a colossal
Of course you
expenditure of
don't,
money.
Lawyer.
Like,
So,
holy
so
crap.
I was about to say
with
Prime
actual,
Minister,
with
but
other,
it's-
hold on, one second. Yo, with cases, in the sense that you have a legal case where somebody is being convicted of some crime, and they get favorable treatment, perhaps by the jury or a judge, if they show some type of remorse, if they admit to some level of the act that they are being prosecuted of, right?
Yes.
This is something that could exist. I see this existing in the framework that you guys are presenting with this third arm of like some other system. Like we already
This
have
exists
things in
now.
our legal where we weed out people due to with all kinds of fucking devices, legal devices, and questioning and all kinds of things. But the third system seems like it's going to add more administrative cost. It's if somebody decides that they're just going to lie during peer mediation, they go to a higher level anyway. So I don't know.
Like, guys,
Well, and if someone doesn't show up to this, like it just
Oh
sounds
my-
like it's.
oh my god.
Go ahead.
Like, guys, I'm not once again, I'm not the biggest restorative justice individual, right? Like, I'm not an expert in restorative justice. I'm going to say that once again. There is literally a whole framework that people have created. I'm just trying to give you the cliff notes of that thing, right? And so I'm not the best person to answer all questions. I'm going to admit that. But like, you guys are imagining this. This is why I said it's almost like what Scott said, because from my understanding, this is like more of a community level thing, right? Rather than this necessarily being supported by a state, being something like managed by the state. This is an option that people go through the community for community accountability, to keep the community safe, right?
You're speaking Scott's language.
I don't know, maybe I don't know. But where they handle this, right? So this
Only if
is
it's
not necessarily
voluntary,
like
which it
an
wouldn't
arm
have-
of
it
the
wouldn't
government, not necessarily a place where they would call on a person like Lactoid to come and intervene, right? And they would like work this out within that community. So like, and people do this already, right? People do this already.
It's almost like you can call your. It's almost like you can call your local pastor and do this. It's from what you're saying, it sounds like someone going to a church and doing this.
Some people use a church, yeah. Some people use do it like that's their community, right? And so it might go through like a pastor, yeah. And
mediation without law. It's just you don't want to judge there. That's all it is. Just want mediation without law.
It's just
oh my,
you guys just like
Max, I don't know why this is so hard for you.
I don't know. I'm gonna. It sounds to me just
He's
like
still trying to get out of the legal, like trying to
no.
process out of legal
It's
system.
sure. What it sounds like to me is you're just advocating for like a group, like a community group where everyone gets together. A town hall meeting where everyone comes together and like sorts out their problems. Is this what we're
pretty much? But that's what people. A lot of people who are abused feel alone. They feel like they don't have anybody they could talk to. They don't feel like they can.
Support group like AA.
It's not a.
I mean, something a bit more directed in the sense that it's funded, right? It's funded by something.
Funded
You're
funded by the government.
Listen, get the fuck out of your debate, bro, legal brain, and just like we're talking purely concept here, okay? Don't worry about the messy details of expenses and everything. This is a what if scenario, and in a what if scenario,
I think
you can spitball some ideas and be a little bit wrong, right? It's just like it's a what if. What if instead of having to sue someone and getting lawyers involved and getting the legal system involved and getting this massive thing involved that feels oppressive and feels scary and feels like if you fuck it up and you don't win your case, your reputation is ruined and everything. And instead, you're at college or something and like things work it out. My biggest issue is not actually the expense. My biggest issue is that when you interview rape victims and when you look at evidence, more often than not, you have one chance to get it right. And when you taint witnesses, their testimony becomes less useful. And what this will ultimately lead to is that there will be witnesses that are tainted. We see this already in colleges. right? My grandmother is a sociologist and a feminist, and is a super. I mean, she's a leading expert in
I
domestic
would
violence.
love to talk to your grandmother. Let's make that happen, please.
We argue all the time. She's a critical theorist. It's hilarious. But
oh my god, amazing! Go ahead.
Yeah. She's a second wave feminist. Right. And so, she hates this new like colleges investigating things, because what it does more often than not is they're not equipped to do it in the way that the police are equipped to and do these investigations. And then when it does escalate to criminal charges because another victim is found or something, right, or another person is abused, they go to interview these witnesses, and their testimony's wrong. Their details are messed up. They've gotten time to get their stories kind of in line with other people, so they haven't had an ability to isolate stories so that they can corroborate evidence. And what ends up happening is it leads to less convictions of abusers and rapists.
Can Fabian, do you think that in these meetings that people have, should the information that is found out in these meetings be able to be used as evidence in a criminal case?
I mean, without knowing what these meetings even look like, I couldn't answer that question.
Let's say they're like, "Hey, did you touch her in a pro?" They're in a meeting.
The answer, Don. I'm going to give you. I'm going to give you
in the first place.
Don, I'm going to give you a real quick answer to that, and the answer is no. Just like how therapists aren't mandatory reporters, pastors aren't mandatory reporters. There are certain people that are in positions like that the state has designated. You're not a mandatory reporter. Basically, we can't call you into court and ask you questions about what happened in this therapy session, et cetera, and so on. The answer to this question, the answer to the question we talk about this is no. Ultimately.
Well, if they're about to commit a crime, or if they committed a crime, they have to report.
You're not a mandatory reporter unless there's imminent danger.
Or if they committed a crime and they're coming in and confessing the crime to you.
No, so
mandatory reporter doesn't mean you have to report everything. It means that you're required by law, if someone is a threat to themselves or others, right, to report them.
You can't commit a crime and go to your therapist and be like, "I just did this."
Yes, I can. Yes, you can.
No.
Yes, you can. If you're not a threat to yourself or others. If I say, like, when I was 10, I kidnapped my neighbor's cat and I killed it, right? But like, I haven't done anything like that since, right? And we're working that out. You know what I mean? Unless I see other signs that you might be a serial killer, and then you're like, well, the other day, like, I went to Home Depot and I just had to buy a rope. The urges got me.
Scott,
then all of a sudden it's like, okay, I got to tell somebody.
Well, here's the thing. And this happens a lot. But most people, this happens a lot, but most people won't realize it. Is that therapists, psychiatrists, they typically want to know if you're doing drugs, or if you're doing illegal, if you're intaking illegal substances, especially if they're going to offer you something like ADHD medication. So when it comes down to it, the
very specific.
Well, I mean, I have a psychiatrist for ADHD, so I'm using me as an example. So they asked if I used any drugs, and they went through drugs. They're like, I'm not the police. I cannot legally tell the police. Judges have even a harder time trying to get me to talk in court. Basically, I don't have any will or want to tell the police whatever you're going to tell me. So just tell me what's actually happening, and we'll work from there.
For drug use, but like if you go and you're like, I stole a car.
It's fine. It's fine. We're harping on the fact that Sproticus used a term wrong, but we understand what he meant. All he meant to say is like certain things they don't have to report certain things because there's patient, doctor-patient confidentiality or confidentiality between lawyers, etc.
What I meant, I said it wrong.
And
it's fine. Yeah,
you go ahead.
And I guess what I'm saying is that would these imaginary, because we haven't really solidify what these meetings even are, but if something came out of that meeting, like you got a boy and a girl and they're discussing the event with a mediator, and the boy says, yeah, I hit her, he admits to it, right? At that point, now can that information be used in something outside of that meeting? No. I don't know. Okay, well, I think that
yes,
if something was agreed if something was egregious enough, you could absolutely use that. You could use that outside of that meeting.
How are you expecting someone to be truthful in this and still be able to use it outside this meeting?
I never said I thought it was. I never said it. Like I kind of came on the opposition to this meeting thing. I'm not saying that it's not possible, but what I am saying is that it's definitely going to have. These are some challenges that I think we're talking about.
The only way these work is if the person that is conducting the meeting, is in charge of the meeting, is not isn't going to tell the police or anything. It's not going to become evidence for a pending case. Otherwise,
that's not how that works.
Okay. What do you mean it's not how it works? We're talking about theoretical.
I'm saying that I've taken classes on ethics and like law for counselors, right? And so you're generally correct, but that doesn't mean that a prosecutor or defense can't get warrants for your records if they believe that there's like exculpatory evidence, right, that proves their client innocent because you've admitted something else somewhere else, or that they have reason. There are a lot of different loopholes, right? Now, yes, there is some level of protection when it comes to children. Very often people think their kids are protected, but if you have a custody battle, the other parent can immediately demand those records. There's not really much you can do about it. But when it comes to like adults, it does occur very often that you might be forced to testify to information that was said there that is under that doctor-patient confidentiality, or that your records might be subpoenaed and you have to give them up. Right now, you're supposed to not give them up until such a time that you're forced to. But in cases of like rape cases and things like that, you absolutely could be a rapist's therapist, right? And he admits to it at a certain point in your sessions, and the prosecutor could demand and get a warrant, and then that information could be used against you.
Those bars are very high.
Hold on. All right. So look.
Yeah, they're higher than normal. Yes, but they happen.
3 core elements of restorative justice from restorativjustice.org. All right. So
sounds sketchy. Sketchy website.
It sounds pretty sketchy. Yeah. Restorative justice.
I hear restorative justice, and I know it's a fucking commie bullshit.
It's fucking
is a response to wrongdoing that prioritizes repairing harm and recognizes that maintaining positive relationships with others is a core human need. It seeks to address the root causes of crime, even to the point of transforming unjust systems and structures. In PFIs, I don't know, I guess it's the organization, I don't know what it is.
It's a red flag I've ever heard
of. Prison Fellowship International.
Prison
Fellowship International. I think this is like a religious group that's created this. But in PFIs, work with our network of global affiliates. The 3 core elements of restorative justice are interconnected concepts of encounter, repair, and transform. Each element is discrete and essential. Together, they represent a journey toward well-being and wholeness that victims, offenders, and community members can experience. Encounter leads to repair, and repair leads to transformation. These steps equip practitioners to actualize restorative justice in real ways. All right, I'm going to read you these individual steps. Encounter. Encounter is the starting point, a facilitated meeting that brings together people most impacted by crime to determine how to repair harm. Encounters start with an invitation, and all parties participate voluntarily. There are 3 keys to effective encounters.
It's voluntary.
1, before offenders can participate, they must take responsibility for their wrong and want to make amends. 2, all stakeholders impacted by the wrongdoing, victims, offenders, and community members have a voice in the justice process. And then meetings that are encounters occur in safe spaces, foster vulnerability, and include free sharing without judgment. Next step, repair. Because crime harms people and tears apart relationships and communities, restorative justice seeks to repair harm from a broad perspective. Each stakeholder has unique needs that arise from crime. Repair addresses the victim's need for healing. Victims heal through the encounter and its outcomes. The offenders need to make amends, as offenders must atone for wrongdoing and work to regain good standing in community. Encounters empower offenders to make amends directly to victims and potentially community members. And the community members need for relational health and safety. Family, friends, and others support victims and offenders as they heal and reinvigorate into community. And finally, transform. Restorative encounters create spaces that lead to transformed individuals, victims, and offenders, and pinpoint root causes of crime, even systemic and structural issues. Once identified, these systemic issues can be faced, dealt with, and potentially changed to foster more justice systems and healthier, safer communities. So that's one perspective on restorative justice. It's not the end all be all, but it's one perspective
The main
right
thing
there that you can work with.
the main important thing is that the initial encounter is voluntary for all parties involved, right? So I mean, I think that gives us a lot of breathing room in terms of offense. It sounds like a community fucking struggle session for people that are the victims of crime that can't actually get any goddamn justice because we have to care about what the fucking criminal's opinion on anything is and the community's opinion about like, well, we don't want to harm the community by putting another person in jail. It sounds like a fucking struggle session that I wouldn't be any goddamn part of. Just by listening to the language used, I can tell it's leftist as fuck in orientation. But it's voluntary, so I mean, if people want to do it, fucking do it.
Okay.
That was a loaded statement.
The circumstance of rape, though, in the circumstance of rape, if someone goes in there and says that they admits that they raped somebody, what stops the state from?
Stop, because I like the point of this was not for me to like defend all of his real justice. I just like said that was like a throwaway comment, and then it turned into this, right? Like I said,
well,
I'm not
you didn't make the topic.
I had, yeah, but like this was the point. I was actually going to go.
Shit happens.
When I said that, I was like literally trying to move to another point, but you guys stopped me right there. Yeah, and it's fine, right? Like if you are interested in restorative justice, or if you think it's bad shit, and you want to prepare yourself for to argue against it in the future, right? Like a serial debate, bro. Well, Google restorative justice, like I did, right? Find organizations that advocate for it. Find individuals on YouTube, like put it on YouTube, because a lot of people make videos about restorative justice, and you can look at it, and they can answer your fucking questions. Thank you.
I just want to be clear. I hate it. Just
of course, I know, and that's what. I get the say, bro. Go on YouTube, right? Like,
looks like garbage.
Just the language alone.
Next
you know
time it happens, right? And you can just shoot it down with your legal lawyer brain.
Better don't waste your time doing that. Go do something more productive. That's what I would have.
Whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I've spoken to people about this before who are like proponents of this, and every time it's like fucking, it's like sociopathic levels of like a lack of like social awareness or like emotional context. I've spoken to somebody about this who was saying, and I brought up the rape example too. Okay, what if somebody's raped by another person in the community? Oh well, we'd get them into like a therapy session together where they talk it out and figure out, and the person we try to get the rapist to understand their pain, to apologize, and that's the restoration rates. These two people, one who did the bad thing, the other who had the bad thing done to them, coming to understand both their parts and what happened, and then moving forward as a community member. It's fucking retarded. Okay, like I just can't.
To be fair, I feel like this is for the guys who go through abuse that don't want to go to court, that get their little, I get to tell everyone you abused me.
I don't know if guys are doing this.
This is for like stupid lefties.
No, I said it sounds like it would be for that.
To keep people out of jail.
To be clear, to be clear, right? Like, and Doobie, I think you've been around to know this. I don't mind throwing the book at people. Fuck that, right? Like, if people who've like done wrong, who've done serious wrong, I don't mind throwing the book at people. Who like, and this, but I can understand how this could be useful in certain cases, and not all rape cases, obviously. And I said that from the start.
Cases.
I said that like literally from the start.
I think this could be a thing if like there's like graffiti on somebody's business, right? And the person and you want the kid to be in there and understand.
Yes,
like, minor shit like that. Sure, okay.
But some
shit that you don't need to get a criminal record on a kid.
Here's the thing. That like people want justice, they want some sort of accountability, and they don't want to go through the court system. They have a whole list of reasons not to do that, right? They want to go through criminal, they don't want to go through civil. Like a lawyer brain lactoid can't seem to understand that. Why doesn't everyone want to talk to me? I don't know, lactoid. I don't get it either.
It actually sounds like you're threatening my profession right now by trying to make me obsolete. So I'm going to react very angrily now.
Do him, lactoid.
Coming after my bread and butter. Fuck this bullshit.
Dude, you don't need to be. You don't need to be a lawyer to deal with this, right? You just go get a sociology degree, gender studies, women's studies, and all of a sudden
individuals
you're an
who
expert in
want
healing
to
the
do
community.
that, right? But want a path to healing, right? Whatever that means. And I know, like, just even path to healing sets you on edge. Oh my God, that sounds so lefty, right? I get it.
No,
That's what some people
path to healing's great.
Right?
Those aren't the trigger words I'm talking about. Transformative. That's like the words restoration, safe space, community justice.
Yeah,
right? I'm talking about the words that are actually the things that appear in their literature.
I get you. But so look, this is a thing that people want. That's all I wanted to say was that, like, especially in the Black
healing
community,
sounds like a great place to go if you got an heroin
actually really want to do this, right? That, like, there are unfortunate instances that don't even, especially if they don't rise to the level of criminality. That's the other thing we didn't even talk about, right? What if the incident is a bad thing that happened, but as you said, Lactoid, there are people think something is a rape or something counts as sexual assault, but it doesn't, right? That doesn't mean something wrong didn't happen. There are, like, harm exists outside the scope of the legal
for mental abuse
system.
victims.
A mental abuse,
emotional abuse.
Can you
imagine?
Yeah.
Can
so, like,
you imagine?
If they shut up. You can just answer. So some people may want an alternate system to deal with that, right? What exactly that looks like, I don't know, right? Like, just like I don't berate my ANCAP friend as to every single detail about the system that he wants, right? Because right now it's a theoretical system. Right now it hasn't been put together.
You can whenever you want. It's just the siren song.
Yeah.
You're just doing it because you don't want to talk about
the system makes sense for things that, like I said, emotional abuse, mental abuse, things that, like, you can't necessarily.
No.
What do you? You can't sue someone for. Can you sue someone for mental or emotional abuse?
Okay, look, it makes sense.
You can sue somebody for anything. But it's crazy.
But if you're the presumed perpetrator, if you're the presumed perpetrator, right, and you're accused by, like, your ex or something, or like someone at a party of, like, sexual assault, and the police are like, this isn't sexual assault. It doesn't meet the standard. Why in the fuck would you voluntarily show up for the lefty struggle session of healing the community for some shit they can't get you on legally because it's not sexual? Like, why would you Aziz Ansari, like, oh, we had a date and the date didn't go well, so I'm gonna go through the fucking community struggle session to be better? Like, what level of cuckoldry to your politics would you need to be at to fucking
I've done my best. I've done my best in this group, right? Like, let someone.
I'd be like, go fuck yourself. Sue me.
Like,
you can't.
I have no interest anymore. You've heard the case as best as I can present it for a thing that I didn't actually want to defend. Thank you very much. I love this. This was great.
And then you went and read the whole platform. Like, what do you mean?
He gave an example. He gave an example. I don't know for sure, but I don't think he was advocating, like, I want this system from this website.
He has that bookmarked. I know he does. He found that super quick.
He pulled it up pretty quickly. It was
because it's on the first
link
page
ready.
Of Google.
Yeah, he probably just put in restorative justice on
and
Google.
then restorative.org popped up. Well, who would have thought?
All the decades of Google's algorithm refined that you can find restorative justice.org from Googling restorative justice.
Oh, shit.
But I will build.
Talk about restorative justice.
I'll build upon what you're bringing up, Prime. Of, like, so, let's say in Canada, there's a conversation about making let's say what they're calling coercive control a criminal offense, right? And so I'll post the article in Discord, and, like, I can see some people being opposed to that. Because, like, that might not be the sort of any sort of, like, legal definition of harm, and this falls into, like, sort of a gray area of, like, no physical abuse is occurring, but it's really like the behavior might be problematic.
So mental and emotional abuse.
Essentially, yeah, and that's why they sort of, like, call it coercive control.
Good luck proving that in court. That's gonna be a shit show.
You could prove that,
and that's where I can.
The other limit cases, sure.
I can maybe see a place of, like, a system different from the justice system that maybe addresses something like this. Because, I think at the end of the day, personally, like, I don't think you never legislate, like, human relationships. But I could be wrong. But, like, I think that's just, like, not the most off the way.
This might be super lawyer brain of me, but if it's not illegal, right, like, what business do we, like, if something happens, it's not illegal. isn't it kind of your problem? Like, isn't it something for you to have to like deal with?
Yes.
So for something like this, for the coercive thing, has anyone ever dealt with like a partner that was bipolar?
You mean bipolar or borderline? Because
borderline. Sorry,
okay,
borderline.
I'm gonna clarify.
So
my stepfather is a covert, vulnerable narcissist, and my mother traded with borderline personality disorder until later in the relationship where she finally left. So I was raised by two cluster Bs.
Yeah, so I'm saying like the mental anguish that comes out could be from like dating them, whether they be like blowing up their phone, threatening suicide on you, putting you through like the mental anguish and all that stuff. I think that would be that's where the coercive shit might come into play, and you could prove that. I mean, you could prove someone's just showing up to your house, just constantly blowing you up, not leaving you alone. I guess you would get a PPO for that.
If it becomes harassment, like there's already a crime for this. I don't know. It just sounds little bit soft.
It's really difficult to adjust.
Wait. I want to ask a question to Lactoid. Like,
to give you an example, I'll give you an example. Like
we're gonna get an
happened
example.
to me where my stepfather. No, it's just like something that happened to me. Something that happened to me growing up. Right, something that happened to me growing up. That's like isn't really illegal, or at least as far as my stepfather is concerned. Right, is that he would go and intentionally gas up my mother about like how bad I was being and how like disruptive I was being and how I was like trying to undermine her and disrespect her, and he would do everything he could away from me to try and trigger her so that she would beat me. And then he would show up and stop the abuse and stop her from beating me so that he could be like the savior that saved me from my crazy mother, and then would take me into another room and be like, your mother, she's really crazy. She's out of control. You can always trust me. I'll always be there for you, etc. And then he would go back to her room and be like, you're being crazy. Like, you're too over the top. You need to take some more Xanax. You need to take some more pain pills. You need to take some more drugs to like bring yourself down. And so would like gaslight her into addiction to opiates, and while also gaslighting her to beat me, so that I would then think that he was my hero and he was causing the entire strife to begin with. Like that, like there are levels of like where like, yeah, he never laid a hand on me in that situation, but like that's like monster shit, right? Like he's really like coming up with creative ways to feed his narcissistic ego so that she's attached to him and I'm attached to him.
I'm
and
sorry
we're
you
both
have to deal
feeding
with
his
that,
ego.
Frank. I'm really
sorry about that, man.
I'm 33. Like, I feel you. People don't go to grad school for counseling for no reason. I'm good now, though. I'm all right.
This is a hug. We're doing a hug, right? A digital hug.
Yeah. All right, yeah.
I'll give you one, man. That's pretty deep.
But yeah, but like that would be like clear case.
Is this
of, like,
restorative justice right now? Is that what's happening?
Hey, Scott.
I mean, we didn't tell him to go fuck himself and call him soft when he said it. So
yeah.
Like,
there we go.
So, I know, Lacto. You can learn a thing or two.
Who said men don't have high EQ?
Yeah, right. Fuck this guy.
God. All right. Let's move on. This has been a thing.
Can I just ask a question to Lactoid quickly?
Sure.
Well, so I posted in the Discord. So so Scotland, as far as I can tell, like they've actually passed legislation. I think this Domestic Abuse Act of coercive control and controlling behavior is now illegal in Scotland. And I don't know for sure, but I think even like behaviors of like if it's shown that like you're monitoring, the whereabouts of your partner, like through their phone, like that's potentially like a legal offense. Like, so, do you see that as a problem, or like, do you want to go in that direction, or something else outside of?
So I have an opinion on this.
Corey.
Just like most things that have been coming out of
Can I
Scotland
get clarification?
lately.
Yeah, go ahead, Sprout.
So, just clarification real quick. Would that law, like, so if you're, so me and my wife have our locations shared with each other. So would I be quote unquote monitoring my wife's location?
Straight to jail.
I don't know.
Believe it or not, straight to jail.
I haven't dissected.
I'm assuming it'd be like without their consent or knowledge, right? Like that's gonna be probably.
You put an air tag in someone's car, or like someone's bags.
I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that if partners have some level of trust and one partner leaves their phone behind you, that's not that. I don't know for sure, but I don't think it's all that difficult to change the setting and you now have access to your partner's whereabouts through their phone. Like, I don't think that's a huge.
Except for phones nowadays alert you pretty much weekly that someone else has access to your location.
Okay, I don't know. I don't use
Yeah.
these features. But
Well, yeah,
like,
if you find out that your, husband or wife has your location, you didn't give it to them, and they're just like out here, getting it, that would be bad. That's
But yes, but the way it was explained at first seemed to be that just monitoring
I'm
would get
giving
you
the
in trouble.
Cliff notes. I haven't. If you want me to read the full legislation, I
Oh
can.
no, I was just curious. I was curious because that would seem to be a far overreach. But
take it up with Scotland. But so yeah,
Alright.
Lactoid. Like, so do you? So do you want to move in that direction, or do you think this is outside the realm of legislation?
Scotland's awful, like just as like a place in terms of how the laws they've been putting out lately. This is not the first example of just like a super far left, like authoritarian controlling government. No, this is awful. This is ridiculous. Manipulative behavior, like controlling behavior, jealous behavior. This is criminalized. Crazy, absolutely crazy. And this is going to lead to some really dark places. Speaking about overcriminalization and speaking about false accusations, I think this is just throwing gas on the fire when it comes to that.
Okay, so then can you maybe see a possibility for like Prime's system not fully fleshed out having a place for addressing that?
No, you just don't have
Good luck
this.
getting a narcissist to show up.
No, well, you just don't have this law. You just say like, look, if you're an adult now, for children, I can look. This might be an edgy fucking take. For children, sure, they deserve more protection, and obviously, like taking actions with the intention of getting somebody beaten up, like you could probably draw a line there, whether that be an adult or a child, but especially if it's a child. But if you got a situation where you have two adults and like I'm reporting this woman to the cops because she's too controlling instead of like leaving, to some extent you have to have responsibility for your own relationships. I just think this is absurd, and it's controlling, and it's ironically controlling by the government, which is crazy.
Yeah, I've lived through it, and I can tell you, like, obviously it would have been amazing to have someone step in and save us from that situation, but at the same time it's something that there's too many unintended consequences lurking around the shadows, because it's just such a difficult thing to understand and legislate, right? Like, and we gave up it in the very beginning of this conversation, coming full circle, right? We talked about like the text messages of him threatening to kill himself, right? And it's like that is behavior typical of an abuser, and at the same time, you can't legislate that, right? Like you don't know, and so many of these things are shrouded in just too much complexity to be able to really wrap out, especially when you're an outsider looking in.
It seems like
the criminal justice system always is.
It seems like the coercion just ends up you can't sue for coercion, but you can do it becomes harassment anyways, and then you would end up just having a harassment suit.
Like, what would you guys think about, like, let's say Scotland tomorrow criminalized nagging? Like, what would that look like?
Yeah.
Would you guys do?
Oh,
we all agree
that,
nagging
yeah.
sucks, sure,
Yeah.
but we want the fucking cops to come in? Like, are you kidding me? This is crazy. This is insane.
Yeah.
And every aspect of our life, any wrongdoing, any slight, right? You microaggressed against me. Now the cops are knocking on your door, right? You looked at me weird. Shelly didn't compliment my shoes. Now I'm calling the cops, and like, this is just fucking crazy. Come on.
This is the steam that Jordan Peterson was riding on with his when he went against the trans shit. He was like, "Nah, fuck this shit. Y'all are bugging."
Yeah. It's compelled speech, different, but yeah.
Okay.
What I'm saying is that there's these it's like social reform. They're using this sort of
It's what happens when you have the fundamental aspect of left-wing philosophy. The number one part, the basis in terms of political philosophy from the left, not starting like at Hegelianism or anything, but at political philosophy, is that human beings are ultimately malleable. That is the major difference between the individualist and the collectivist, is that the leftist almost always errs on the side that we can engineer something to fix the problems in society. In either a computer can do it, some form of metric can change people for the better. We need education to correct this problem, etc. And the fundamental aspect that begins with conservative philosophy is that people are individuals that are shaped by their culture and their community and their genetics, etc. and that people ultimately you cannot create systems that will just fix order. That order has to be naturally occurring, and that hierarchical structures arise. This is the idea of meritocracy and things of that nature. And those that's really the basis where it really starts to begin. The political systems then utilize that concept and then what to do with scarce resources, and then go from there.
All right.
Doesn't
Let's.
doesn't the
Sorry, Conan. I'm gonna leave it there. But this was a thing. But yeah, it was an interesting discussion though. I really appreciate you guys having it here with me. All right, so let's just go to topic 2. Before you do that, guys, if you appreciated the things that we've done, if you appreciated what I just put myself through, consider supporting this channel. Hit that follow button if you haven't done so yet. If you're on Twitch, and support us by subbing to the channel, gifting bits, gifting subs, using your Amazon Prime Gaming here on the channel. It's free for you, but it does a lot for us. And it allows me to do all of this. If you want to make a comment, hype chats or super chats, that's the way to do it on Twitch or YouTube. Yeah, and I appreciate anyone who does support, because I can't bring you all this about that. So okay. Next, let's go to the topic I did prepare. Let's see if we can keep this one on the rails, but this group. Topic. In recent months and years, the issue of child labor is once again being debated. Government agencies have found children illegally working in slaughterhouses around the country. Many of these minors are undocumented immigrants trying to eke out a living in the U.S. They use stolen identities, and companies have either failed or not tried to properly identify them. Simultaneously, conservative lawmakers are pushing policies weakening child labor laws to, quote unquote, give older teens a choice to work as much as they wish and learn skills. Do you think child labor protections are overly onerous? Should we give children the choice to be able to support their families? Does it make a difference if the child is undocumented and lacks other opportunities? Or are children uniquely vulnerable and in need of protection from the workforce? So yeah, like I think many of you guys have heard of this before, especially in the case of the slaughterhouse. This has been pretty big news. Kids also dying because that's what happens in slaughterhouses. Like dangerous machinery, people get caught in it. People will get like grinded up in a slaughterhouse. A kid like just recently died that way. It's really unfortunate. And that sparked investigations and all of that. But they were undocumented, and as far as I know, they voluntarily went there. I mean, they even engaged in a level of deception to get this job. So they wanted to be there. Almost certainly, there could be circumstances where they don't, but let's assume that they wanted to be there. Should they have been allowed with better safety protections? And there's in Florida, there's a woman, a lawmaker who doesn't want to call them child laborers, because why would you? You want to call them the youth workforce, which is wonderful. But they are pushing to weaken child labor laws in a whole list of ways. Is that the direction that we want to go? So let's start for friend Lactoid and work our way around.
Yeah, so first of all, I think child labor is fine as long as it's for a job that is appropriate in terms of safe. Probably not a slaughterhouse. But I don't think any of us here really have a problem with 16-year-old working at a fast food restaurant in order to make money. I think that's perfectly fine. I think 16 and 17-year-olds should probably be given much greater latitude for working jobs. I think that can be an effective thing for their well-being. And just as children get older, probably have more and more access to different kinds of jobs. But then when you turn 18, then you can get the jobs that are particularly dangerous, like being a commercial fisherman or working in a slaughterhouse. reading into this specific story, it definitely smells like the company wasn't doing enough verification, given that there's multiple reports about this specific company. So that's a concern for sure. I don't know if the staffing agency had anything to do with the identity theft that was happening in order to get these people hired, but the law needs to come down on like identity theft pretty fucking hard. So identity theft sucks. Yes, children should be allowed to work as long as the job's appropriate. One other thing, when I was reading the article, the employer stated that they were, their hands were tied, that they weren't actually able to fully investigate this beyond E-Verify. I'm skeptical of this claim, considering that there's a whole bunch of complaints about this specific company, okay, a slaughterhouse. You would think that, you can still ask for driver's licenses. You'd think that this guy doesn't pass like a 63-year-old or whatever the age was. Pretty ridiculous. But if that is the case, if employers actually are somehow like handicapped from investigating employees due to some kind of social justice concern, that should be lifted. Obviously, employers should be able to fully investigate any of their employees before they hire them. Yeah, that's my thoughts.
When I was reading that, I was thinking like Latode would say, "This is complete bullshit." Like this sounded like complete bullshit to me. We'd have to have like maybe a person like a labor lawyer or something who's like more educated on specific part of the law. But that sounded like complete bullshit. And to be very clear to the audience, so they understand what we're talking about, the kid presented an ID, or at least the story is that he presented the idea, the ID, and not the staffing agency. Who knows about that, right? But he presented an idea that he's a 32-year-old and he's 16. And it was a stolen ID. And like with in multiple instances, that this company, the slaughterhouse, has been contacted by people saying, "Hey, I can't get a government service because it's saying that I'm working here and I don't even live in the fucking state, And the company goes, "Oh yeah, there's nothing we can do. We can't, like, we need a police report. Our hands are tied. We can't." There's fraud going on in your fucking warehouse, like straight up fraud, and I can't look into it. Yeah, sorry, nothing I can do. Fumbled the ball. Okay. So let's go to Fritz Scott.
I love debating child labor laws. It's one of my favorite things to debate. So first and foremost, the reason someone uses youth workforce is that there are both academic and United Nations defined terms, and youth workforce and youth employment is a different definition than child labor. Child labor is by definition exploitative, and youth workforce simply refers to people under the age of majority in a country working, right? So a 17-year-old at a restaurant is not, like, you can't call that child labor in legislation or anything, because that would mean that they're like undocumented or they're being abused or they're doing something illegal, etc. But anyways, so number one, abolish all child labor laws. Child labor laws do not work. They are bigoted. They are leftists virtue signaling, when really it shows that they are privileged fools that don't understand anything, living in their ivory towers, patting themselves on the back of how virtuous they are, when really all they're doing is harming people. Child labor laws don't work. Study after study after study after study proves over and over and again that child labor laws do absolutely nothing. There's child labor laws in countries in South America and where there and massive amounts of child labor. There is when we instituted child labor laws in the United States, we were able to track them state by state, which is a great little microcosm. One of the cool things about the United States, we can have similar cultures and similar laws, et cetera, because of our federal system. And what we found is that there was no change in child labor from the institution of child labor laws. And furthermore, there was no change in high school attendance. What child labor is very simple. How do you get rid of child labor? A demographic group needs to make above 12,000 GDP. That's it. Once a demographic group is making 12,000, US dollars a year, roughly, child labor basically disappears. There's only one exception, and that's China, mostly because China has massive wealth disparities between, Beijing and mainland China. And so when you actually look at it, gets in. And the other thing is that China has a culture of slavery. Because like they still have black slaves in Africa and shit. Like they still own slaves. And so China's an exception, but with China being slightly different, everywhere else it shows that child labor doesn't do that. And so to prove, here's the real problem. I'll point towards a bit of an emotional story, which is UNICEF did an investigation along with Paul Krugman even has quotes about this. So you lefties, if you think this some right wing person looking into this, completely agrees. That in 1992, the Harkin had the Child Labor Deterrence Act. Now, it did not pass. The idea was to ban all imported goods in the ready-made garment industry that utilized child labor. And so companies in Bangladesh they panicked. So they fired all of their child labor workforce and they said, no, 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 we refuse to hire child labor because they didn't want to lose the United States market. And when UNICEF came back and did a study later, as well as, like I said, Nobel Prize winning Paul Krugman. What they found is that a majority of these kids ended up in worse jobs that were more dangerous. A ton of them ended up in prostitution and sex trafficking, because the fact of the matter is that these people, as parents, are not monsters just because they're not from your pretty little white neighborhood. These parents still care about their children. The reason they put their kids in child labor is because they don't have enough fucking money to get through to the next thing. It's about survival. When people put their children in exploitative circumstances like that, where they might lose fingers and they're working at the age of 10, it's because of that. And as money goes up, what you almost always find is multiple children, and the older children are working in child labor, saving up enough money to give the youngest child an education so that nobody else in their family has to go through this again. And when you make child labor laws that don't work, what you're really doing is you're stealing opportunities from them and you're stealing their ability to pull themselves out of those problems. You want to solve poverty? We can talk about that. But child labor laws don't work. They only force people into sex trafficking and prostitution and more dangerous jobs. And it's your fucking privilege speaking every time you think these goddamn things work. They don't.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's go to Corey.
I'll try to be brief. But one thing I'll say is this is another good example of why no one should support animal agriculture. Not only obviously bad for the animals, but also bad for humans as well. As in not clearly bad for children, I think unanimous there, but also even bad for adults, the slaughterhouse workers, whereas if you look in the data in terms of the psychological damage that adult slaughterhouse workers experience, seems to be pretty bad. But all that to say, I won't speak to the point in terms of like child labor laws in developing countries. I can be like somewhat sympathetic to Scott's point there. I will be focusing on United States, where it's like, yeah, I would be in favor of child labor laws there because I think it's fair to say that the GDP per capita in the United States is higher than the threshold that Scott outlined. And yeah, like to Lactoid's point, do I think children, or rather people under the age of 18 should be allowed to work reasonable jobs? Yes, absolutely. Learning responsibility and work, all good things. But yeah, that should be, as Lactoid said, they should be reasonable. And I think there should be limits imposed, probably some sort of cap on the maximum number of hours that you can work. And like, yeah, actual child labor in the United States, I think there's not really any excuse for it. And the United States has the tools to abolish it. I'll leave it there for now.
So much. All right, Sproticus.
Yeah, so I think child labor should be allowed in a limited circumstance. I think that it depends on the job and the level of the job. So like that's gonna take the level of safety, certain other. Basically, a group of people much smarter than me would come up with what these levels mean and like where these levels would be. But essentially, it would be that like level of harshness of work, level of safety, et cetera, and so on. And then as they age up, they're able to get better and better jobs. And then I would also include that schooling must be provided up until the same grade that Amish can drop out of school. The Amish have a certain grade they can drop out of school. I forget which grade. I think it might be 7th grade. That they don't need anything higher than a 7th grade education or a 6th grade education. But up until 6th grade, that they would have to require, or up until 7th grade, they would have to require education to go along with the job.
So much, Don Champlu.
So when I was watching that documentary about the meatpacking plant and the workers that were there, the one of the things that stuck out to me was I heard them say they were undocumented. So it's going to be hard to really be able to verify somebody's age if they're undocumented. So with that in mind, that already is a problem outside of child labor. The fact that we have undocumented immigrants working in unsafe conditions, this could be connected to that. I see it as a connection point. I also see that the fact that that I guess conservatives or whatever political groups are pushing forward with these types of legislation are I think that maybe you could take it in a different direction and start to look at where are these companies holding a lot of their capital, and are they productive companies, and is the government fostering a proper environment for the free market to be able to behave itself essentially in certain respects. And I think that this child labor thing that is being pushed by these politicians is a way to avoid the obvious truth, which is that young people have a higher standard for their wage that they want, and even people my age and people older want more from their job, and I think that it's a conflict, and I think this is one of the solutions that people have come up with, and that's where I'll leave it.
Thank you so much. Ali, please.
So, I mean, in my city, my people I started working at like 13. Most people start working at 13. It's kind of by choice. You just want to have some money in your pocket. You're just walking around. You get some bullshit job, under the table work a lot. You work at your uncle's gas station or restaurant or whatever it is, and you're not getting paid checks. So it's these kids are still working whether the law is there or not. And obviously I agree with Scott in terms of just like getting rid of them. In terms of like the limiting for certain jobs, I feel like no one's going to hire a 15-year-old to be a bartender. No one's going to hire a 14-year-old in an oil rig, like that type situation. So I feel like maybe the limits might be with things like heavy machinery that you have to be 18 to even like learn how to use, or like, things where you're like serving alcohol. But other than that, I mean, if someone wants to work, they should just be able to work, whether it's providing for their family or not. If your family needs to be provided for and they can't work, your parents can't work, and you can work, I don't see the issue with you being able to, if you can.
And finally, from DB.
This is really unfortunate, but I mostly agree with Scott and Lactoid. I started working when I was like 13, right? Like all kinds of like random shit on the weekend. One job I had, they'd come around in a van, pick me up, and drop me off at some like rich neighborhood, and then we would go sell newspaper subscriptions to old people, right? And I get like whatever we sold, I got like I think like half of it, because they'd pay you like $20 up front for the subscription, and they give you like $10 per subscription. I'm pretty sure it was all a scam, right? It was like a pretty fucked up. And I saw a lot of people just steal the money, right? I saw the guys that were dropping us off just pocket a lot of the money, right? So pretty fucked situation. If there were more like above board, not just being paid in cash, I'm able to actually report the income, maybe that wouldn't be going on, right? So yeah, that's why I mostly agree with Scott. I think people get into this not just because the parents are like evil and they want to like force their kids to be like farm animals and shit, but because people need money, whether the family needs money or the kid just wants money. So he's like feels cool and is able to buy shit without asking his mom and dad. Let them do it if they can. Like I don't see it as a big deal.
Yeah. So there's a lot of agreement here, but I'm not sure. I don't think we all see this exactly the same. So I agree with like the cause of the problem, that like child labor is in the way, the exploitative way that we understand it, is a symptom. And the cure for all this is like making sure the parents have a certain standard of living. And so that they can provide for their kids. The kids don't have to work, because parents want their kids to get an education for the most part, right? They want them to get an education and want to have a better life than they did. So that's like a thing that parents want to do. And if we give them the tools to do that, then that's what they'll provide. But for specifically child like labor laws and protections, right? Like the protections that we have are for when we acknowledge that kids should be able to work. and that work is valuable for them. But once they're in the labor force, they are uniquely vulnerable, and they have other responsibilities, being school. And so we want to create an environment where they can work, they can earn some money, but not be exploited by their bosses, especially since they don't even know the laws, right? They don't know these things. They don't know how to advocate for themselves. So
wouldn't
that's
a
what.
f-
Go ahead.
wouldn't a 14-year-old whose employment is, assuming a 14, let's assume a 14-year-old is working a job somewhere, right, at a restaurant or something, um, and it's above board, right? So let's assume child labor laws at this point don't exist. What we have is simply the same laws that we have in terms of like OSHA regulations, safety, et cetera, et cetera. Like not ANCAP paradise, just no child labor laws,
I
same
get you.
system.
Yeah. Mhm.
It's right. Wouldn't it actually be less vulnerable to exploitation to have a 14-year-old whose employment is a condition that is understood by two parents whom they live with that are much older adults than, let's say, an 18-year-old or a 19-year-old that doesn't live at home with their parents and whose parents aren't a part of their employment contracts? Presumably, if you have children that can't consent, then a parent has to be there and be a part of those negotiations.
My parents mandated my hours at like the pizzeria that I worked at.
Yeah, that's nice, but like a lot of parents won't do that. Like the workforce, the labor force in general is filled with.
Right, I'm talking about the generality,
right? I hear what you're saying. You're saying that like if a person has guardians watching their back, right? Wouldn't they be able to help advocate for themselves in a way that like an 18-year-old on their
that's
own,
like a dumb kid still, right? Is way less like
there's a possibility. There's a possibility that that can be the case, right? But also, those parents are used to bosses abusing them, right? Violating their rights all the time. Like this can happen.
So they understand it. They understand where the lines are. They understand where the
Maybe they do. Lots of people don't understand labor laws, period, right? A lot of people don't know what their rights are within.
But wouldn't you assume that two parents and a child, and as a triangle, right, is going to be less likely to be exploited if three people, two of which are adults that are in their 30s or 40s, are involved in the contract than, let's say, an 18-year-old or a 19-year-old?
Sure. Let me say I can grant you that. But the chances aren't zero, and the consequences when it does happen can be disastrous. And so, along with the protection of those guardians, we should also have laws to help regulate this.
Right, but I would say that the risk is worse for 18, 19-year-olds. So the argument doesn't really hold still unless you want even more regulation for 18 and 19-year-olds in the workforce compared to
I
children.
do want more regulations for everyone in the workforce. You know that.
Sure. But what I'm saying is if the argument is that 14, 13, 15, 16-year-olds are more likely to be exploited, my argument, and it seems that you're accepting, at least in general, because laws are, generalities, there's always outliers, et cetera, is that an 18-year-old by themselves that is making employment contracts all on their own is even more vulnerable to whatever pretend exploitation may or may not occur. And so if children need these labor laws, then young adults need even more labor laws than children should have. And then the least regulated would be, adults that have like fully matured, like 25 and up.
I hear what you're saying, but children need, like school age children, like different labor laws, right? Like specifically allowing space for school, right? In a way that maybe like 18-year-olds don't. Did you say why?
Yeah, I'm just curious, like why? Like I'm against abolishing them, so I'm asking you to justify why a law should exist that restricts the rights of people.
Sure. Yeah. It shouldn't be the case that a child is working so much that it makes it difficult for them to actually complete school, right? It should be the case that we have protections like here's something maybe conservatives will like simply notifying the child of the parent that like violence has taken place within the workforce, right? Like there was within the job location, right? I believe it was Florida, and maybe I'm getting this story wrong, so if I am, I do apologize, but like I believe it's Florida where they push back against exactly those protections, saying that like, no, we don't need to make it mandatory to notify the parents that like there was a fight or a knife fight or something happened here in front of your child. Your child witnessed this violence. There are different protections that we should give to school age children, but I would agree that people 18 and up also need more protections, and I'm happy to provide them for them.
Right. So in the example that you gave, right, you gave an example of like, well, here's an example. In Florida, employers would be forced every time there was a violent altercation to engage in telling the parents that a violent altercation had occurred in some capacity. Right. I could see how employers might be. I would have to look at the law. Right. Obviously, it's a violation of their rights no matter what. But regardless, I would have to look at the law because it sounds like if your 16-year-old is working at McDonald's and there's like, half the people working at McDonald's are 16 and 17-year-old, and every time somebody gets in a fight or every time something trashy happens at a McDonald's, especially like one that's next to, I don't know, Waffle House, right? Then I have to go through and like you're demanding increased costs and increased revenue to inform them of some shit that happens at fucking McDonald's. Like it's forcing companies to and like what is the punishment for not informing? What if the parent can't get it? I'd have to look at it, but it seems like it could be overburdensome. But again, if the idea is that we must have
I don't see
like
the point in that anyway.
the question is we must need these protections. And the problem is that you're making the exact same argument that conservatives have been making about the drug war since Nixon. You're saying, I don't like a bad thing, therefore the government must be involved to stop bad thing. And the thing is that the government's not good at stopping bad thing.
Oh, okay.
The reason we don't have a bunch of child labor is that we don't have people poor enough that they need to do it.
Yeah, so the reason why I say that I think conservatives will like it, because conservatives, like, they make a big deal, I know, because I've talked to them, over their schools not reporting that their kid wants to use different pronouns, right? That's something that apparently, like, the parent absolutely must know. Of absolute importance that the parent know about this, right? Because that's their child and they know what's best for their kid, right? But violence happening in the workplace, which shouldn't be a regular thing, but even if it is, like, violence happening in the workplace, that's something, I don't know, that might be increased costs.
Those are two different
why would we
things.
do that?
Those
Why
are two
would
different
we make that effort there?
One is-
I don't get it.
Wait, hold on, wait.
Makes
So
sense.
I'm with you. I will agree that this is hypocritical and that the logic doesn't flow. The moment that you agree that we should mandate all children work in the workforce. All children must now work in the workforce. Now it'll be a similar situation in schools where you're forced to send your children to schools, right? And they have positions of authority over you. If I'm forced to give my kid a job at McDonald's and all children must work at McDonald's, then yeah, sure, we can use the same logic between the two of them. But the difference is that you can quit and that parents should be involved and that, like, you're not forced to do that. It's a voluntary interaction.
Okay.
But again, you're making the argument that they make about the drug war. It doesn't work.
I'll go to okay. So I'll go to Doobie and then I'll go to Lactoid.
So if there's an issue with like schooling, right? Them not getting good grades because they're tired from working all weekend or something. Like, wouldn't that just be an issue that you would deal with at that point? So if you're determined that the child is struggling in school because they're working, you'd probably bring in the parents, be like, hey, your kid is struggling. What's going on? Find out that they're working 10 hours a day on the weekend or some shit and they're too tired. So you would just have that conversation then, and that would be on the parents to force the kid to cut their hours. Right? Like, that seems like I don't see if there's any reason to disqualify or to ban all the other kids who could manage it just fine, right? If it's something that they need to do for their families or just something that they want to do.
Or if the kid just was doing bad in school already and the work isn't really affecting it.
Yeah, so one thing that I was gonna bring up, like, so if there is a kid whose parents are like just totally uninterested in what's going on at work, what's going on at school, etc., right? And these kids are potentially being exploited. These are also the kind of kids who are going to be very susceptible to like joining gangs and shit like this, right? So getting a job, getting some work experience might actually be the best way to go, right? So that when they hit the job market out of school, they don't need to deal with the issue that most 18-year-olds have, which is no fucking experience, no job history to lean on, right? That's taken care of, and they get a boost when entering the market as an 18-year-old.
Yeah, a friend. But like as I stated at the start, is that like I agree that. Maybe I didn't say this much, right? I agreed on the cause, but I didn't state that. Like I'm fine with children working.
Youth youth employment. The thing that you got mad at Republicans for using, what you're talking about is youth employment. Child labor is a specific definition that means
she didn't want to say the
abusing
word
children.
right? She didn't want to. I saw the clip. She didn't want to say the word children because it
The
looked bad
youth.
when she said the word children, and she was getting rid of child labor protections. And so but she kept like
Yes, she
accidentally
didn't want
saying
to
the word
invoke the
children when
thing
she was
in
saying
your mind
children.
that
So
that
it's
is
like
talking
it's
about
fine.
abuse as opposed to the
Yeah.
term that
No,
is.
but she said literally, these aren't children. That's what the word that came out. These aren't children. They're a youth workforce. No, they are children. They are children, and they deserve protections. But hold on, let me answer Doobie's question.
Okay, maybe.
Sure. To Doobie's question. Yes, I'm fine with kids working. Right? I'm fine with you working for the scam artists.
Minecraft is proof that the children yearn for the mines.
I also want
That's
to
true.
say I find it interesting that Doobie got the same split as like a Twitch subscription. 50-50.
Yeah.
True, my Cutco split was nothing near that.
What I thought, I think it's interesting. It's like all the different things that have made Doobie into the person that he is, right? Imagining this is one of
I'm still
those
listening, but I'll be right back. But I'm still listening to you guys talk shit. Okay, fuck you.
No problem. But to answer your question directly, so I'll give you an example. There was a mod here, part of my community, and Doobie will remember him, but I don't think anyone else here will. His name was Dancing Spoon. He is from England, and he was working at this bar with like a series of bars, right? Like under one company, one corporation. And he became like a manager of one of the local bars, right? But like the overall, the CEO, right? Complete fucking asshole. There were children working at this bar, but apparently, like them being there is legal. Fine.
Busboys.
But sorry.
They can be busboys, waiters.
Yeah. They can be but they were working a ridiculous number of hours. He told me this story. This is a few years ago, so I don't want to butcher it, but like a ridiculous number of hours. And they felt that they had to, right? And they felt like this was going to help them get ahead when all this guy wanted was to use their labor. And I don't know if they have like a lower minimum wage for children in the UK. I don't know about that, but maybe get savings for that, right? But they thought they absolutely had to. And my friend was like, well, no, you actually don't have to. He can't force you to do this. Like, these are your rights. But as children, they didn't understand that. You didn't understand that.
Mm-hmm.
So what kids need, right, is a structure that has them in mind, that protects them, and they have to know those rights too, right? That's another problem. But still,
what age are you referring to when you're saying children, though?
I don't understand.
Like,
I don't understand.
You're saying children. What
these
age?
Immigrants?
They weren't. No, as far as I know, they were UK.
So they're just like
How
normal
old were
kids. So if it was too much for them, could they not quit?
How old were they?
Did they think they would go to jail or something if they quit? I don't
I
understand.
can't hear how
They
old
lose
they
their
were.
job or they wouldn't go up. And I think 16 is what he's saying.
Yeah, 16, 17. Yeah. And they felt pressured. As far from my understanding of the story, right? And they felt pressured to do so. They wanted to work, right? And they were fine with working. They wanted to be there. But the hours they were asked to do, people were falling asleep, right? Like they were just like falling asleep. They're at the job because they're being so overworked. But like they literally didn't have to do that. And if bosses are simply allowed that latitude to ask for that, right? You can say that, well, you could just refuse, but especially kids are going to be especially vulnerable to that level of coercion, right? They don't know what is fair.
Orphans? I don't understand.
So are adults.
They're not orphans.
Why
would you think they have to be orphans?
But here's the thing, though.
I'm trying to understand.
We're talking about 16-year-olds.
16-year-olds
In America, they could do the same thing.
Like it doesn't make sense. Your example is that you have 16-year-olds that are being like exploited, right? And the exploitation is that the boss is telling them then they have to work. And then they go home to parents and being like, my boss says I have to work 30 hours. And then the parents go, oh, I guess you have to. It's impossible to quit. It's impossible to find another job and
ask for
you'll
less
go to
hours.
jail if you do. Like, I don't like it. Just doesn't make any sense to me. It sounds like a bullshit
Why
made up
do
story.
conservative brain people like not understand other people's circumstances? This is like the amazing thing, right? Like and we run up to this all the time, right? It's like, well, if they were my kid, right, and my kid came back and they told me about all these things, this is what I would do.
Hypotheticals.
I mean, I get that. I get that like you would be very involved with your child's life, that you would maybe step in, like maybe this might be a little too much. Maybe we should maybe renegotiate this or look into the laws or whatever, right? You would take steps. Understood. But not all parents do, and not all parents or kids communicate to their parents or whatever. There could be any an innumerable number of reasons why this was happening. But the fact of the matter is, at least the story was relayed to me, is that these kids didn't know that there was another option. That this was just what happened within the work.
Yeah, I don't buy it. Sounds bullshit. Sounds like a commie made up some bum shit.
Yeah, of course.
So my
teenagers
issue,
modern Gen Z kids are incapable of quitting a job.
Yeah, I know. No, exactly. Because you're conservative brained, and you literally can't look outside your circumstances. And this is the gift of being a leftist.
But the circumstances, you not knowing you can ask for less hours.
It sounds like bullshit.
Absolutely. Hold on. Yeah. Allie, let me ask you.
Sounds like bullshit.
Sorry, shut up.
Go
Allie.
Yeah.
Do you think at all, just to start with this, let's start off the base, like just like the bare minimum, that labor violations exist? Do you think that's a thing?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. What labor violations exist?
Do you want me to give like a whole list? I don't know.
Just give me like 2 or 3.
Unpaid wages. You can do unpaid overtime. You can overwork. You have to give a break every 8 hours. You have to have a mandatory 15-minute break or something like that.
Sure.
Yeah.
What if your boss says that? So you're saying the break, right? What if your boss says like, yeah, you don't get a break here, right? Like you're working 10, 12 hours and there's no break. Get back to work. Yeah. Right? What is that? What would you call that?
Illegal.
You would call that illegal.
What if?
Okay.
Yes.
What if you live? What if you live in a state?
But we understand. That those labor violations happen. You said they said they happen, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how do they happen in the first place? How did they not just happen one time and then never again? Because obviously the person would the worker would exercise their rights immediately. Correct? That's what happens. All workers exercise their rights immediately. So it's not like a one time.
I feel like most workers.
I'm not talking to you, Scott. Go ahead, hon. I'm not talking to you, Scott. Allie, is that the case, right? That there's never multiple cases of these violations because it just happens the one time and people state their rights. Is that the case?
No, usually people, fall into whatever their boss is asking.
Really? Okay,
Yeah.
Great.
Okay.
Well, this is where I'm going.
So-
It's not exploitation.
Okay, but that's it. I want it. I've been trying to get it for 4 fucking times. I want it.
Whoa. You guys must have made a mistake because I'm the one talking. When I'm talking, you all shut the fuck up. Thank you. Much appreciated. But I'll give space. So Allie and then Spartacus and Blacktoid. Okay.
So yeah, I feel like that.
But no, I just finished my point, right? So I'm just saying that my only point here is that children are even more vulnerable because they have less knowledge of the world, right? So they're more open to that level of exploitation because they don't even know what questions to ask, right?
So
do you agree? Do you agree with that? That they're more vulnerable, they have less knowledge, experience, and so these things can happen to them more often? Would you agree with that?
Sure.
Okay, great. That's all I needed. Thank you.
So so in terms of like you working a job when you're older, when you're maybe 19 and you don't have like an education behind you and you're working, let's just say as a waiter, and then the manager comes and asks you if you can cover a double or something like that, you're more likely to say yes because you don't want to maybe look bad or lose the job that you're working. When you're 15, 16, I'd argue that you have less worry about losing this job as it's not a high-skill job. You can get the same job anywhere, and you're probably aware of that. So if your boss is asking you to work a bunch of hours, you're probably up for it, and that's why you accepted those hours.
Why does? Sorry,
this is a situation these are situations I've lived in.
Impossible.
Yeah, I know.
It would be impossible to accept it without
once again, Ali,
I've lived it. Everyone has the same lived experience.
Everyone has the same experience.
Not everyone has the same, but it's
amazing. I lived it. No, Ali, no, we heard it. No, you lived it. So
I know.
so this must be like replicable across like the multi-millions of people who children within the workforce. No,
it should be.
I got it. You lived it. Got it. You loved it. No, that's fair. Sprouticus, go ahead, and then Lactoid.
Okay, so
get triggered, Prom.
So there's quite a bit.
I'm not. No, I'm just amazed that conservatives continue. Oh, sorry, he's not conservative. Sorry. That people have this mindset. They just can't look outside their perspective.
I'm sure we all have the same chemistry knowledge as me. I'm sure.
I'm sure.
That's my lived experience.
He lived.
Are there not things that are?
I know these. I know these.
Why don't you all know these things? If you have that gap in your knowledge, I feel like that's your fault.
Super easy when he did chemistry. It was super easy for the rest of you too, right?
I mean, if you have the gap in your knowledge that you are allowed to say, "Hey, I can't work 16-hour shift today,"
then you might be a child. Then you might be a child.
Why? Okay. Once again, why didn't I feel that? Why didn't most of the children we worked with didn't have to go through these things?
I know. It didn't happen. It didn't happen to you.
They say the globe's warming up, but it's cold where I am, so I don't know what the fuck that's.
It's actually really warm where I am, and it's quite disappointing. I need it to snow.
Let's go to Sprouticus.
So through the situation that you brought up, I don't know. I never heard any laws. What the break of violation was. They're 16 years old. I didn't hear a lot about like the factual evidence of the situation. It is more so just leaning into that this was a violation of law. I'm sorry.
They were working more hours than they were supposed to.
Okay. So the simple idea that this can only happen in Europe is absolutely insane. We have states. Wait 1 second. We have rights. Rights are only there when you affirm them. When you use them, that's the only time you have rights. You don't have rights unless you use them. Such as you have the right to remain silent. However, if you don't use the right to remain silent, what you say can be used against you in a court of law. But what I'm saying is that especially, and you can put your hand to your face, Fabian, as much as you want. I don't care. I'm getting to a point with this. But especially in states, I do know what rights are. Especially when states have the right to work. Don't have the right to work, but have it's the freedom. I forget what it's called, but basically where the employer can fire you at any point in time for any reason. That employees in those states are going to be much less likely to act negatively to the boss or to try and have any negative reaction with the boss whatsoever. So if you don't, if the boss says, "Hey, I need you to work at 16," and you don't stand up and go like, "Hey, this is against the law," or you don't push back afterwards, then nothing's going to happen because you will just work 16 hours, nothing got reported, and it just went straight down the line. Or they could just say, "No, I quit," and then nothing happens again. So what I'm saying is, unless you use these laws like as an affirmation to like, I don't have to do this, I have rights as a child, as a child worker, which again, when I say child work, we're talking 16, 17 years old. I'm not talking 5. Then that's the way it can go, and employers can still get away with this inside the United States. It's not like it's unheard of here either.
Okay.
So
let's go to our friend,
it's not exploitation.
Lactoid.
No rights have been violated. The only rights that were violated was the company's right.
Lactoid.
So I'm gonna activate commie mode, okay? And I'm gonna jump to Prime's defense here for a second, because I don't agree with everything he said, okay? But some crazy shit's being said, okay? And I actually, before you said it, Prime, I was thinking about the school example, which is that sometimes when children are placed in the charge of other adults, the parents should be informed if something bad happens, and the state also has an interest in making sure that something bad doesn't happen to the children, because they're children, they can't consent. I think the reductios here are pretty wild. There's all sorts of things we don't let children do without supervision, or we don't let them do at all, or we only let them do in specific circumstances because they're children, right? Whether it be interacting with other people, they might be sexually attracted to, whether it be what jobs they're working, whether it be and jobs jobs they're working, I think is like critically important here, right? The example we have here is a kid who was mangled in a slaughterhouse machine. All right, I'd say it's a little bit dangerous. Now, he wanted to say, well, they signed up for it. Well, sure, right?
They had little hands.
Little hands. They could like pick out like the little pieces of cow flesh. But like, let's imagine where this goes. Okay, the military is a job, right? What about that? What if we just have like an army of child soldiers, right? Well, it's risky, right? Well, okay, but they have parents. They have parents that can look out for their interests and decided that the National Guard or occupying Iraq was the best job title for little Timmy. No, it's fucking crazy. I'm not letting 12-year-olds. I don't care if they have parental permission or not. We're not having 12-year-olds occupy Iraq. It's not happening. Okay, as long as I draw breath, this will not happen. Okay.
But it's irrelevant. It's an irrelevant argument.
So let's say we legalize like eating cat meat, for example. Would you be comfortable with like a whole warehouse like full of like 35 like 11-year-olds just skinning cats all day? You think they'd be like a good, healthy psychological job? Let's say the parents even agreed to it. Is that okay? Is that okay for children to do that?
So when you say okay, there's an impetus that all statists have.
Permissible.
All statists have, which is they connect morality with what the state can legislate, right? So I wouldn't say that's a good thing. I would say that child labor is not a good thing. Having 11-year-olds working in general doesn't appear to be a good thing. It's bad, right? So then the question is why are these children working in that situation? Yes, it obviously must be allowable because it's a violation of rights to not make it allowable.
It just is. It's a violation of rights to say, sorry, you can't have a warehouse full of 50 11-year-olds skinning cats all day for a living.
Yes, it is a violation of rights.
Why is it a violation of rights?
Because the parents are guardians of the will of the children, right? Who do not have the capacity to consent in this, but the parents do. And in that domain, it is not the state's ability to stop parents from putting them in skinning cat factories any more than it is to stop children from working in the ready-made garment industry. Is it good? Do I support it? Do I want it?
Hold on.
No.
Okay, I got the ultimate bullet, and there's no way you're gonna bite this.
It's not the ultimate bullet.
No, I have the multiple. I haven't shot it yet. This is the ultimate bullet. There's no way you'll bite this.
I already know what you're gonna say.
Okay, explain the answer then.
Child strippers, right?
Yeah, sure. The parents consent to it. What's wrong with that? Or sorry, what should it be illegalized?
The parents cannot consent to something that is provably against the emergent properties of the will of the child. Now, you
like
might be able to make
cats in a factory all day.
I mean, like it would be great. I don't know that you.
It's not great. They're skinning cats in a factory for 12 hours a day. This is not great. This is a reductio I'm giving you.
Shut the fuck up.
Not even good for adults, by the way, either.
Shut the fuck up. What you're doing is you're testing libertarian philosophy and then screaming over the questions of it, not the question of morality or immorality. I've already stated it's immoral and that I don't want it to occur. What we're testing now is it aggression? Therefore, do you have the right to use violence to stop the factory workers and to keep parents who might be starving to death from putting their children in this factory? Is it okay that some parents starve to death and that their prospects are that their freedom and their right to live is limited in some capacity, right? And can I use guns and violence to stop and to intentionally starve the parents in lieu of this situation? What I don't know. I don't think that you can. I don't think it's inherently an act of aggression that's against consent. Whereas sexual abuse obviously is.
Obviously.
Is it? Well,
I'm not so.
Okay, well, I'm curious. One last question. Yeah, I'm going to ask you about the data. Let's say the data demonstrated that like your average like slaughterhouse worker had like worse psychological outcomes than your average stripper. Let's just say. I don't know if this data exists, but let's just say.
That's probably true.
I mean, so first of all, psychological harm is not the only harm that we're considering when you're talking about taking away virginity and physical damage. That
You're right. Getting wrapped up in a machine, getting mangled up in a machine is another potential risk, right?
Yeah, that's a potential risk. Whereas when it comes to abuse, sexual abuse, that is a guaranteed thing, right? So I mean, like, I can potentially die in the car drive to any fucking job. It's a
Sure.
potential risk that it's actually like one of the most likely ways to fucking die,
Right.
right?
But the
But
child
that doesn't mean
stripper,
that we restrict a child's right to work at McDonald's because car accidents.
Okay,
occur,
the
right?
child stripper,
Talking about
though, right?
definitive things.
Right, the child stripper, like, there's no guarantee that harm is going to come to, like actual physical harm is going to come to this child, right? We're really just concerned about the psychological harm, aren't we?
In terms of males, there's no specific 100% guarantee. There is a guarantee 100% in terms of, if you read Ian's theory of rights of children, right? That by taking the virginity of a female, that you have irreparably changed the physical nature of the body, right? So if in that regard, it is 100% guarantee.
Well, I mean, if you're
the lecture's not talking about that.
Psychological.
He never brought that up.
Psychological.
He's just talking about stripping. Can't touch the strippers.
First of all,
right. We're just talking about
incredible
strippers.
statement.
Yeah.
I love it. But
yeah,
you fundamentally
Well, I
alter
mean,
her
if you're
DNA.
testing,
yeah. But
no. I mean, you're testing this. Like I've already said, it's already immoral. It's not something you want to do. The question is, can you use aggression? Right? You can use aggression in something that you know is child abuse, something that you know the adult would not, the adult version of said child would not have consented to. It's more difficult the further you get away from trauma, right? It is an asymptote. It is a difficult thing to do, and it does come down to, and people don't like this because they just go, degeneracy. I have the right answer, but there is, like, the further, like, cat skinning, right, is probably traumatic, but it's in a gray area where it's difficult for me to understand.
So,
right? Like, working at
thing.
McDonald's could be traumatic,
right.
For a 13-year-old.
So I don't disagree.
Screaming at them.
The reason I'm screaming. Okay, here's why I'm screaming. I don't disagree.
They might get screamed at McDonald's.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah, that sure. I worked at Subway. This happens for sure. Yeah, people are crazy.
Yeah.
Undoubtedly.
Right.
Yeah, no doubt. Okay. I don't disagree with the principle of how we're, like, reaching, like, certain conclusions, like the actual method. You're showing the work, and the work I don't disagree with, in the sense of, we are concerned with because children can't consent, right? We're making decisions for them, and we're always concerned about their well-being, right? There is a certain level of well-being that we are mandating, like, through the power of the state. You would agree, even in some circumstances, mandating through the power of the state, that even if parents agree.
Well, no, I would never agree that the state has a right to do anything or exist.
Just
Okay.
keep going.
Sure. You agreed before in favor of laws against child prostitution, and that is a law that is the power of the state criminalizing a particular activity.
Yeah.
Even if the parents agree,
until
right? Such a time in which we abolish the state, et cetera, et cetera. Right. But
exactly.
until then, we want to make that illegal, right? And so, I guess where, like, the difference here is that, you're on this end where skinning cats is like a gray area, right? So, like, your evaluation of this, I think, is very skewed, perhaps to like really only see, like, pretty egregious violations as action worthy, which is fair.
Yes, you have to prove.
Sure.
You have to prove it when you violate rights.
Right. I don't disagree with
aggression.
you. I don't disagree with you. The problem is, like, slaughterhouse, like, fast food working. That's another thing. I'm fully on board with that. But, like, slaughterhouse working, or, like, in the military, or like working as a commercial fisherman, or logging, or, like, the kind of jobs where not only, like, first of all, slaughterhouse specifically, like, there is lots of evidence to demonstrate that it's not psychologically good for you, right? There are negative psychological aspects, and there's physical, the level of physical risk for me.
Yeah, it's immoral. I said it's wrong.
Well, no. It's not only immoral. For me, it rises to the point of actionable, right? If a child is subject to the risk associated with commercial fishing, I would come in and say that is an unacceptable risk for a child to consent to with their own life and their own well-being. I will put a stop to this. This will not happen on my watch.
Sure. But the problem is, the problem is, and again, the major problem that you're not dealing with, I'll wrap it up super quick because I'm just going to reiterate my opening point, is the unintended consequences and the ability of the state to actually do so. We're talking about real children working in the meatpacking industry. Why does that occur? It's because we have child labor laws, and it's because we have immigration laws. The government's laws caused this fucking problem. That's why people are in these areas where they're more open to quote unquote exploitation, because they're in an illegal market where they can't have the protection of the government because they're undocumented kids doing things illegally instead of doing things out in the open.
All right, carrot and stick. We get rid of those laws, and then we also put laws saying no children skinning cats all day.
Fair enough.
I'm saying I might agree with that, right? Like it's pretty fucked.
So we'll
it's hard for me to do that.
I want to deal with that point later on. I want to go to my friend down on Champloo, but I just want to state this: that like we're like I guess only pretending here that sexual abuse, like or sexual interactions with a child, are problematic. But I know my friend Doobie has told us many times about leftists making the argument that hey, like kids might have inherent sexual rights. And that might be something, and maybe it's not so bad. That's a leftist take, but like I don't know. But we can't. I'm just saying that there are some people who say otherwise.
It's not called sexual rights. It's called sexual citizenship.
Sexual citizenship. Thank you. I mean, that's the thing that some people are saying. So I don't know.
It's fucking disgusting. Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, the science isn't in, so I mean, I can't be sure.
Oh no, the logic is, and the left doesn't understand what rights are.
Don Jamflu, please.
No, I honestly, Prime. I was gonna ask Scott a question, but him and Lactoid kind of really got into it, and that kind of fleshed it out a bit more. Which was, and my just to kind of be quick about it. When you said you proposed a system, right, where children would have the most protection, and then as the age rose, it seemed like proportionally the rights would then lessen, right? Or the structure that helped them or protected them would lessen as they got older. And my thoughts are like, in my mind, you have a completely different view of how I would even like approach that problem. Because for me, it's like, number one, adult workers deserve those rights. So they deserve the right to be informed about their job, to be informed about the risks that they're taking. They shouldn't be put in situations with machinery that isn't safe, right? You should have maybe tighter regulations on the machinery that's used in these places. Like this kid getting ground up in the fucking whatever it was. Maybe there were some oversights that were made. Maybe things of that nature. So
the fact that he's not 32.
No, I mean, here's the thing, right? This is an extreme case, and that kid shouldn't have been working that machinery. He's not an oversight. But I'm talking about more of a mechanical. No, mechanical oversight, like a But I get what you're saying.
It's such a lawyer statement, by the way. It was small oversight. He was actually 16, not 32. My bad.
Yeah, just a quick thing. We got a super chat from a person called Anana Space Miss.
Anonymous.
Anonymous. But anyway, thank you, whoever you might be. It's $2, and they said the parents can be greedy also. Thank you for being so kind as to super chat your first time super chatting here on the channel off that $2. Nice. And that $2 was worth more than those Canadian $10. Thanks so much. But yeah, you can respond.
Can I say something to Don? I mean, Don, I don't disagree that people, like even adult workers, should be made aware of risks in their industry. But you would agree that like children are uniquely kind of dispositioned here because even if you explain the risks to a child, they are just not of the age to be able to like adequately comprehend and consent to those risks. So, like, you can't remove all risks from a job, right?
No, they don't even. Yeah, they don't. I heard it was like some psychologist said that when you're at a certain age, you can't even really conceptualize the idea of like danger, really. So you can't even really be safe in an environment like that when you're a child. So I'm in agreement there. Keep going. I'm in agreement there.
Cool. Yeah.
It was just more to this. It was more to the strata that Scott created. It was more to the strata that Scott created that I was interested because he created these levels that the humans as we grow we need to I don't know. I felt like what that could mean is that when you're an adult, I don't know what your level of rights that you believe, Scott, that workers should have in certain environments are, but it seems to me like you're on the side of less worker rights as opposed to more.
No, I'm on the side of actual rights. You're on the side of creating things that aren't rights and calling them rights, which are actually rights violations.
Fair. Okay.
Right. So like
Okay.
you're arguing for what is known as positive rights, right?
Okay.
There are negative rights and there are positive rights. Negative rights means that you have a freedom from something. So, for example, the freedom of speech in the United States is a right that is a negative right, which is that the government can't come in and tell you what you can and can't say, right? So that's a negative right. Or, for example, I have a right to my property not being damaged by an aggressor, right? So if someone wants to come in and burn my house down, right? I have a right that not be done, right? I have a right to not be assaulted, etc. What you're talking about is positive rights. So the right to health care or workers' rights. What you're saying is that you can have a right to other people's labor, or that other people can have their ability to engage in consensual contracts restricted by the government and told they're not allowed to do things, so that you can have what is presumed to be a right. And what I'm saying is that your rights can't, by definition, take away someone else's right to do something.
I wouldn't.
They're not rights.
I could see where that could be assumed by what I said, but I was more speaking on the from the side of the company, right, and what they ought do in the free market and how they should behave. So it's not necessarily that okay, well, presumably we do. So
no, we don't. You can't have a free market with taxation and with a central bank. No, this is a mixed market economy that is part capitalism, part socialism.
I won't even argue with you on that. My thing is from the side of the corporation and how they ought behave in the market, right? I believe that it's not about a human's right. You won't get me on that because I don't need to bite the bullet of rights or no rights. I just believe that for the betterment of the market and other industries that this company is subject to and others are subject to it, right? It doesn't exist in a vacuum. This company has suppliers, it has customers, it has other people that operate in the market, and they are this is essentially like a collective. And I think that the government does have a place in regulating how certain companies behave, especially because those behaviors can affect other. What's the bullet?
You just bit the bullet by saying that the government has a right to stop them from doing it to protect other people. You just said that those positive rights do exist. You're saying I don't have to bite the bullet that these positive rights exist, but the government is allowed to use violence and the IRS and taxation and whatever means necessary to stop companies from engaging in the behavior that I don't like, because these workers presumably have something that is protected by the government that stops the business from engaging in that consensual behavior. I agree with you that it is probably a moral good to inform employees about violence. It is probably a moral good and economical good, and good for business to do the best that you can to have workplace safety, right? And work with insurance companies and work with businesses, et cetera, to try and make your workplace safe. And especially when it comes for kids, because there are obvious additional concerns there. But the moment that you say the government has a right to use their guns to enforce these things, and they must do these things or else, you have become the Hugo Chavez on the billboards that says or else. Right? You have become the universal language speaker of violence, that no matter what language you speak, I can pick up a pipe and gesture it at you, and your monkey brain immediately knows, or else I'll beat you over the fucking head with this pipe. And I say that's wrong.
So you believe that a corporation's rights are equal to that of individual humans' rights? Are they the same?
I think a corporation is not a person. I think the individual that
they're worth more, actually.
Yeah. No, I disagree. Corporations aren't people. People own companies. Corporations are a weird thing because they're like, they exist because of government protection, right? The idea that like the idea that like a CEO or an owner can own 51% of a company, 49% of it is public. The government then regulates fiduciary responsibility with like the 49% of shares because of some other shit. And at the same time, if they poison everybody with their product, they're not personally liable. And Purdue Pharma gets to, I don't know, to poison the entire country and then run away to their fucking villas in Italy is like in and of itself, the existence of corporations as they stand is a rights violation. But like the individual business owner that owns a business has a right to engage in consensual contracts with their employees as they see fit. And you have a right to refuse if you don't like your contract.
Sure. I don't want to go.
But there was the case.
Sorry. We're gonna go farther into what's happening. If we're gonna,
yes, you have discovered the secret. I am here to proselytize.
Yeah,
always.
So you're just learning that our friend is anarcho-capitalist. So that's there. That is.
Don't hide it.
And he doesn't hide it.
He doesn't yellow and black flag. Just to be fair,
he wears it on his sleeve, right? But so I just want to
sign behind him. If you look very closely,
Property is.
But yeah, so so child. Let's pull it back to child protections, right? And should they? I want to say something. I actually did want to say something else to Scott before I brought everyone else in. You're just so fascinating, Scott. But this is to others as well, right? Like, Scott, you have said like the source of these kids in the workforce, right? We're not going to call it child labor. These kids in the workforce.
No. Children under the age of 16 working in illegal meatpacking industries and getting ground up in them. That's fucking child labor.
Okay. Fair enough. So the source of this child labor is the immigration laws, and you blame something else. I forget what it was. But I would say, and it's when we're talking about child labor, it's not just non-citizens, right? But non-citizens are a target because they are even more of a vulnerable population.
Yeah, American citizens just make enough money to where they don't put their kids in child labor for the most part.
Agreed, right? So is this not an argument for the minimum wage? Is this not an argument to say that, hey, like, we want to create a society where these things don't happen, right? If we don't want the laws dealing with the symptom, then sure, let's deal with the cause. The cause, as I agreed at the very start, is that parents don't have enough to take care of their kids, so they send their kids out into the workforce. So let's make sure that they have enough, right? Let's make sure that the parents of these children from foreign countries, right, have are paid enough so that they can stay in their own countries, that they don't have to come here looking for better opportunities. Let's change our foreign policy is when we interact with them, our trade policy. Let's give these of them resources and not knock over their governments when they decide to be leftist. I don't know. Let's try these things.
Also,
then we can.
I don't like that last one. That I don't.
We can staunch the immigration flow, and here, right? Parents wouldn't be pushing their kids to do dangerous things if they were paid enough.
Yeah, I'll be super quick. So number one, it's not an argument for minimum wage because that's not how minimum wage works. Minimum wage doesn't actually change the value of labor. All it does is a small temporary fix until the market adjusts and causes inflation. And also by doing so, by creating a price floor, right? We can just know this from from praxeologically. We don't even need data to know that this is just true because it must be true if human action is true. I won't walk through the logic of that, but if you ever want to, you can come talk to me and I will. And so we know for a fact that when you create a price floor, that you are creating an incentive that is going to push some jobs out of the market. And when you push some jobs out of the market, jobs that are not worth what the minimum wage is, what you then do is you add additional people into the workforce, which means that the workforce is now more competitive. And as it is more competitive, that changes the supply and demand equation, and it actually undervalues those that are the poorest. Minimum wage is a trick from rich socialists that keeps the poor poor and doesn't actually help anybody. The second thing in terms of immigration, I agree that we have been using a broken compromise between two different types of dumb socialists, the Democrats and the Republicans, for years now that makes no goddamn sense. And there is a much, much easier way to fix this, which is that we should allow any immigrant that wants to come across the border to be required to have a sponsor. And if they have a sponsor, that sponsor is in charge of everything financially. And if they don't pay their fucking debts, that sponsor has to pay their debts. And if that sponsors an NGO or some leftist organization or even just some right wing charity organization because they're Cubans or whatever, I don't fucking know, right? They can pay those debts if there is a problem, and then absolutely zero welfare for those people in any way, shape, or form. And then yeah, what you will see is that you will see productive workers come in that are here that want to work with no limitation, and you'll see people that aren't productive workers stay in fucking Guatemala.
Sure. Okay. I'll have to deal with that some other day. But thanks so much for that. All right. But to the rest of you, because I do want to draw you in. But no, thank you for responding. Like, so we're not talking because we all seem to agree that we want there to be a path for non-exploitive work by youths, right? So we seem to be on that wavelength. But do the rest of you agree? We know where Scott is. That
I want what you define as exploitive work to be done. Yes.
Child protection laws. Do you guys agree that should be a thing? What should those things? What should those laws look like, if any? All right. So, Doobie, you got an idea? Well, Ali, maybe if you have an idea, I want to hear from all of you.
I think I'm mostly okay with the way that they exist now. I mean, so I don't know about the rest of the country, but in California, there are regulations about like what hours they can work during the week when they should be in school. There are regulations as far as the types of employment they can have. So, for example, they wouldn't be able to work in a chicken plant, right? But they can work, washing dishes at a restaurant or something. Yeah, like shit like so. Yeah, there are regulations around that sort of thing, and I think they kind of vary by age, and I'm fine with that. And again, if there's an issue with like school attendance or like issues with grades or whatever, I feel like all that can be handled, case by case. When that happens, okay, we figure out what the issue is. If the issue is work, then they need to cut back on the work. That seems fine. I think the current system actually works pretty well in that regard.
Okay, fair enough. So then you would be against. I'm not sure how much you read into this. I'm not sure how much time you had, but would you against what was happening in Florida with them weakening the laws?
I don't know the specifics of how they're weakening the laws.
Okay.
So I need to look into it more.
Fair enough. Ali?
Yeah, I'm typically good with the way things are. I'm okay with them loosening the laws in terms of like if a 14-year-old wants to get a job at a pizzeria or like a fast food place. Obviously, like I said, heavy machinery, serving alcohol, things that like just you need a certain level of age or skill to like work and you shouldn't be able to do,
Okay. Do we have general agreement here, right? So Don, Sprouticus, Corey, Lactoid, well, Scott's a special case as always, my special flower. Do you guys agree that we should have child protection laws in general?
Yeah, I'm sort of in favor. So I'm definitely lean towards.
I'm on board with that. What are you talking about?
Like a minimum age, as in like, so I'll use my province as an example. Like Quebec, generally, like the minimum age to work is like 14. Like there's some exceptions that you can start working less than the age of 14, but I think those like very like niche exceptions. I'm like, yeah, I'm still for minimum wage, but I guess we'll fight that out some other time. I'm like, yeah, as you increase in age, like pretty much, yeah, it should be restricted to, as been already outlined, like menial labor, or obviously like office work. I'm not opposed to that, although it's hard for me to imagine a 14-year-old doing office work, but I'm sure it can happen. And like, yeah, and as Lacto put out, like your options expand as you age.
Okay. Yeah. So does everyone else, Don, Sprout, Lacto, do you agree with that basically?
I had something I wanted to mention just to because this is something I was thinking about the child labor stuff, is like child actors, for example. Like, yeah, fucking 8-year-olds, 5-year-olds, all of them are technically working. They have a job. And you might also have a family restaurant, for example, and you might have your 12-year-old son or 12-year-old daughter working behind the cash register, for example. These are things that I think we should allow. I think that to get in the way of that is fucking stupid. But I also think that when it gets to the more extreme stuff, we gotta have some rules in place. So.
But child actors is
I feel like child actors might be the most exploited and abused.
Yeah, I'd agree with that actually.
Yeah.
I never said no. I didn't say I agree. I said I agree with the family restaurant. I said I wanted to bring up child actors. I'm saying that we allow it. We don't really
What about family YouTubers?
Wait, no, to be clear,
I think we should allow child actors.
Child actors are like one of like the most regulated.
Oh,
in the child workforce. Like they have a whole list of protections,
and with the most of abuse.
Okay.
These regulations don't work.
Oh God, Scott. I
don't know if it's true that they have the most abuse, right? They probably have the most potential for like lifelong issues, right? You're thrust into the spotlight, and even if there's no abuse from the employer or the producer, or whoever the fuck, you're not getting like molested or something. There might be some impact on your psyche, on your life long term because you were thrust into the spotlight.
100%. Thank you, Tibby. You did
I have a question.
Job with that.
So they handle a lot of molestation
I'm just saying that,
too.
like, they have a whole list of regulations in terms of when they can work, how long they can work, what days, and how much schooling they can get. Like, there's like after I think there was like a whole incident, a series of incidents with like child actors being hurt. Like there was a list of reforms that were pushed through. So child actors are very much under these protections, these laws, and I think that's a good thing. Right, but Ali, you want to say something?
I was gonna say, well,
if only they worked
with like family YouTube channels. If the kid is being used and the kid isn't getting paid, do you see that as exploitation, or is that just your kid is just being on family videos?
In fact, that's
you're probably exploiting your kid.
I was actually asking Scott. I didn't know how he where he would land on that.
Yeah, I mean, so it would depend. I would have to look at it a case by case basis, right?
Yeah.
Because like ultimately, the way that I'm viewing children is that I'm viewing children, anyone under the age of 18, kind of the same way that you would view like a will if your uncle died, right? So let's say your uncle died and he has a will, his last will and testament, and he leaves you a bunch of money, right? We respect the fact that we respect his last wishes. And this is like a thing we must expect. Now imagine if that will took 18 years to decipher. It was in a coded like language, and it took us 18 years to get it. As we go, as the child gets older, more and more of their will, their desires as a person becomes understood. Right? A 14-year-old is able to express more of what it is that they want in their life than a 10-year-old or an 8-year-old, right? Like a 6-year-old is like, I want to eat Captain Crunch. And it's like, well, they might at 6 want to eat Captain Crunch, but like they don't want to be a fat fuck with health issues at 18 because their parents fed them nothing but Captain Crunch, right? And so that's kind of how I view it. And so there's this sliding scale of you never actually know what their will is until they're fully an adult. But as they age, you kind of get an inkling of what they want. And it is the parents that are a guardian of this will. They don't own children. The child is an individual with their own rights, but they're placed in care of this child because the child isn't able to fully express their will. It's only being translated. So that's the analogy that I use in basically all of these circumstances is doing the best that a parent can to ensure that their will when they turn 18, which is the age of majority in America, are they doing the best that they can to protect that? And are they egregiously violating that? And sometimes it's really hard to know, but when you permanently damage their body, for example, or you put them in serious risk of doing so, that is very clearly against their will, right? Like if you cut off one of their fingers because you have Munchausen syndrome by proxy, that is very clearly child abuse and against their will.
Well, I was thinking about it. If you have like a family YouTube channel, your kid is like 6, 5, 4, whatever, and you have them plastered, and then by the time they turn 18, they're just like they're celebrities in their own right, but they don't want to be celebrities. They didn't want that, but that just happened.
Right.
And also, I don't know.
And
If
so
they,
I think in
and-
extreme case, the
Yeah.
kid might be able to sue the parents after.
Yeah,
that.
so that's what I was saying, 'cause,
especially
like-
if the parents made millions off of their likeness and image, and
That's-
did
I don't know if
something
they're
that
gonna
like
pay
the
the
kid
kid,
wouldn't
yeah.
have wanted to do. Yeah.
Well, it's there's recent laws that are going through that there's so much that has to go back into a basically an escrow account that is there for when the kid turns 18.
I don't know if that's
so
the
now
case
there's
for YouTube. Like if you're
that
just a YouTube
it's the
channel
case.
and-
It's the case when it comes to large amounts of money. Yes, when it comes to small amounts of money, I don't see anyone going to a court when they turn 18 because their parents made $15,000 off a YouTube video, off a YouTube channel.
That would be
when they were
arguing
younger.
if the child was the YouTuber. I'm saying if it's a family channel, the
I'm
child
saying
is just
if
a
the
part of
family
that.
made $15,000, I don't see anyone going to the court asking where's my $2,000 that I was supposed to get from my parents because they had a YouTube channel. And that's
I'm
being
obviously
generous,
talking
saying
about,
they
like-
made $15,000 off of it.
I'm obviously talking about more successful channels. Like I'm not talking about like.
And I said, like I said, when it
What's her
becomes
name?
more successful, yes, I don't know where that line gets drawn, but it's not a $15,000 YouTube channel. When it becomes more successful, yes.
But the heart.
What is that girl's name? That Carly that was in or whatever, the blonde girl.
Samantha Ray,
Yeah.
whatever. Yeah, from iCarly.
Yeah, like where her parents basically like completely
Jenna
fucked her over.
McCurdy?
And like
Jenna McCurdy.
Yeah,
Wow,
yeah,
I
and
went
like and like the producer basically just wanted to see her feet the entire time, and was like a pervert, and was like she basically and she walked away with basically nothing because her parents blew her entire fortune.
Yeah. But the thing you're bringing up with YouTube is a really interesting question.
Yeah.
And that came up during the Ruby Frankie incident that's happening as we speak, right? Where
what's that?
Ruby
Yeah,
Frankie?
I actually posted that story in the Discord
Frankel
of like
or Frankel, maybe right? Ruby Frankel.
no, yeah, you have it right, Ruby Frankie, where like pretty much it's a really bizarre and wild story where it's like this parent,
Oh, yeah.
like their whole YouTube channel is devoted to like good parenting advice. Turns out they're abusing their children their whole time. And like I posted this story in the Discord chat where like they plead guilty, no surprise. And I think they got like a pretty massive following. I think probably millions of subscribers and probably made millions of dollars. And like all under the guise of like good parenting and this how to parent healthily, and they've been abusing
Guys, they were like straight up abusing them, like straight up on video, like straight up video.
I never watched any of the videos.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
but I'm just saying, like,
it's like
I
a new
saw-
form of Munchausen's by proxy, right? Like it's like
Yeah.
a parasocial kind of like social media Munchausen's by proxy, like being the hero that's having to deal with
Yeah.
a difficult child, but they're abusing the child, but online instead of like in person.
But like this idea, but basically what I wanted to get to is like, is there harm, right? And then if there is harm, then a person's legal brain, like our friend Lactoid, can find a way to sue someone, right? So first you have to establish the harm. So like, for these YouTube channels, as the Ruby incident was talking about, like they're not regulated. Like there's a lot of like stardom happening here, in the way that would happen in movies, right? And they're under a lot of the same pressures, and sometimes, and they don't have any producers, any outside third parties doing it. It's their families doing it, which makes it even worse. But like the idea that you don't even like, what if that kid doesn't want to participate, right? Like you're talking about money. Okay, what if they didn't make a lot of money on the channel? But what if that doesn't matter? Like, what if that kid went viral, right? And a video that their parents put up, they didn't consent to, and that's just like part of our cultural lexicon forever of them doing some weird ass shit, right? Is there harm there? Can you sue? I don't know.
I think psychological harm is a lot harder to.
But you can't. In that case. In that case, you cannot sue based on if you've like interacted with it as an adult. I know that because there was a recent lawsuit, and I say recent, it could have been in the last couple of years, where the kid from the Nirvana album cover tried to sue Nirvana or Nirvana's estate, saying that this is child exploitation, etc., and so on. And then it comes out in the court case that he had like reproduced the picture 3 or 4 times throughout his adulthood, and it was literally just being done for money. So like when it comes down to it, if you like actively participate in it later on as an adult and then go back and go, wait, no, that was wrong way back there, it doesn't work like that.
No. For that case specifically, right? I think like even as an adult, he was like specifically saying how much this meant to him, and like actively saying this was a great thing in his life. And then later on, as an adult, he decided, oh yeah, this is a harm to me, and I'm suing, and it was complete bullshit. Agreed, right? But I think it's different if we're talking about a child who never wanted to actively participate. I mean, like, what does that mean when your parents are telling you to do a thing, right? And they've run your whole life. And
it doesn't even matter if the child wants to do it, right? We also have to recognize that, as we've said throughout the night, that like children are not they're not able to consent. That doesn't mean you can't have that both ways, right? If the child is saying yes, it is also the parent's duty to be careful in the way that they manage that, right? And so it could be that the child is enthusiastic about it, right? And then and like the child is, let's say the parents are doing some type of family thing, and the parents are constantly telling super embarrassing stories about the kid, but the kid is young, and the kid is young, and the kid is mildly famous, so they're not really understanding the context of the internet having really embarrassing stories about them with millions of views out there, so that when they're 22 and a girl Googles them because they tried to go on a date, and it's like the worst, most embarrassing, or like maybe even problematic things, right? That are like that their parents did, where it's like the parent should know better than to like not do that, or you know what I mean? Like things. So I mean, like, so even if the kid wants to do a thing, we have to recognize that the kid doesn't necessarily want it. And so this is actually why is very similar to the libertarian solution for transgender healthcare for children. I know it's a spicy topic, but that is my opinion, is that I disagree with the conservatives that want to ban HRT for kids. I think it's fucking wrong. I think it's a rights violation. But what I would say is, I think D-trans people that are 19 years old ought to be able to go to the fucking doctors that operated on them and their parents and the psychologists and say, you didn't do your fucking job in making sure that like this is what I actually needed. You gaslit me into thinking this. You didn't appropriately realize that I only had gender dysphoria 6 months before I came to you, which isn't persistent, consistent gender dysphoria. And now I have medical bills as a D-trans person for the rest of my life. So fuck you, I was a child, I couldn't consent. And then suing the fuck out of those clinics. And then the clinics, knowing that that lawsuit is a thing, would then change their behavior and be like, yeah, we don't give out HRT like candy. We make I want to see your fucking Facebook post from when you're 2, when like I want to see persistent, consistent gender dysphoria for like 10 fucking years. And that would actually bring us back to what we had before, which was that people that were gender dysphoric for like 10 fucking years got HRT, not fucking girls that one of their friends fucking came out and then they were non-binary the next fucking week.
Yeah. Lactoid, I want to, since you're a resident lawyer, and I unreasonably ask you your legal opinion on all kinds of parts of the law. So, like, now, celebrity labor law, something you're very familiar with, I'm sure. But yeah, like, what are your thoughts on this, like, YouTube mess, right? Like, because I think it's a real tangle here. Like, parents like being the producers and the directors and all that, right? And putting their child, like their child can be on camera a lot, right? And their family's income could rely on their child doing wacky things and shit, right?
And they could not receive any of that income.
And there's that part.
There's not a guaranteed escrow with YouTubers.
Yeah,
like there is for like actors.
But you can turn around and sue them still.
And beyond that is the idea. Even if they're sharing the money though, but they didn't want to do it in the first place. And they suing them afterwards. Like, what do you think of things like that?
So, okay, As to what the law is currently, I'm not 100% sure. I doubt there's any laws. I doubt there's anything on this.
I don't think there aren't.
When I was 10 years old, right? My dad forced me to do karate for like fucking 6 years. Can I sue him when I turn 18?
This is exactly what I was going to go. This is where I was going to go, which
I think
a slippery slope. Yeah, it is a slippery slope, and this is why I'm only comfortable with like this system if there is not just if something bad happens to any particular individual, but if like the person in charge had reason to believe or reason to think that getting you involved in this activity as a child would be negative and have deleterious effects, right? I think there are probably a lot of parents who get their kids into acting because they genuinely think it's good for the child. They probably like, this is like, my kid's finally going to become a fucking star. This is incredible. And I don't think it's unreasonable, like if they start seeing a lot of money come in and maybe money going into a trust account for the child, which I think should probably be required, legally speaking. But for them seeing this and then saying like, look, I'm setting my kid up for success. This is incredible. For then the kid, like if it wound up, it didn't work out for them and they get fucked up as an adult and then they go back and sue. Like just like what was just said, like the slippery slope is like, okay, I burned myself on the stove at McDonald's. My parents made me get a job or said I can get a job. I'm suing them. It's like, well, okay, like there's a risk of you burning your hand, but overall, like not only did your parents have your best interest in mind, but employment's generally a good thing to do. So it's not like they were acting irrationally when they said that you can go work at McDonald's. And I don't think adults or parents are necessarily acting irrationally if they let their kids work like in acting or doing specific things. But if there is evidence to suggest that they are acting maliciously, like they do have like questions or they suspect things or there's other things happening that they should know shouldn't be happening, and they just, kind of push through it for like selfish reasons, maybe there should be some kind of like civil liability opening up there, right? Like I can imagine scenarios which is like, let's say you had a kid who at age 13 came down with like a severe psychiatric disorder or whatever, and like the psychologist like sends a letter to the parents saying this kid can't do acting anymore, like it's going to like destroy his life. I don't think psychiatrists can even fucking do this, but let's just say this has happened, right?
Yeah.
Psychiatrists don't do anything except give you meds.
Sure, the meds that do. True. Okay, well, I'm not going to argue what a psychiatrist does, but I could see this circumstance where the parents, exaggerating. Right, where the parents have reason to believe they shouldn't be doing this. But if we allow this broad stroke of if the kid regrets something that happened to them as a kid, when they become an adult, they can sue their parents. I think every parent's getting sued for piano lessons or fucking I mean,
I don't want to do my piano lessons.
Yeah, like right? it gets ridiculous, right?
Again, this is why I told you you should really check out Ian's article. It's only a couple pages. I'll send it to you, Lactoid. It's really good. It's written by an objective.
So we can.
Yeah, if I will after the debate. Sure. So I can find it.
Libertarian eyes only, Prime.
No. It's fine. It's fine. I have no problem with it. It's great work. So again, what we're talking about here is you have to have some form of permanent damage proven, right? And then the question of aggression becomes who did the permanent damage, right? So in the example that you gave of McDonald's, right, the permanent damage would be done by McDonald's, not the parents that put them in work at McDonald's, right?
Not necessarily.
Whereas, yeah, I mean, like it would get a little bit gray there, but the thing is that they didn't consent. The parents didn't consent to the burn, right? The parents consented to the employment, and possible negligence or whatever at the McDonald's gave them the burn. Whereas when I'm talking about, let's say, double mastectomy for a 15-year-old girl or something, right? The parents consented specifically to the double mastectomy, right? Like they consented to the damage, the permanent damage to the body not being in its natural state. Whereas, and so the natural state is important because like you can't sue for fixing a cleft palate because it's designed to bring it to the human form, but you could sue for like breast implants or double mastectomy or something, right? And so that's the thing, right? It's like with psychological damage, right? I do agree with you that like I don't know about the intent thing so much as the proving psychological damage bar needs to be like the bar needs to be really 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 high, and the parents need to have consented to something specifically that caused that psychological damage, and they didn't immediately remove them when it occurred.
Doopy and Corey.
I'm just kind of wondering like how far we would extend the damage claim. So there are a lot of people. I'm sure I'm sure some of us have
Mhm.
issues, right, with our parents. I know that I've got a lot of like issues with my father, my father, my upbringing. If there's like damage that isn't physical, it's like maybe mental, right? It might lead to someone like when they're an adult needing some kind of therapy, or it's just causing them lifelong problems. Like, I guess
Mhm.
suggesting that that person should be able to go back and sue their parents for mental duress or whatever the fuck you want to call it.
I don't think you guys are. I would say that I am. I don't know that Lactoid's on board
Okay.
with that. I think that he would be worried that that's a slippery slope. But I'm also I wouldn't institute this in our current legal system, right? So
Right,
like
yeah.
when I'm talking about this, I'm talking about this from like a rights perspective of what does a person have a right to do, and this would be under a system of market a market system of justice, and a market system of justice has like additional layers to deal with things beyond what is just an immediate right. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Like for example, defamation is in as far as libertarians are concerned, defamation's fine. As long as it's not fraud, we don't give a fuck. You can
Right.
go on the internet and say, this person is a rapist. He's a rapist, he's a rapist, he's a rapist. Don't hire him. And under libertarian legal philosophy, there's nothing wrong with that whatsoever. You're absolutely allowed to say that as long as you're not profiting off of it. But under a system of market justice, your rights enforcement agency or the arbitrators might be like, you're doing this shit, so we're going to drop you as a client, or we're going to charge you insane amounts of money, or because, or if you want us, like these are rules you have to follow or additional things, right?
Yeah. So Lactoid, what do you think about that? Like this idea that if my parent does something to me that I consider to be traumatizing as a child, and I've got like a lifelong effect from this thing. Do you think that I should be able to sue my parent as an adult for that mental duress, maybe to make them pay for my therapy or something, or some kind of like compensation for what they put me through?
Only if it's negligent. Only if it's negligent in the sense of first I want to say I think defamation is inherently fraud. So I want to make that point. But
Well, not if you don't profit off of it.
I think that fraud. I don't think you necessarily have to profit in order for it to be fraud in the sense that I care about. But we can talk about that in a second.
But wouldn't that violate like the 9 principal elements of like common law fraud? Wouldn't you be talking about like fraud, like kind of vaguely and openly at that point?
Yeah, I'm talking about fraud in sort of moral sense, right?
We're in bonus time, so you've got to go. Then you can go.
Okay, yeah. I'm talking.
You got to go. You can go.
I'm talking about
All right,
fraud in the sort of.
Have a great night.
Oh shit! You're actually. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't know.
No, fuck that. Fuck that. Let Sprouticus say goodbye if he's leaving.
It's Sprouticus. No,
were you waving goodbye?
No, it's me, Don.
I'm
not leaving. Yeah.
Oh, take care, Don. Pleasure.
I had a.
Hey, Don.
It was great talking to y'all. Hope to do it again, and y'all have a great night.
Yep.
Nice meeting you. My DMs are always open, and I don't mean that
except
like
to me.
Dick pics.
He hasn't answered mine.
I mean,
I got you.
what are you talking about? I don't have a DM
to
from
talk.
you.
Fucking with you.
I'm interested in your rights. I'm interested in that stuff. So yeah, good talk.
You're interested in my rights?
No. Interested in his. Yeah.
I'm fucking with him again. My bad.
All right. Later.
So, yeah.
Poor Sprouticus. All he does is get interrupted, stopped, and like nobody gets his jokes. It's bad for you tonight, Sprouticus.
So
tonight's rough for you.
First of all,
it's the do-rag.
It's okay. The next thing I have, I think it's going to be super interesting. I just waiting to pull it out.
So I didn't know what you were saying, Prime. I apologize. But
yeah, go ahead.
First, I think fraud. Obviously, under the current legal framework, fraud and defamation are separate, right? We also have a law against defamation. I think under what I would define, what I would want to be the principles of fraud, I think defamation would fall under. I think you can justify laws against defamation under like the concept of fraud, as I would argue it. That's one argument. That's like one portion. But to Doobie's question as to suing somebody,
I want to remember that, and
Yes.
remind me
For sure.
when we're over and Primecast leaves.
Yep. So, but to Doobie's question of should you be able to sue your parents again? Only if it's negligent. Only if the parent had some reason to believe it's wrong. Because you're going to have situations where the parent had every reason to believe what they were doing was the best for their child in a potentially very difficult situation, and
that's false, man.
It's false.
Do you own your children? Do you own your children? Are children your property?
No.
Okay, so what is the principal difference between me being, let's say, me believing that I'm Jesus Christ, right? I believe that I am Jesus Christ. I am the second coming of Christ, right? I am the true Christ, right? I'm the true Messiah that the Jews have been waiting for this entire time. And then I show up at your house to save you. And I damage your property and break in your house, and I pull you and I grab you and I forcibly baptize you in the bathtub, and almost drown you and take you outside to be one of my flock, right? I'm crazy.
I understand,
but I have no ill intentions.
This is also why I said like it's not just what like someone subjectively believes is the reasonable person standard. Like that's what negligence is based off of, right? So it's not whether or not you have a crazy person, but it's like, did the person have good intention, and were the actions like, did the person have reason to believe what they were doing was the right action, and would a reasonable person agree that this was the correct action? Reasonable person standard, right? Because like, if I actually was in danger and somebody was walking past, I wouldn't want them to punish them if they broke my window and pulled me out of like what they reasonably believed was a fire, even if it was just my oven. That maybe like.
So you believe actus reus is not enough. You believe you must have mens rea in order to be sued and civilly for restitution for something that you did do that did harm. It requires mens rea, even if the harm is provable.
Yeah, as long as the action was again, negligence, I think is the critical point, because if you're acting in good faith, like if I mistake you having this like innocent or Good Samaritan laws, right? Like if I see you laying on the street and you're coughing up blood, and I'm like, oh shit, and I run over and I try to help you, and like in the process of trying to help you, like I rip your shirt. If you come and sue me for your fucking shirt, like I'm pissed as fuck. Like this is ridiculous.
No. I understand what you're saying, and I totally get it. This is actus reus and mens rea is basically the criminal standard in our current legal framework, right? I'm just curious to what extent you put it as a libertarian, where you're deriving that philosophy from, that you need a guilty mind, because what is restitution for crime? So you think a crime can only be committed if a person is of guilty mind?
So answer that question, but I do want to like get the other two in. So
I'm sorry, I'm getting into
if you expand guilty mind to include not only guilty mind in the sense of like their malevolence, but also negligence, right? Then I would agree that there is something sufficient there for punishment. There's something sufficient there to restitute, right? But if somebody was, I just don't think you can have a functioning society where like people who have every reason to believe what they're doing is, it feels like Kafka-esque, right? Like we all like
I'm with you. I'm with you.
Yeah, and we all believe we're doing the right thing, and like anybody else in our position would believe we're doing the right thing, but then like it wound up to have these ridiculously unforeseen consequences, and then we get punished for it. It just doesn't seem right.
Everybody always think no one has guilty mind. Really. They always think
Corey and Sprout. But before that, Doobie, did you get your question answered or?
Yeah, I did.
Corey.
And I think I'm much more okay with big evil government telling people what to do. So I agree with Lactoid because he's on the fascist track, it seems.
Every post-lib, it's the fucking, I don't know what it is about people that almost go full libertarian. If they don't fucking go quite, they do the fucking Pete Quinones fucking trajectory and just go full-blown fucking Nazi. I don't know how that happens, but I see it happen.
I don't think I'm a full-blown Nazi. I just want to make that clear. I have at least 3 black friends, okay? I just want to make that crystal clear.
I need pictures.
Okay, but I do need to head off
Group
though.
pictures.
So I
Okay.
will. I'll see you later.
Hey,
It's good
Doobie,
talking to
thanks
all
for
of you.
coming
Good
through,
one.
man.
Take
I
care,
really
Doobie. Be
appreciate
well.
you. Have a good one, friend.
Thank you, Doobie.
Well, so I had an original question for Scott, but I'm actually now curious because this is going to build on what you two were both talking about. So, and I think just to understand sort of where you're coming from, Scott, and to understand your framework better, because I think the example that you used with like cleft palate and like children potentially suing parents. So, do children have the ability to sue their parents for circumcision?
I think you should. I think you should absolutely be able to. I think it's a male genital mutilation. I think it reduces it's nerve damage. I think it is one of the most egregious things we as a society accept, that we just accept people intentionally harming their children off of this vague bullshit. The problem, and so like I was playing mostly devil's advocate with Lactoid here. Like I do think you need a little bit of mens rea or negligence, as you
Well, yeah, so I was
described.
going to say like
And
because
so
many dumb parents have some dumb
yeah,
ideas.
yeah. I think negligence can't be proven in this scenario, unfortunately, and instead it would have to be shifted to the hospitals, because you have so many doctors that will like in these examples that are doing the practice, calling the practice normal, and many times you hear this term. I can't remember the name of it. It's
Recommending
either
it.
like medical or no, it's like medical or pregnancy rape or something. I can't remember the name of it. But there are a lot of women in hospitals that don't have men present. Um, they're by themselves because they're single moms, and they're drugged the fuck up. And like, there's all of these things that are just assumed consent, that are things that you just should not be assuming consent on. And circumcision is one of them. Vaccines in the hospital. Vitamin K is different, right? I think you can assume consent on
I agree.
vitamin K.
Vitamin K is not a vaccine. Totally different. Yeah.
Right. Well, not. I don't mean.
Let's
that.
talk
I
about
just mean,
vitamin
like,
K
also,
ketamine.
like,
No good. No.
a special K, a special K. That's different. But yeah, like so. I mean, like, yeah. So I think you should be. I think it would come down to an individual case, because I don't think it's necessarily negligent of parents at this point. But I think it soon will be, because I think the one of the things of negligence and fraud, right, is your ability to reasonably be able to understand what you're doing is wrong, or understand that you're being defrauded, right? And so like I think we're getting into the realm that like people should have a reason, like we're getting to the point where people should know that it just is wrong, it's evil.
Rodicus.
Yeah. So while everyone's here, and I kind of appreciate the wide variety of opinion here, it's not completely off topic, but it did hit my mind. So the idea that we're talking, I would bring us back, I guess. The idea that we were talking about with child labor, and child workers. So with child work, I've thought this personally. I'm kind of curious to everyone else's kind of thoughts. Is I personally don't think that children should be taxed simply because they cannot vote. I don't think any money that you make before the age of 18 should be taxed, considering that you have no choice in your representation.
I'm not even going to answer this because you already know my answer.
Can I opt? Wait, hold on. Can I opt? If once I turn 18, can I opt out of voting and also opt out of taxes for the rest of my
No,
life?
that's not the question. That's not the question. I'm asking, does this principle apply? Does this principle apply?
Well, no, it doesn't, because that means we couldn't tax felons.
But no taxation without representation.
I'm all board. I'm all on board with.
If that's
not
the case,
taxing
if that's the
felons.
case, I'm committing a felony. Like
So
I'm
many
not
more-
paying taxes.
So many felons would finally be able to get fucking jobs when they got out of prison, just based off of the fact that the government, that their employer is going to have to pay fucking. Well, I guess their employer might.
You're gonna have everybody dealing like 8 balls of coke because they want to get caught, because like they spend 6 months probation and they're a felon now, and they never pay taxes again.
Listen. So Lactoid, on a more serious note, right? It's not just like because they theoretically lost the right to vote, right? They had the right to vote, they lost the right to vote. It was given away because they're bad people, quote unquote, right? Like, so take it just to children. should money that you make from the age of 0 to 18 be considered tax-free? Because out of no choice of your own, you have taxation without representation.
Okay, I mean, if you believe in the concept of no taxation without representation, then I guess it would make
As
sense.
does the Constitution.
But sure, I well, not really. I mean, that was
yes. Yes.
Of course, for the Declaration of Independence, but
it isn't. Listen,
except
listen,
for women and black people. I mean, if they pay taxes, who cares? They still don't get a vote, right?
Listen, the only people that are supposed to be paying taxes, as is to the federal government, not the states, right? Because the states have a right to tax however they fucking want. But as far as the federal government is concerned, is property taxes. Okay, the federal income, the wage taxes are not fucking constitutional, my friend. There is no fucking way that the state has that right. And the original founding fathers, when they set this system up, absolutely believed in no taxation without representation. And they weren't worried about kids being taxed or other people because they knew that the only people that were paying taxes were people that owned land. Those were the only people that were voting. And they were the only people that were taxing. That's how those were the original voter ID laws, was that you had to show up with your property deed.
I don't disagree that there's probably more of a correlation between those who got taxed and those who voted, I suppose. Now, I don't know if it's completely 1-to-1. I'm sure I can go back and find an example of like this not being
people
the
that
case.
didn't. Maybe felons, only felons.
Or like women who own property, right? They couldn't vote, and you had women who owned grand estates.
Originally women could vote. States were the ones that enacted laws against women voting because originally it was only the property deed, and it was assumed that it was a man, but it didn't matter because you were the property deed allowed you to vote.
Well, I'll look into that.
Granted, this lasted, I think, like 2 or 3 years.
Okay, so when the founders were still alive, it's still alive, and they were like, "Oh, we're not going to stop this." Yeah, ridiculous. So no,
and black people weren't allowed to vote in the South, even though many of them were free,
and some of them even owned slaves. Yep, some of them even owned slaves. That's right, and they couldn't vote either.
Not some of them. A fuck ton of them did.
That's true. Yeah,
thousands.
But
in Louisiana alone.
Anyway, to get back to on topic. If you believe in the concept of no taxation or representation, you could justify it. My position is that this concept is like inherently flawed. It's like, again, like you happen to walk into like a group of 10 people and the 10 of them all like say, okay, you're here now, you get a vote. And we all vote to take your bike, because, hey, you got to vote. And if you don't get to vote, then you don't get the bike. But we decide that you get to vote. And now we also decide that we get to take your bike. And all the 10 guys are white, by the way, just to be clear. And the guy who got his bike stolen is black. I just want to emphasize that. And so, and also, I think we should be limiting voting way more than we currently do if we want to kind of go down the whole right-wing arc. I think that we should be putting we should be putting some kind of poll exam in place. Because not only do I not think that children should vote, I think the reason why we don't let children vote is because obviously they don't have the mental capacity. We don't trust their judgment, right? This is the whole point. We don't trust their capacity and their judgment. Same reason why we don't, like a lot of places don't allow felons to vote, because they demonstrated poor judgment. I think there's a lot of people.
That's not just the reason why they don't allow felons to vote.
All children are taxed anyways, regardless of whether or not they work.
Systemic racism argument, and it's probably best that I don't make it right now. But okay.
the only way you would make that actually work is you'd have to abolish the Federal Reserve.
Vote. How about that? We're on board.
There we go. Now we can find common ground.
Okay.
So let's wrap this up. Thanks.
No, here you go. You get your voting rights back, right? But you don't get your voting rights back if you went to a white collar prison, right? So you get your voting rights back, and we're not doing it based upon race or anything like that. We're just saying the Wall Street banker types that fucking run away with everybody's fucking college funds and shit. Fuck them. They're never getting their goddamn voting rights back.
Sure. And they'll be okay with that because
the murderer is
with my money and connections.
Yeah, fuck it.
They'll be
if the murderer got out,
of my money and connections, I have far more impact on your political system.
Well, yeah, I mean, while we're engaging in fucking fantasy land where we're restructuring shit to
Fair
give
enough.
power back to the people, like,
I
why
hear
not?
you. I hear you, friend. Anyway, thanks all for being here. This was Every Roundtable. We started having
I realized it was time to go. My bad.
Because we're having so much fun. That's what we do here. Yeah, if you appreciated what we were doing, consider supporting the channel. Subs to the channel, give bits, give subs, super chat, hype chats. Shout out to the people who gave a few super chats. We got two. By two I mean by a few I mean two. So thank you. And then shout out for anyone who helped out with a sub. All right, I'm going to give an outro to all these wonderful individuals, starting with my friend Lactoid. Lactoid, I ask a lot of you. He comes on. I ask a lot of this guy. He comes on every week, and then I ask him to comment on law that he can't possibly be an expert on. Next time, maritime. All right. I expect legal proclamations that you'll stand by on maritime law. Thank you, friend, for coming through.
Prime, I always see it as a pleasure and a privilege to be on here. It's awesome. Great people to talk to, great topics, great discussion. Look forward to it every week. And thank you so much. If you liked what you saw today, from me specifically, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. And if you liked what you saw here generally, make sure you follow Prime. Thanks.
Yeah, and I'm gonna rate Lactoid, so you'll get a chance to go to his channel and check it all out. Let's go to our friend Scott. I would rate my friend Scott, but he doesn't stream on Twitch, and he makes that very clear. He reminds us oftentimes, so I haven't forgotten, friend. Scott, thanks for being here. Friend.
I don't. Yeah, I was. The artistic nudity of celebration of harlots and slatterns. You know what I mean? I think I'm good. On that degenerate waste of a stupid website that has horrible TOS and shadow bans the fuck out of people all the time. It's a trash website. And like Kick is barely any better, if at all. Fuck Kick too. Like YouTube and Rumble and seem to be the only stable platforms where you can. For now, yeah, we'll see. But yeah, no, I'm a Fabian Liberty. People call me Scott because that's my fucking name. But you can find me Fabian Liberty, Twitter or X, whatever the fuck, I promise it's totally my booker and not me. It just happens to look exactly like me and sound exactly like me. And find me on Rumble and YouTube. But yeah, it was fun. Next time, let Sproticus talk more. Dead. Sproticus got fucked in this panel.
I mean, if anyone was okay, you know what? Yes, let's more of Sprouticus, and then be more of Scott, like disagreeing with everything that comes out of Sprouticus's mouth, and shutting him down.
Yeah, that's cool with that. I'm just saying, he had some points that got swallowed up like several times, and he was just like, "All right, fuck it."
All right.
I just eventually got high. I'm just gonna be honest. The whole panel slowed down after that.
That's another Prime Kai success story, as far as I'm concerned. Scott, on another note, and I'm sorry, I should have sent you a thing. But like, I'm very happy that you're out of the hospital, that you're here with us another week.
No, it's fine.
No. Yeah.
I got food poisoning and it caused a fucking impaction. And that was
That's painful.
Fucking rough. I know Corey Campbell knows what I'm talking about.
I've had a full-on obstruction. Not fun.
Yeah, it was like, and so I was there for a couple days until I passed it.
So it wasn't your regular situation.
No, it's just a fucking freak thing. It was just like, all right, fucking,
okay, well,
intense gut pain.
Once again, friend, I'm glad you're here, and I'm glad you got through it.
Yeah.
Next,
thank you.
Yeah. Our friend Corey, thank you so much for coming through, Corey. It's always a pleasure when you say yes to my invitations. Corey says the most elaborate yeses to anyone here, I can assure you. And I really appreciate it, friend.
Yeah, well, because I genuinely mean it. Like, pretty much to echo what Lactoid said, I always view it as a pleasure and a privilege to be here, and I try to never take it for granted when you invite me, because like yeah, I always look forward to it, and like yeah, I feel privileged to be here, and not just because of my race. But yeah, you can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84, X, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube. It's Corey Campbell. Yeah, and little did I know that like me trying to kill time by just bringing up Jonathan Majors would open up the box for what transpired. But I'm glad that it did, because I think there was it would not only I think it was some good points, a good conversation, but also there was some entertainment value in terms of some of the frustration observed by you, Prime. That was definitely a very interesting experience. And yeah, I was definitely also feeling the frustration for you as well, because that was wild to me. But still, this is all great. And yeah, Sprouticus, Ali, Scott, Lactoid, always a pleasure, and love you, Prime.
This is how my conversations with restorative justice usually go, right? In the past, you guys, none of you guys were here for that way back when. We used to have a lot more lefties come on here, and they would like tell me that I'm not actually a real leftist because I don't have a problem being retributive. You know what I'm saying, right? And that like I'm too punitive in like my punishments, right? And so they were like, "Oh yeah, you can't possibly believe in restorative justice." And so like coming from there, right, to here, when I have to like defend the concept, I'm like, whatever, it's fine. But it was a really good conversation. I'm really glad you brought it up actually, because it's good stuff. So Ollie, I realized the entire time I was calling you Ali, and I couldn't stop myself from doing it, and I felt like really bad about it.
Oh, then I apologize. I think I just called him Ali as well. Sorry, I apologize.
You're fine. I've dealt with this. None of you could pronounce my name correctly to begin with. It would be Ali. So Ali works. Unless you guys get that down, you know?
All right.
Add a little, just to be safe.
No, that's for Khalids and stuff. The khs are over there, you know?
It's Allah.
Ali.
Allah?
Good try.
What's the last
getting close.
What? Try barking real quick. Just,
Rah.
Okay, now see that go li. Li.
Ali.
We'll get it down one day.
Okay, thank you.
By 2024, it'll happen.
True.
Oh, it's fucking mouthful. We're just gonna call you Chuck from now on.
We could just go with Alex. That usually works. That Ali translates to Alex pretty well.
I like Chuck more.
But please, thank you for being here, friend. Really.
No, man. Thank you for having me on. I really appreciate it. These conversations are really fun. I'm Ali the Sagir on X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it, and I'll be streaming soon, having some conversations. But yeah, thank you for having me on. I really appreciate it.
Sure. And we'll read you as well because you don't mind this platform full of whores and sinners.
I said harlots and slatterns. All right. How dare you use the whore word? Right? You got so mad at me for saying that before.
I did.
Right?
I did. I got really mad at you.
You got really mad. Well, it was like because it was like a week after fucking what's her name, Tits McGee got fucking. My husband abuses me.
The whole history.
I was like, whatever, whore.
Oh God. Anyway, moving past it all. Let's go to our perspective. This is a great group. I really do appreciate you guys. Like I can't tell you guys enough how much I really appreciate you guys coming on and like having a good time with me and yelling at me, telling me how wrong I am, calling me an awful socialist. You know, the harbinger of the like.
You don't need to repeat yourself.
Okay. Spartacus.
You just say awful or socialist, right? You
Thank you, our friend Spartacus, for coming through. It's nice to have you here. Yeah, we want to hear more from you, Spartacus. You know, we really love having you.
Hey, it's always a good time coming. I really enjoy coming to these, coming and having these conversations. It allows for, honestly, no matter what the topics are, Prime, I kind of assume that those aren't going to be the topics at the end of the night. And I just kind of assume, like, that's the starting point, and then we'll find the topic. So it's always a good time, though. I enjoy being here. I'm the Sprouticus. You can find me on Twitch and Twitter, and YouTube. And yeah, appreciate it, bro.
Absolutely. All right. Thanks all for being here. If your audience members, I'm going to rate our good friend Lactoid. Have a good time with our friend, and follow him because he's a real cool dude. And makes interesting points. That's his best.
And it's official. Prime is raiding a Nazi.
Apparently. Absolutely. Go.
It's a joke for any Twitch mods that might be. It's a joke.
We can't be sure. We can't be sure.
He's rebranding Nazi TV pretty soon.
People are saying. People are asking questions.
People are saying.
People are. This goes back to that defamation conversation that I think we needed to have, right?
No. Like, you can say that. It's like journalists do it all the time. People think a person familiar with the president's thinking. It's like, oh, you mean your friend?
Like, yeah. But and Donald Trump like perfected that, all right? Like people are saying these things, right? It's certainly not me. I'm just hearing.
Or ask my friends.
Just mimic the media, yeah.
Or just to ask my friends. Like, yeah, okay. I'll just go find your friends and ask them.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought this was a really good conversation. I actually did want to hear at some point, Scott, here, because you were saying there was like an argument built on a few premises, and you're like, later on, if you want to hear about them, hit me up. Do you remember which one we were talking about? I think it was started with the minimum wage, maybe, or something. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Oh, so praxeology. It might be a little bit too much to get into, but the basic structure is, so how do I put this? So Austrian economic theory is different, obviously, from Keynesians and Chicago School and, modern monetary theorists, et cetera, right? So people like Milton Friedman and Thomas Sowell that you might think of as like big libertarian icons, they are, but they're not Austrian, right? They're Chicago School kind of people. Like they don't deny the usage of empiricism to state economic facts. Whereas Austrians, so that would be like Mises and Rothbard and Hoppe, but it would also be like Walter Block and you might consider Hayek to be Austrian. But it depends on who you ask. But he's definitely in that school. But praxeologists is closer. Is the idea and understanding that economics is a social science, and because economics is a social science, it's not a hard science. And because you cannot isolate variables, no matter how good your economic models are in terms of probability and predicting the future, the only thing they can actually do is establish historical fact, right? So there is a wonderful quote, if I can find it real quick. It's in my notes somewhere. Here we go. So from Mises, it can be known a priori that no action can be conceived of. Oh no, this is fucking from a theory of socialism and capitalism. That's fucking Hoppe. Where's the fucking Mises quote? Oh, sorry, I apologize.
No problem.
Not important. Basically, it's just saying like you could do a study on like prices and changes in Atlantis on like potatoes, right? But you couldn't actually establish what that means going forward. You've only established a historical fact about like what occurred in that time. That's the basic concept of like the denial of empiricism. And it pisses the fuck out of fucking economists because they're like, no, fuck you. We have all these economic models. We can prove all these things, right? And it's like, I have no problem using that as an attempt to understand the future, right? But the thing is that price is price is subjective, right? How much are you willing to pay for a hot dog, right? Well, in value is subjective.
Yeah.
Price isn't subjective, right? But the capitalist determines price.
It's however long it takes to make the hot dog, Scott. That's the cost of the hot dog.
The labor theory of value, yeah, right.
Yeah,
Like so fucking stupid.
If it takes you 8 hours,
but like,
it's a very expensive hot dog.
Right. So I mean, and so you need land, labor, and capital, right? And the capitalist is, the one. Basically, we don't live in an evenly rotating economy. So the capitalist is awarded the one that brings capital, not the land or the labor, but the capital investment. Well, why do you need capital? Well, you need capital because people prefer things now as opposed to preferring things later. It's known as a universal time preference, right? So if I'm hungry for a pizza, I don't want to wait for someone to build a factory that makes frozen pizzas, right? I want a frozen pizza. And so I'm going to go to the grocery store and buy a frozen pizza. And then when I'm hungry, I'm going to fucking throw one in the oven, right? Well, the capitalist makes a bet about people's future desires. And so properly allocating resources, that is what profit is. It is the interest paid for the upfront capital, right? Which is I bought a factory, I manufactured things, I spent the money so that we could have frozen pizzas at the grocery aisle, right? And it is the prediction of how much should they cost and how many pizzas do people want. So that's where you get profit from. That is the award of profit. And so understanding all of that, understanding those mechanics, are the kind of the key elements. And so philosophically, you start with the only axiom that is necessary for praxeology or Austrian economics, which is a theory of human action, which is to say that humans, they act with intention. So you can choose between option B, you can choose between option A and B, right? And the theory, the axiom is that humans do choose between option A and option B. And that even an inaction and a refusal to choose between A and B is a conscious decision. It is a choice in and of itself. And so if you accept that, right, which is to say you're not a hard determinist that believes that humans don't have free will and that humans don't act according to choice, but instead they're pre-programmed to do everything, and all of history is already there is no morality because you can't make moral decisions because you don't actually make decisions. You just move based upon genetics and environment, etc. So if you accept that humans act, okay, once you accept the fact that humans act, you can move pretty quickly to. I wonder if I wrote it down because it might be easier to do it if I wrote it down here. Doesn't look like I did write it down. So yeah, so humans act, and then you move into subjectivism, which I kind of already so then you move to the fact that humans have value things, and that value is subjective. I'm skipping a couple steps, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Which is to say, like the hot dog thing, right? So, like, how much is a hot dog worth to you right now? How much would you pay for a hot dog? Well, what happens in 2 hours if you haven't eaten? You get hungrier. Well, you might be willing to pay more money for a hot dog, right? And so the value, your value, how much you value something is not a constant variable. The Marxists will claim that that value is constant and that it's based upon the labor that's put into something. It's nonsense. We have values. Then we recognize that man orders his values in order of importance. So if I have $10, right, and I can buy a T-shirt or I can buy a hot dog, right, and both are $6, right? Some people are going to go, well, I'm going to buy the T-shirt. Fuck it, I'll get home. I'll eat when I get home. And some people are going to buy the hot dog because they're fucking hungry and they don't care about the T-shirt. So man orders those subjective values. So there are things that he prefers, and then he chooses the things that he prefers. So you basically walk through this system. You walk through an understanding of subjective preferences, of higher order values. Then you move into supply and demand equation, right? And you can ground supply and demand as buyers in a market and sellers in a market and people choosing what to do, et cetera, et cetera. And what you eventually will get to is that you will get to an understanding of minimum wage. You'll understand that minimum wage is a price floor, which is to say, when looking at a supply and demand equation. So if we look at it like this, I'll draw it because it's probably way easier. I can't tell. Hopefully this isn't backwards, right? So
It is.
So
'cause
can you-
the
you can
It
see
will
slide
be
is
backwards.
backward.
Yeah, it will be
It's
backwards.
gonna be
Okay,
backward.
hold on. God damn it. All right, hold on.
I hope you practice mirror writing.
Yeah, I did. Okay, so this circled thing, you're in the show, everyone can see and hear. What the fuck? Okay, thank you. Fucking
The show
whatever.
starts now.
Right. So this is a supply and demand equation, right? So where these two things intersect is price. Like this is what we call price. Okay. So if I move this thing, right, this right here, if I move this
The supply curve or
over, it doesn't actually matter for the example.
Okay.
We can call it either one. I can't see the mirrored image, so it's kind of hard for me to
It's fine,
conceptualize which
yeah.
one it is.
Sure.
If we move this over, it changes this, right? Or sorry, it's hard to do this.
Where
It
it
changes where the
intersects?
price is.
Yeah.
Right. So it changes the intersection. So if you reduce supply, for example, then a product becomes more scarce. It's more valuable. If there's 1,000 tacos available versus 100 tacos available, right? What occurs is that in order for the capitalist to make the most money, in order for the people to make the most profit, they're going to increase the price of the tacos, right? Because there's only 100 available. Assuming the exact same amount of people that want to buy tacos.
Yeah.
The capitalist is doing their best that they can to make the most money, which means they're trying to get this equilibrium between supply and demand. Now, what has occurred when the government creates minimum wage is there's a price for labor. And then they draw a line here and says price can't go below this line. So now what you have is a disequilibrium between the supply and demand equation, which is to say the supply and demand equation intersect for whatever this job is, right? Obviously, like, fat cat at Wall Street's way up here. That's a different job in terms of supply and demand. But for like Walmart greeter, for example, right? They're below that price floor, which is to say there's a whole lot of people that are available to be a Walmart greeter, right? And the company doesn't make a whole lot of money off of Walmart greeters, right? Like they're there mostly to make people feel friendly, but let's be honest, the real reason they're there is for stop loss, right? Like they're there to deal with stolen products, and that could change, et cetera, right? So when the government says, well, it must be, it has to be above this. Well, what Walmart does is they're now forced to pay they need Walmart greeters. So one of two things happens. One, they find different machine or AI or technology-based solutions to fire Walmart greeters. Because now if they pay the Walmart greeters, let's say $25 an hour, right? Well, they're losing money by having Walmart greeters because they're not losing $25. Like the amount of theft, the amount of value of that person is not worth $25 an hour. So they'll fire the Walmart greeter and they'll come up with a technological solution. So what does this do? Well, this gets rid of jobs and it further increases the incentive to, automate jobs and get rid of them. Or, right, what they'll do is Walmart has a fuck ton of money. And so they'll just pay Walmart greeters the $25 because they don't want to come up with a solution. They'll eat the
But
loss.
other
right?
smaller employers won't. They'll
right. Other people won't be able to afford similar jobs. And so at a certain point, some jobs get pulled out of the market. Some jobs that were worth $15 an hour aren't worth $25 an hour. Okay. So then what happens is the currency and the market has to get back to equilibrium. You can't have the supply and demand equation not matching, right? Like it doesn't work. The companies can't make a profit. Businesses can't make a profit. Employees can't make appropriate amounts, but they're making too much money, right? Which is, you might say morally that's one thing, but they're making too much money in terms of what their labor is valued at. So as things get priced out of the market, what happens is that you have more people that need jobs because some people lose their jobs. So more people need jobs. And so what ends up happening is that the jobs that are still worth $25 an hour become more competitive. And so if I'm working in a warehouse, right? And let's say I'm I'm the warehouse worker and I make $10 an hour and minimum wage goes up to $20 an hour. Well, I just got 100% raise by the government. I now make $20 an hour. But the person that was making, let's say, $25 an hour, that was like the head of the entire warehouse, they're not going to get a raise to $50 an hour, especially if the company is taking a short-term cut in order to do that. So the middle class employees, not the poor, end up taking a pay cut in the immediate in order to give a pay raise to the poor. It's not the wealthy that lose money, it's the middle class that end up balancing out with the poor, and the poor becomes a larger category as the middle class get pushed down. Over time, the equilibrium has to match. And so what happens is the value of a dollar decreases because the value of labor never changed. In fact, because some people lost jobs and the market's more competitive, there's actually more people that want those jobs. And so those jobs are actually even less competitive, which means that the value of the labor actually went down. That means that they're making less money. Now, literally, they're making more dollars. They went from 10 to 20 or whatever. They're making more dollars at those minimum wage jobs. But the actual value of what they do for the company didn't change. And so when they have more money in their pockets, what happens? Well, the first thing is that the company has to figure out how to deal with keeping their warehouse workers and not losing money. So they raise prices. Let's say I'm a distributor of 7-Up Canada Dry, right? And I sell soda. Well, in order to make up for the minimum wage increase, right? I have to come up with more money somewhere or I have to fire people and lose property. I don't want to do that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to raise prices. Sodas become more important. So immediately products go up in cost. And what you see is things at the grocery store get more expensive. As that occurs, other things in the market get more expensive because they have to balance in terms of relative value. If your grocery bill is usually $100 a week and your rent is usually $800 a week, well, your landlord also buys groceries. And in the market, your rent is worth roughly 8 times more than your grocery bill. But if all of these suppliers increase it, and there's a 50% increase at the grocery store, all of a sudden, your rent is now only worth 6 times your grocery bill, except your landlord also buys groceries. And so what ends up happening is your $800 a month rent goes up to $1,200 in order to compensate. Or sorry, goes up to $1,000 in order to compensate, etc. And the market eventually balances out. And what ends up happening is that minimum wage becomes a temporary solution that allows the poor a small window of opportunity to escape poverty or to pay off debt, etc. Inflation, the middle class end up being pushed further down so that the poor and the middle class's wages get closer and closer together, whilst the rich do not have actual money in the bank. Instead, the rich finance everything off of debt. They get loans from banks. And what they do with these loans from banks is that they have an interest rate. And that interest rate was a guess that the bank made based off of the interest rate of the dollar and the profit that they wanted. So the more that inflation hits, the less interest in real money the super mega wealthy and billionaires have to pay because they have actual assets, and those assets go up, especially when you look at quantitative easing. Those actual assets go up, and the amount of money that they have to pay back on interest on bank loans, which is how they have their actual money. Like Elon Musk doesn't have any money, right? He buys Twitter with fucking bank loans, and then he gets bank loans based off of the fact that he owns Twitter, right? Like it's not money in the bank from profit that he's sitting on, right? So the super wealthy get more and more wealthy when middle class hit, when we have inflation, and the creation of minimum wage laws and increased minimum wage laws, all it does is give temporary solutions to the poor It incentivizes the capitalists to invest in automation because automation now is a cheaper solution. It pushes the middle class's wages down and crunches the poor and the middle class together, and it makes the wealthy more wealthy.
Okay,
Wow.
so
I gotta. Well, so I've had this discussion before with Scott. Although I do have some responses, but yeah, I gotta go to bed.
Okay,
Yeah,
have a good
this is
one,
great.
buddy.
Take care. Be well. Always a pleasure.
Yep. So yeah,
Yeah, of course.
I
went for
I'm
a
not like
super long time, so please.
yeah, yeah, and this is not like a panel, so if people want to jump in, it's fine. It's like whatever.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm just
but
chilling.
yeah. So I disagree with you on that final part on automation. I think
I can explain
employers,
it better if you want me to.
I think employers are always incentivized to uh,
Yes.
go for automation. Yeah, to reduce costs. That's
Yes.
if that's an option. Yeah.
What I'm saying is that inflation increases that rate, especially minimum wage. Minimum wage increases that rate, right? So, like, let's say, for example, I'm McDonald's CEO, right?
Mhm.
And I can have 4 cashiers making a certain amount of money, right? Or I can have 2 cashiers and 2 automated systems installed where people can order, right? So I can fire some. But when I do the math, what I realize is that the automated system costs this amount of money and the employee costs so automated system costs A and unautomated system is cost unautomated, which is employers, is B,
Yeah.
right?
Mhm.
So before the minimum wage kicks in, B, right, is more expensive than it's cheaper than A. That's why I don't install automated systems because it's cheaper in as it exists. The moment there's a big difference in their wages before inflation and before the price equilibrium goes back. Remember how I said in that there's that immediate kind of like breath of fresh air that the poor get because all of a sudden their wages go up by a big chunk, right? Well, the market hasn't equalized yet. During that time that the market hasn't equalized yet, the price of automation is still the same because the market hasn't equalized, but the price of the employees increases. So the best time to invest in automation to make the most money is when minimum wage laws kick in. If I'm using this to replace minimum wage workers, because it's now more profitable and incentivized for me to get rid of those workers now and get automation as soon as possible before inflation kicks in and it becomes cheaper again to have those employees.
So I hear you, and thank you for explaining everything. I think you did a fantastic job explaining your position here. But the part that I'm a little confused over, lactoid, and you all like address it. It's like, where does the value of the worker come in? So you guys aren't for the labor
Mm.
theory of value, and I understand why you have disagreements. But uh,
It's that
at
supply and
what
demand equation.
yes, the supply. You would say the supply and demand equation. Um, but if hmm, okay, I'm just trying to figure out the best way to present this. So
Mhm.
I am a worker, right? I work for Scott here, and I make widgets.
Mhm.
Widgets, their price was $100, but because of market forces, whatever you like, they fall into $50, right? But I'm still putting the same amount of time in to
Mhm.
making those widgets. So
Mhm.
uh, is it simply you would say that um, despite that, like my labor is always worth less, and society should have no consideration otherwise.
What I would say is what I would say is this. All other things being equal, right? So we're assuming that the manufacturing system didn't change,
Yeah.
whatever, right? For whatever reason, widgets are half the price that they used to be because widgets are not that valuable. You have a unique skill set, which is the ability to produce widgets. Now, if the value of widgets falls by half, and let's assume you have no other skills, and the only skill you have is the ability to produce widgets,
That's a
right?
pretty good assumption.
Then, yeah, of course, right? But we're doing it. We're doing it just to game theory it out, right? Like real economics, there's a lot of pressure. There's a lot of different pressures here, right? The real thing is that I'll explain after this, but I want to do it the simple way first, right? So widgets fall 50%. All things in the factory and manufacturing process are exactly the same, right? The value of your labor has to fall because you have a skill at producing this thing that either too many other people have a skill at producing now because more people have come into the market, or people don't want anymore. People don't want this widget anymore. So, and your skills are designed towards that. Now, granted, in a real economy, if you're a factory worker, right, what ends up happening is that the business owner had he didn't properly allocate, the factory in some way. The business owner is the one that takes all the risk, not you, because in the real world, you're not the one that actually has widgets only skill. You can actually make all the widgets in factories. You have a general understanding of it. And so the guy who's only producing widget A's at his factory, he goes out of business and you just go get a job at another factory because you have widget making skills. It's actually the capitalist that suffers under the system of the dropping of it, because it's the capitalist that takes all of the inherent risk, because the capitalist is the one that invests the capital. They're the one that have to buy the factory. They're the one that makes a bet saying, I bet widgets are $100 now. I bet they're going to be 120 in a couple months. They're so fucking valuable. And they were wrong. Widgets were actually worth 50.
Before I continue,
in theory, right? Yeah. Like we have a socialist economy where like government steps in to save the fucking capitalists and doesn't give a fuck about the workers, etc. Like we have like a whole bunch of problems there. But in like a pure economic model, that's what happens in a free market.
I hear you. And I do want to address that. First, Lactoid, like what are your thoughts on all this? I'm just curious.
So Karl Marx disagreed with all this. He supported the labor theory of value as a scientific institution. But the reality is that a lot of people during his time,
Smith, to be fair.
Exactly. Adam Smith did. A lot of people during his time, he was just. This is quite literally just science, like old science. This would be like doctors believing in miasma theory, right?
In the 1840s, it was bad. It was bad then, though. He got called out by all of the economists of the time for having old theories.
We can't hold him, I don't think, to the same standard, though, because my understanding is that if this Marx was before subjective theory of value really got hammered out, really got like fully understood.
No, that was understood at the time. What wasn't understood was marginal utility, right? So that it's fair to say that Marx didn't understand marginal utility, and he didn't understand obviously the economic calculation problem, because that's Mises, right? But he didn't understand Hayek's like the local knowledge problem, right? So marginal utility, prime guys, just to for the record, basically. So Aristotle understood marginality, right? Even Aristotle understood that, right? Which is when you go to the grocery store and there's a loaf of bread, right, and it's $1, you might buy a loaf of bread, right? But you might not buy 2 loaves of bread, because the first loaf of bread is worth more to you than the second loaf of bread. Because the second loaf of bread is like, am I going to eat all this bread? Maybe I have to throw it in my freezer. It takes up freezer space, etc. Right? And so if the store has way too much bread, they might do like a buy one, get one half off, right? So now you're like, well, I wouldn't buy 2 loaves of bread for $2, but I would buy 2 loaves of bread for $1.50, because the first loaf of bread was worth $1 to me, but the second loaf of bread might be worth 70 cents. And like that's 20 cents less than what I'm willing to pay. Obviously, you don't do the math in your head, of like the exact penny amount of what you'd be willing to spend, but it is proven that that's a thing. So marginality is something we've known, and Marx should have foreseen in his bad economic theories anyways. But marginal utility is something that we didn't quite understand until later. And the marginal revolution in economics changes a lot of things. So for example, when you are let's go back to McDonald's. I'm a janitor at McDonald's. Now, there are 5 jobs, and let's assume that it takes a janitor to do these 5 jobs, right? Like, let's just assume a janitor can't do all 5 jobs. It requires 1 janitor for each job. And the 5 jobs are clean the bathrooms, take out the trash, mop the floors, clean the tables, and then the last one is like scrape gum off the bottom of the table.
I knew it was gonna be. I was gonna suggest that one too. Yeah. Ugh.
Right?
Yeah.
Right. So the first janitor I hire, I only have one janitor. So what that means is I have, out of these 5 things, I have to pick one thing for them to do and ignore the other 4. Well, what I know is that the most valuable thing is that I clean the bathrooms. If the bathrooms are disgusting and have shit everywhere, people will refuse to eat at my restaurant. So that's the most valuable job that the janitor does. Now, the second janitor, presumably, and the third and the fourth and the fifth, presumably have the same skills as the first janitor. They have roughly the same skills. They all have the ability to clean. But each time I hire a new janitor, the value of the janitor goes down because I assign the first available employee to the task that nets me the most profit. And each successive employee is doing something that is less valuable to me. And so what we understand with marginal utility, which this completely destroys labor theory of value, no matter which, even if it's Das Kapital 1 or Das Kapital 3, whichever version you have, is completely destroyed by the marginal revolution. And this is in the fucking 1800s, mind you. But the thing is that like each janitor, so the more you hire an employee, the more jobs you have available. And the more you're hiring similar people to do similar jobs, the less valuable those jobs actually are in a business, in an entity for the employer. Oh, bye, Ollie. Right? So that is kind of like an important aspect to understanding. It's also one of the reasons why it's one of many reasons why large companies tend to have employees paid at lower wages than, let's say, small companies, because small companies have an employee that does a diverse set of tasks, and they do the most valuable tasks, whereas at big companies all of the valuable tasks are already taken care of, and it's the minute tasks, but because they're big, they can afford an employee to do like just this one task. The small clothing store has a lady that does all of the cleaning, whereas Walmart can hire a fucking idiot to like sweep, right? And so that job is worth way less than the clothing store. Even though they're kind of doing the same job, they're not doing the same job. And marginal utility is part of that.
I think the lesson is
that's
just
what
like labor doesn't have value. The only thing that has value are goods and services.
Well, labor has value.
Not in of itself.
Yeah, no. Well, there's no such thing as a unit of labor, right? Like you can't pick labor off a labor tree, right? Like this is a unit. This is pens, right? Like this is a good, as Lactoid is saying, right? So 1 million pens. These are units. They're measurable units. People measure labor by hours, but like as Sisyphus, shows, right? Like that doesn't make any sense, right? Like if you're like, and then the commies will say, well, the labor has to be meaningful labor. And it's like, cool, who defines fucking meaningful, right? Like the process is still the same, right? That like you can be doing labor poorly and you can be doing labor in a highly skilled way. And skilled labor is going to be more value than poor labor, even in the same job and position, right? Like a master electrician, his labor is more valuable than a journeyman electrician, because a master electrician can get done in 4 hours and without hurting his back and without hurting his knees, that a journeyman electrician is breaking his fucking body running around trying to get done, because the master electrician has been doing it for 25 years. He knows exactly how to get the job done. So his labor is more valuable than would be the journeyman electrician, right?
Do you want to respond to that, Lactoid, or?
I don't know if it was a disagreement. I just think that like labor.
Yeah, it was like a linguistic thing. I wanted to explain it.
It's a linguistic thing, but I actually like. It's been something I've been trying to focus on more, is because when you talk about someone's labor being more valuable, that seems to imply that there's something intrinsic about the person that is valuable.
Mhm.
When I think that that's like the wrong emphasis. The only thing that has value is goods and services, and so your labor is like in of itself has no value. It's just what kind of services and what kind of goods are you producing, and like those things have value, and you are in possession of those things that you can trade with other people. And
Yeah, so
what's the trade going
an
to be
employment
for?
contract isn't actually selling your labor because labor doesn't exist. Labor is an abstract thought that we put in a box. So when you do an employment contract, what you're actually doing is you're saying, I agree to do whatever it is that you tell me, and I have these skills. Do you want to utilize these skills? I agree to do whatever it is that you tell me within this domain of our contract, and you agree to give me monies. The thing that's being traded is the monies. The labor, as you would, are the stipulations in the contract. These are the things that you do to get the actual tangible asset. So you're fulfilling your contract in order to get money. The actual thing that is changing hands is not labor. The thing that's changing hands is whatever currency you're using to purchase something. But you're not actually purchasing labor. What you're really doing is you're writing up a consensual contract between two people that says, "Hey, I need a bunch of things done. Will you do them? If you do them, I'll give you this actual thing if you help me."
That's an interesting way of looking at it.
It's super autistic, I get it, but that's how economics has to be sometimes.
No, I hear you. I hear you. Um, so I won't pretend that like I understand like the leftist like critique of this, right? Like I'm not gonna go down that route. Like in
Well, it
terms of like
depends on what
a
you mean by
strictly
leftist. Yeah.
yeah, fair enough. But like the strictly from the economic standpoint. But I guess, I guess this is like the difference between people who look at things in terms of market terms, and then those who look at things from societal terms. Like uh, uh, earlier in the stream, you talked about like what you felt was like the heart of like leftist politics, right? Like the prime
Political
axiom.
philosophy. Right?
Yeah, yeah,
Not leftist philosophy, but leftist political philosophy. What I think the biggest difference between the left and the right, and I mean the real right, I don't mean like the Republicans, right?
yeah.
I would say the
I hear you.
real right is much, much smaller than the political right in
Fair
most
enough.
countries. I would say the real right is like maybe 10% or less. And then you have
We
people
can
with
shrink
right
that
wing
down.
moral values that that align with the right.
I put them in
But
camps. Go
so
ahead.
yeah, so stop. So re-education. I get it. So like the main thing that the left is that the left it's really like it really boils down as far as I see it, right? I could be wrong. You know what I mean? Like I consider myself pretty decent in political philosophy, but fair enough. Um the real difference is that the left believes that human beings are malleable, that all problems that we have can be controlled for with the right push and pull mechanism, and that you should do that, right?
Yeah.
So poverty, it's like, well, why does poverty exist, right? And they say, well, we can fix poverty. All we need to do to fix poverty is re-engineer people in some regard. So, schools, education, maybe take money from the wealthy and give it to the impoverished, and
Yeah.
they'll fix it themselves, etc. Right? And the right, their kind of like their prime axiom is in a way a refutation of this, which is that people are not ultimately malleable, that that systems can't be done in that regard.
Yeah.
Distributus has a wonderful video, and it's you should absolutely check it out. I think it's the best fucking video. I'm about to throw it in chat. I'm looking for
Please
it.
do.
YouTube. It's a really long watch, but I'm telling you, it's worth it.
I'm fine for that.
Distributus, I think it's 9 values. conservative.
So
to be right wing in 9 points. Yeah. So this is, bitch. I don't want to try a fucking fucking
YouTube
is it?
TV or something. Is that?
Yeah, dude. Right? Like they're fucking.
Yeah,
Let me see if I
it's
can.
all the time.
Yeah. So here it is. It is an hour and 13 minutes. I'm putting in StreamYards. Okay.
Sure.
It's really, really, really extensive, and I think really, really well done. And his definition of right wing is as such that there are 9 domains of right wing, and that if you have like the more of these you inherit in your philosophy or in your worldview, the more right wing you are. And that is the strong axiom of human teleology, the axiom of virtue, the collective axiom of human teleology, the entropic law of human nature, right, which is that humans descend towards chaos and need like order, the entropic law of human institutions, same thing with those institutions, the iron law of oligarchy, prioritize human uplift over human comfort, favor investment oriented accountability systems, and lastly, pursue order based politics. And I think this is spot fucking on. I think everybody should watch this because it's a much better definition of right wing than anything I hear from anybody else.
So this might not quite apply to what you were saying because you specifically said leftist political philosophy, being what you were trying to address. But the center of my politics, right, can always be boiled down to, and I think you guys would agree after talking to me for so long, is harm reduction, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that
Well,
like
that's not politics though. That's your moral value.
exactly. That's why I said like might not apply. Yeah.
You've seen
but
Sam Height's work on that, right?
Sam Heights. No,
not Sam Haidt. Sorry, Jonathan Haidt.
Jonathan Haidt. No, I mean I've heard of him, but I don't know. If there's a video, hit me up with the video as well, please.
I'll just show you. I'll just show you what it is real quick because this will show you exactly what you're talking about because a guy already did all of this research, and you're exactly correct. Moral psychology, 5 trade. That is such a weird way.
Yeah.
Here you go.
Okay.
So, it's on the Wikipedia article. Interestingly enough, is the first link I got. Can I share a screen here?
Yeah, try it. And I don't know how to usually do this. Because I usually don't.
Oops, wrong one.
No, was that was that your
Well, I have a bunch of tabs. Sorry.
Okay, no problem.
There you go.
Yeah. All right, let me add to stage.
Okay, yeah. So this is his work, and this work that he did, he was able to predict the outcome of the election between Obama and Mitt Romney better than pollsters by simply asking people, by simply getting a demographic representation of a county and asking them about questions about these principles without even fucking asking them who they're going to vote for. So over here on the left, you have the order of values for the left. And then over here, you would have conservatives. So on the left, you have way up high is harm reduction, followed by fairness. And way down at the bottom is authority, in-group, and purity. And as you get closer and closer to the right, what you'll see is that the right wing, they lose harm reduction and they lose purity the more right you go, and the more they value authority, in-group preference, and purity, right? Sacredity, sacredness, etc. And the right tends to balance these 5 values all at the same time, and the left tends to dismiss authority, in-group preference, and purity, throw all that away. It's all about harm reduction and fairness, whereas the right tends to care about all 5.
Yeah. Huh. I guess you've said that before, and I guess I like push back on whether they actually feel like in terms of like the outcomes of the politics, whether they're actually true. They care about all 5. I definitely agree that they care about authority, in-group, and impurity, 100%. But harm and fairness.
Conservatives obviously care about fairness. Like they're bitching about it all the time, and they mean it.
Yeah, okay, but Does not. Sorry, I did. That's not where I want to go with this. But like, I hear.
Actually,
you. I hear
harm reduction is conservatives' #1 value. By the way, that's their highest value. Harm reduction.
Yeah,
It's just balanced by other values.
Yeah. So anyway, what I want to say is that because like my focus is harm reduction, because I don't look at things through a market first perspective. I'm not sure if that's fair to you, but like that's like I don't do that.
Yeah, it's not the first way that I look at things. It's just a lens I use.
Okay. That like I want a society where people aren't destitute. And I don't particularly care how we go about that. You know, as long as we aren't causing, I guess, like in the hunt for a better society, we aren't harming others in some irreparable way. And I don't think taxation is stuff, so let's leave that alone.
No, it's fine. Like, I'm not
because of that, well, hold on. Let me finish my point. So like the problem that I'm looking to solve here is that people are working themselves to death just to earn a living. So if we
agreed,
we don't
I want
have
to stop
minimum
that too.
wage,
Yeah.
or we don't have a minimum wage that's high enough, or whatever the case may be, and people don't have enough to meet their basic needs, and they're are working multiple jobs, and they still don't have enough, either to keep themselves like housed or just to have like some sort of basic level of human flourishment. That's a problem for me, and I want to solve that.
Yeah, no, I agree.
And so
I agree. Obviously,
and
not the minimum wage part. But
sure. But that's the thing. I like if once you like drill down, do I care about using the mechanism of the minimum wage to accomplish this? I don't. Actually, I don't care. So I can. Hold on, just let me that. So I can jettison that completely. I could just throw that away if I have another solution. So if that solution is a universal minimum wage, right, you know, like from the government, basically, right? It pays all citizens a certain amount, and that, like, you know, combined with whatever wage they do earn, like purely from market forces, if that accomplishes my political goal, then that's fine. Like that
I don't think it
works for me.
does. I think so. Like, if
I'm sure.
even as let's I'll put on my David Friedman hat, right? Because David Friedman claims to be an ANCAP. He's not. Go fuck yourself, Friedmanites. But he's a consequentialist.
Really gotta pee.
Sure.
He's a consequentialist, right? And so the thing is you say, well, how do I put this? So I watched this interesting video and I checked up on the math and it was correct, right? But this was like a couple weeks ago. I saw it like on like a YouTube short and I was like, there's no way. So I did the math and I was like, oh shit, he's not wrong, right? And what it was a boomer talking about what they did to pay their way through undergrad and college and rent an apartment. And then what they did is they did the math and I checked his math and it was correct, right? To understand that he was making just above minimum, like basically right at minimum wage, and paid his way through college, paid off all his undergrad in college, rented an apartment on his own, and then, you know, graduated with a degree with no student loan debt. And so when we adjust that for inflation, especially looking at student loan inflation, in order for someone to do that today, minimum wage would need to be $126 an hour.
Wow.
Right. And so it's like, if I take you at the word of consequential analysis, raising the minimum wage doesn't fix the problems that have occurred. What has occurred is inflation in our currency. It is a theft. It is a hidden taxation, the worst kind, because it is, you know, as Sprout has put, like that taxation without representation, taxation on our children and our children's children, is that we have gone from a nation that under Clinton administration had zero fucking debt, basically. And we now have $32 trillion in debt. Our unfunded entitlements and entitlements and spending, Medicare, Medicaid, and then of course there's all these other agreements out in fucking la la land, UN agreements and NATO, et cetera, right? When you look at all of these things, they account for well over 85% of our entire budget. So when Republicans and Democrats are talking about tax cuts or tax increases or budget cuts, they're talking about 15% of the budget. The other 85, and that's including like the other 85% of the fucking budget is already like we don't get to do anything about. It's Social Security, that's Medicare, that's Medicaid. CBO put out before COVID that we were set to be $120 trillion in debt by 2050. And that was before Donald Trump and Biden both ballooned the fucking debt with COVID fucking surplus checks, and which was, measly little checks to little people and then bailing out the airline industry and all these other fucking companies again, right? And so it's like I'm with in my heart, right? I want to do whatever it takes, and sometimes I'm even in my heart like I feel that pull to like violate rules or whatever to make things better for people. I agree with you in my heart, right? Like in my mind, I know that that's wrong. I know what it leads to. And so I won't accept it, but I feel that pull too. And the problem is that minimum wage increases is a lie that has been sold to us that seems like it works, but it does that's not going to solve this problem. Not when our currency is ballooned to such a degree where we can't do what our grandparents did. $126. That's the minimum wage law we would need in order to do what those boomers did. That'd break the economy. U.S. economy would collapse if it was a federally illegal. It would be all black market shit.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, like.
But that's what we need to go back to what the boomers had.
Yeah, but I mean, but you already know that the way I tackle these things is different from the way you tackle them. The fact that that student loans would still be a thing is a difference between you and I, right? You know that already. I'm
not against student loans existing. The first thing
I know, I'm saying I am. Like I'm saying the opposite. I'm saying I would institute a program of to be college free. That's a worthy investment into our children, into our populace, right?
It's a terrible idea.
To become that workforce used in your factories to, well, not in your factories, but like in the C-suite of your factories to run things, right? That's a worthwhile investment within our country. And
do you believe that? Do you really believe that? I'm just curious.
That
do you genuinely believe? Not educating people. Educating people is a very different thing than the government backing the current education model, right? Because I'll tell you this: my great grandmother, she went to college, right? She went to college post, just a little after World War II. Now, when she went to college, she had to prove that she was fluent in Latin in order to even get looked at by the college. The education has clearly become less valuable as more people have gone into it. People are working at fucking, the conservative meme, working at Starbucks with a sociology degree. But I mean, it is true that there are tons of people with degrees that they said were gonna work, that were gonna get them money, and they're not. They're not worth anything.
I 100%. I agree with your critique there in general, that there should be different paths open to people. We shouldn't just be encouraging. The Black community knows exactly what you're talking about. Where we have all these individuals, especially Black women, who've been educated, did the thing that they were told to do, and aren't seeing the results. So I hear you, right? So trade schools should be a thing, and we should. Certainly, jobs below a certain level that don't require a degree, that should be on the fucking resume. Like what are you doing? Like, there'd be a lot of reforms I think you and I could agree on. But part of those reforms would be saying, hey, we're going to invest in people, and so like you can go to college or trade school. So they say, hey, we're going to get you a trade so then you can go and be a productive member of society afterwards. right? That gets
Mm-hmm.
you those skills. That's a valuable thing to our society to do. So I would institute that.
So this is where the economics is again, like why it's such a good lens, and I'm so glad that you like walked through that with me, right? Because this is where we start talking about that supply and demand again, and value, right? This is really really important. Is that things that we believe to be inherently valuable is your individual belief as a person. You have, remember I said some people will buy the t-shirt, some people
No,
will
the
buy
hot
the
dog.
hot
Yep.
dog.
Mhm.
Right, right. And so the market is made up of 350 million in America, right? But obviously the market's more complex because there's
Yep. Mhm.
trade and et cetera. You know what I mean? But like the market is made up of, 7 billion people, et cetera. Um, it's made up of a whole bunch of actors that all have different values. And the way that, so this is known as Hayek's local knowledge problem, is that, which then becomes, Mises then makes it the economic calculation problem, which is that the central planner has an idea of what things are, what the value of something is, right? But how do they determine that? Well, what they do is they spend money to do studies, right? To gain information on the market. And so when you spend money to gain information, you that money's gone. And then what you do is you have to gain more and more information. Whereas the market that uses price is made up of millions and billions of data points, right? So for example, I want to build a train and I'm going to build train tracks from city A to city B. I can go around the mountain or I can go through the mountain. In order to go through the mountain, I need I need to hire additional engineers and explosive experts and like people
And
to
more
build a tunnel.
time to dig, all that stuff. Yeah.
Right, but to go around the mountain, right? There, let's say it takes the same amount of time. I need more iron.
Mm.
I need more track, right?
Mhm.
And let's assume for whatever reason that both are going to be equally valuable, right? Well, the central planner, the socialists, the nationalists, right? They say whatever it is might be, right? The fascists, the communists, whatever, right? The statists,
They're
they
all the
say,
same. I know. Yeah.
well, in this instance, they're all the same because they're all central planners trying to centrally plan the economy. They say, ooh, which is better? I'm going to do a study to determine what is better. And I'm going to try and get some information to determine what is better. And then we're going to make a decision based off of that information. And that information that could be right, it could be wrong, etc. But in a capitalist system, price is what controls this. Price has all of the information already baked into the equation. You see, when I have to hire an engineer to do this, and then I have to look at the price of iron, I can make that decision because the engineers are cheaper. Why are the engineers cheaper? Because the engineers aren't needed elsewhere. They're not as valuable. There's a supply and demand equation. There's more engineers than we need, than we currently need. So therefore, engineers don't cost $200,000, they cost $80,000. Or maybe it's the other way around. And there's an agricultural revolution, and engineers are needed everywhere to build irrigation systems and farms and whatever. And so engineers are actually really expensive. And so the government, so what I can do is I can go, oh, the engineers cost too much. I'm going to use the extra iron. And it's millions and billions of interactions like that that determines price, which it's impossible for central planners that think something is valuable to be able to do it as efficiently as the market does it. And college loans and student loans and education is one of many such examples.
So hold on. I'm gonna, because I have a definite response to that, but like Lactua, do you feel the same way that like price like has baked in everything? And that like if we use that as our guiding star, I'm sure like we can I can come up with some like examples of the margins that might change things, but we're going to basically use that as our basic guiding star. That'll lead us to the best outcomes.
It isn't exactly my argument, but fair enough.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused then. So price in terms
My
of
argument isn't that my argument is that price has information that is infinitely more valuable about the value of the general value of things than is possible for central planned government agencies in order for them to determine the value of things. When something has price, it has the price of iron. It has the price of how much it costs to hire someone to mine iron. It has the price of the equipment. It has all of these things, and it has the price of everybody else that wants iron because there's a supply and demand equation. And the commissar, he doesn't know, does the train, because if he makes the decision to use iron instead of the engineers, what if he's wrong? What if iron is desperately needed elsewhere? Whereas price has that thing. It lets us know how valuable something generally is. It is extremely superior to what the market is capable of doing. I'm not saying that's our guiding principle for what we should or ought to do, because the capitalist is making a bet on the future, right? They're allocating resources based off of what they think will be in the future. But the capitalist has way more information available to them than the central planner. And the central planner has to spend money in order to obtain information. They have to spend resources in order to determine something that already exists in the market, which is price.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think I think everything there is right. So empirically, this is also true, right? Like command economies tend to have shortages for this very reason, because you have, some basically command economy is just like some guys.
Communists don't starve their people on purpose. Usually, I mean, they do if they're kulaks, but like for the sometimes they do, right? Yeah. But a lot of times this is just what happens when you try and take over a functioning economy, and then you try to centrally plan what was a somewhat market-based economy, right? Because you have shortages.
Because the idea, things in the wrong, it's not reactive. In the wrong place. It's by definition not going to be reactive. It's going to be prescriptive. So you have basically some guys sitting around in like a room who say, you know what? I think it'd make more sense to grow some more wheat. We're all on board? Yeah, we're all on board. Okay. And so then they grow a bunch of wheat. But like the actual desire for wheat is going to be baked into the price because it's baked into the demand. And if there's too much wheat, then the price is going to go down, making wheat more accessible, et cetera, et cetera. I think these are all truths. Exactly. The only
but it's
issue
not just
is
wheat; it's
anything.
Farmers,
right? Yeah,
everything.
yeah.
It's hundreds all of the different economic interactions.
All the components of the economy, right? The only obviously the big issues come when you have a deception, right? Because the reason why deception like fucks up the whole system is because it throws off what price is supposed to communicate, right? Ideally, price is supposed to communicate something about the quality of wheat or like the necessity of wheat. But if I'm selling you like paper that looks like wheat, it's not going to actually reflect the price of wheat because it's not wheat, right? Like I just totally fucked you over.
Fraud, yeah, and that's fraud in that example. Yeah. But yeah, so what you're talking about is in economic theory is known as a negative externality, and the specific negative externality that you're discussing is known as an information failure, right? Is that I'm working off of faulty information, right? So this is true of this is a problem that people try to pretend like only exists in capitalism, that like the information failure is like this thing that happens in capitalism but doesn't happen in a command economy. And like to an extent, like definitionally they're correct, but there are all a host of other things that are problematic too. And so the thing is that this is part of the guess that I'm talking about, right? Because we don't live in an evenly rotating economy. Is that the biggest information failure is what is the demand for my widgets going to be in the future when I'm going to sell them? That's the real information failure, right? Yes, fraud occurs. It's aggression. It's anti-capitalist. But of course, pragmatically, it exists. But the same thing is true of the socialist system. Thievery exists within a socialist system. I mean, you look at USSR or any of these places, and you'll see, fat cats siphoning money. That in this supposedly communist country, you have these dudes that are fucking own yachts and shit, right? Yeah. So it's like there are all kinds of problems, and the same thing is true of like the other thing too is unintended consequences. I know Prime Guys, you've heard me mention this multiple times in stream, is that when you centrally plan things, you make these blanket rules for the entire economy as opposed to individual choices by individual capitalists. What you end up having is unintended consequences that can have severe damage on your economy because you didn't realize that was a really bad problem. Whereas those things are distributed amongst the 1,000 individuals, and it's the dumb individuals that do the bad things, and therefore their businesses fail and they get gobbled up by the smart people that foresaw the unintended consequences in the market. So the incentive structure is against those consequences in the market, and it's not true in a centrally planned economy.
There's I don't know. There's a lot of things I want to react to because you guys said a lot of interesting things.
Yeah, I love talking econ. I don't get a lot of opportunity to do it usually because people are
Yeah.
too bombastic and they get mad when I start dropping terms they don't understand. And then they
Yeah.
get even madder when I'm like, let me explain it to you. It's going to take 5 minutes. And they're like, fuck you. And I'm like, well, you don't get it. So I don't know what to tell you. Like,
Well, no, it's just good when we can.
not
talk
you. I'm
sometimes.
just saying in general.
Yeah. No, I know. I'm just saying it's good sometimes when we can talk not in a panel, so we don't have to worry about time and not the other people wanting to get in and stuff.
Yeah. But
But
to summarize with the student loans, right? And, like that is kind of the problem. You said minimum wage is a mechanism, student loans. Again, when you say free college, it's the same thing. It's that like you don't like you the central planner is lacking all of the information about which degrees and which type of education and what is efficient and what's not efficient out of the situation in terms of education. And you're shotgun blasting things that cost a lot of fucking money in a system that's being corrupted and bloated by government money and is ballooning. The cost of education is extremely high. And it's because the government guarantees all of this fucking money to all of these institutions.
yeah, but like if the government was the sole or not the sole, excuse me, but just like the major source of their money. Right now, it isn't. It's like through those private loans. But if it was that, right, then you can make demands on those
Private loans.
as to.
Hold on, that is the government.
Yeah,
That's fascism.
Yeah, I know.
It's
It's through
fascism
the government
because the government
it's
is
backed by the government.
demanding that these businesses, right, it backs it and it demands that these businesses not turn people down for it. And so what that means is that these businesses actually don't exist in a market at all. The government forces them to do it, and then they pretend like it's private. And that's what you had under Nazi Germany.
And I don't support those loans at all, right? So I'm talking about wiping them off the map. But anyway, we can make demands that the colleges be more efficient.
Efficient by whose resources? Is the hot dog more valuable or the T-shirt more valuable?
By
which one? For everyone.
More efficient. Maybe is not the word that I'm looking for. That prices are ballooning for a number of reasons. It might be staffing. It's definitely them building things like constantly, right? And the hopes of attracting more students. It's
there are obvious problems you can fix. Like I'm with you. Like there are easy solutions, but ultimately, right? The problem is what's more valuable, the hot dog or the T-shirt? And the answer is neither. But you say I have an answer.
But what is the question you think I'm answering here?
You believe that a college education that you have deemed like in your mind's eye, right? Like you have an idea of like a basic college education.
Sure.
You believe that is more valuable than the individual choices that taxpayers would pay, would engage in. Because I'm a blue collar worker that didn't go to college, right? And if we do free college for all these other kids, right? A chunk of my paycheck is going to be taken away from me to give to these kids to go to college, right? And so what you believe is you say the T-shirt is more valuable than the hot dog. Because I, the blue collar guy, I wanted the hot dog. I wanted to spend my money on what I wanted. I wanted a bigger house, which meant I was going to hire more construction workers and employ more construction. I was going to hire more electricians. I was going to, hire more coal miners. I was going to hire all of the people that are more painters and paint manufacturers, all of the things that are involved in the production of a house. That's what I was going to do with my money. That's the hot dog. And then you said, no, 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 no. All of that economic activity in construction and blue collar jobs and trade labor and mining of materials and resources and paint and new housing. And that new housing means lower rent and mortgages across the United States of America, which means poor people have more access to housing. All of that, the hot dog, is less valuable than Susie's gender studies, women's studies degree. Obviously, I'm taking two extremes.
Yeah, I
right?
know what you're doing. Yeah,
But this is the point of price, is that we tend to think of it as like one thing. Oh, I'm just taxing this guy. But it's actually millions of economic interactions that we've taken out of the market because we value this other thing that we don't actually know the value of. Neither does the capitalist, right? But the capitalist has price, which is way better than the central planner. And that's the problem, is that you can't actually measure what was lost when you tax that money. You can only you can say, well, look, we've spent all this money on education, and these people that got educated, they made 15% more money than they were making. But you can't actually measure how much money was taken from the truck driver that would have bought a new house and how many blue collar jobs existed and all those. You can't measure any of that.
Yeah,
that was stolen from the economy.
Yeah, but you also aren't measuring like the economic value created by having education, whether through college or through trade schools or through any other paths that we open up, right? And there are other ways to do this than just trade school. But
priceless.
Yeah, so that there's an economic like there's a positive economic impact of having these people educated, being able to go into the market to be useful, and not having a massive debt, right? Yeah, they can invest. They can do those.
I agree. I agree. The problem is what? Here's what I'm saying. There's a positive economic impact to the hot dog. There's a positive economic impact to the T-shirt. You're saying, I prefer as an individual. I believe, right. I believe the T-shirt has a better positive impact. But the thing is that what ends up happening is that that's only true for you and your opinion. And there's billions of interactions that are left out. And you're not measuring the lost positive impact of the hot dog. You're just saying, look at the positive impact of the T-shirt. They both have positive impacts.
Yeah,
you don't know what they are.
The capitalist,
you only know one of them.
The capitalist isn't doing that either, right?
They don't have
the capitalist is because they have price, right? But price isn't the only consideration.
No, of course, they're desires.
Yeah, but there's also a social impact and human well-being, and just like a whole list of these things that matter as well.
Do those things have value?
Yes, but I'm not sure. I don't think they necessarily show
up. Does social well-being have value?
Yes, value to me, sure.
So if things have value and people have an order of values, right? Hot dog or T-shirt, or maybe it's 100 different things, right?
Sure.
If there are people that value that more than they value the other things, why would they not pay for it?
If they can't pay for it, if they don't have the money to pay for it, because we don't have minimum wage, we don't have a universal, like a governmental minimum wage, because you can't have that either, right? We have capitalists who say they'll pay me exactly the worth of my labor, right? In terms of like the price of the goods, right? But sometimes they don't.
So you just admitted that they don't value that as their highest thing. If I can't pay for social well-being amorphously, right? Because I need to eat. Well, I value eating more than that social well-being. It's the internet champagne socialist. It's the internet champagne socialist that sits back and says, I know what you should value.
No,
I know
I'm
what
not
you should
saying
value.
No,
You should
no,
value
because I'm not
this
saying
more.
because no, I. Oh,
You should
I think
value the glizzies. You value.
I look. I'm saying that you should have the option of being able to eat and go to college, right? That those two things should not be in contention. And if you want to go to another area, that's fine as well. But I know that's not exactly what you meant, right? Because you're saying order of your you should order your priorities, right? So like if you have a certain amount of money and eating is super important to you, that's cool. Clearly you have determined this is the best because of the price that this is the best course of action, and yeah. But the world that I'm looking for like takes all these other things into account, right? They understand that the world understands that
the central planners, they understand all the things. But the problem is they don't. I get what you're
they
saying.
don't have to be okay. I'm going to ask you something. But ask both of you, right? What is the value of women raising children?
Well, I mean, value is subjective. So the value, the price.
But price. What is the
price is a capitalist's guess, right? At what a product or service is worth, right? What they're willing to pay someone, right? So you might be able to determine the price of a nanny, right? By asking a company like what a nanny is worth, and you might be able to derive some price there. But a nanny isn't exactly the same thing as a mother raising children, right? This is the point: is that price is subjective, value is subjective. It is the central planner that says that we can determine which of these two things is more valuable.
No. But before we get there, right? There is labor being done, right? The labor of child rearing, and it is massive. And in fact, our whole system falls apart if this labor isn't done. It's that critical, right? But that labor isn't being paid. Even despite it being this critical and resulting from a product being children that eventually engage with the economy and keep the nation going. So
yeah, of course.
Should that be paid? Right? Sorry, lactoid.
No, of course
lactoid.
not.
Oh, of course, lactoid. Should that be paid?
Paid by who?
Just before we get there, should it be paid?
Should it be paid? I'm assuming this kid is like their own kid?
Yeah, their own kid that they're raising.
Well, no, it should not be paid.
No.
Okay, so you have a critical good that's like without this good, everything else falls apart, right? Like cornerstone of the economy.
This for you.
Please go ahead.
So remember how I talked about like the bread and marginal utility or marginality, where like you're willing to pay $1 for the first loaf of bread, and so like you're not really actually the price is what the capitalist sets the bread at, right? So the capitalist says the bread is $1. What you'd actually be willing to pay for a loaf of bread is, let's say, $1.26. So the reason you purchase the bread is in the moment that you chose to purchase the bread, is that what you were willing to pay for the bread is more than the price of the bread. So you grab the bread, right? If you weren't only willing to pay 85 cents, you would not pay it, obviously, because it's $1, right? Like it's impossible for you to be unwilling to pay $1 and then simultaneously pay $1. So the difference between the price and what you pay for and what you're willing to actually pay for it versus what you pay for it is what's known as, and it's not just that difference, it's also what it is that you want, the reason you paid for it. Eating the bread, right? Obtaining the bread. This is known as psychic profit. This is psychic profit. I was willing to give up money, which other people value, in exchange for something that I wanted. Okay, so the reason that women raise children is multitudinous, but the main reason the only real reason that anybody does anything in terms of economic interactions is to gain psychic profit.
Mm.
This is the same reason that the wage gap exists between men and women. When we say women have, make 73 cents on the dollar for 99 cents, and it's like for a dollar, and it's like one of the things that immediately changes, that immediately like bumps it closer together, is women choosing professions that deal with people and men choosing professions that deal with things. You see, women are more likely to be teachers, psychologists, counselors, camp counselors, HR represents, because they deal with people. Because women place a value on on the feeling of I'm doing something that helps people. It makes them they're willing to be paid less money because when they go home, they go, man, I did something for those damn kids. They feel good giving back to the community for those kids, and therefore their labor is not as valuable because they gain something out of that interaction that isn't just money. They gain the satisfaction of being a teacher. The prestige that comes with being a teacher has value to them to go, I'm a teacher, right? You hear nurses say all the time, nurses save lives, right? And it's like the ability to say that has value to them in some capacity, right? And so there's all these things that they gain value from. Whereas the guy that works at fucking some no-name tech company in like a basement somewhere under fluorescent lights that slaves away, that makes quadruple her income, but just autistically looks at a fucking screen, he needs to be paid more because he's not getting any fucking satisfaction from his day-to-day job. He's not getting any, he's not like, oh, I'm so happy I did what I did today. Isn't it so great that Uber's code is more secure? Isn't it so great that Uber is more
Or
stable?
you're a
They don't give
Google
a fuck.
engineer and you get the same level of satisfaction. Like I don't know.
Right. Or there's some prestige for working at Google, et cetera, right?
Yeah.
So there's all these other things that occur that are beyond just the money that is paid. One of the ultimate forms of psychic profit for women is raising children. The satisfaction of pair bonding with their child, the ability to shape their children, as opposed to going off to work and feeling so sad that they left their kid. I hate that I have to go to this fucking job and I don't get to fucking see my son grow up. I don't get to know him anymore. Like, God, I love him so much. I wish I could get back, which is another reason for the pay gap, right? Is because women choose to work less hours because they focus more on family, whereas men place less value on family. And so that is, and then also there's also the investment, which is when you have a child, there's an understanding that in the future you don't want to be old and alone with nobody to take care of you. And so there is an expectation, essentially a moral duty or obligation of some degree that your offspring, your children, right, will be there for you when you're old, or that they'll give you grandbabies. The thought of having grandbabies, right? All of these things.
So
this is the psychic profit that occurs.
Yeah. Hmm?
They're paid. They are paid. They're already paid. If they weren't paid, they wouldn't do it. They're paid in psychic profit. The idea that like some women bitch about it is entitlement. That's fine. Be entitled, but I'm under no obligation to have my money taken away so that you can do the thing that you want to do. They resent the fact that the economy sucks and they have to go to work. That's what they're really mad about. They resent the fact that they can't stay home because it's super valuable to them, not because it doesn't have value. It's the exact opposite. It's extremely valuable, but they have to eat first. And so they have to go to work and they fucking hate it.
Literally none of that stuff is guaranteed, right?
No, of course. I'm speaking in generalities.
Yeah,
but
I know.
like,
Of course. Yeah.
they're outliers, but
yeah, I understand. But none of that is guaranteed. And this and the nation itself derives value from the creation of its workforce. And without that creation, the nation does not continue. But there is
I don't understand. What do you mean? You were continuing. Okay. My bad.
Yeah. Well, I mean, do you think that the nation continues?
Well, just like the nation isn't a, like, I don't know who, the nation isn't a person, right? It's like, what is the nation? Like the United States government?
Yeah, sure.
The
The government.
collective of people.
Sure, we'll go with the
like,
government. Yeah.
okay, right. The government needs tax dollars in order to fund all of its programs and all of its corrupt politicians. So it wants more people working. Okay, go ahead.
Sure. It needs some, and to defend its borders and do all the things that a nation state does,
Right.
right? Um,
Right.
and it derives value from that. But uh, and to do that, it has this unpaid workforce that does that thing for them. Whether they get psychic value out of it or not, that work is done. Everything would grind to a halt without it. So, like, to be clear, I'm not like actually taking a stance myself as to whether people should or
Just trying to
shouldn't be
understand the
paid.
economic kind of thought about it.
Yeah. But it seems like if there's a critical work being done, a product being produced, and like the market like has nothing to save for this, right? Like the market does. Go ahead. How does okay? So explain it. How does the market have anything to say for this? Where the price apparently is zero. When some other doing it for their own child, the price is zero.
Right, but the price isn't zero. It just looks like it's zero because there's no company that hires mothers to take care of their own children. What they do is they hire fathers to work for them. And some men say, I'm going to be a fucking provider and I need to make enough money so that my wife doesn't have to work. That becomes a demand from the labor force that they have to be paid enough money. So it's the men that are or woman if it's lesbian, I don't give a fuck, right? Like it's
Okay.
the provider in the family that says I have to make $120,000. I can't take 110. I can't take 100,000. I have a mortgage to pay. I have this, and my wife stays home with the children, right?
Sure.
And so women make up over 80% of the economic decisions in terms of purchasing of products,
Yep.
goods, and services, right? And so, despite that, we also know that men are making more money than women, right? They work more hours. They make, they have, higher paying jobs, et cetera. One of the reason that male dominated professions tend to pay more is that male dominated professions tend to have men that are more traditional in a lot of regards. And part of that price of the labor is the fact that women aren't in competition with them in the labor market. See, if a woman stays home with the child, she's not in the labor market, which means she can't compete for my job, which means my job is more valuable and I have a demand of my employer to make more money. But if she goes into the workforce, right, as women have done, what do? You get stagnating wages because
Goddamn
you've
women.
doubled the amount. Well, it's not women's fault.
I'm
It's just
playing
how it
that.
is.
Yeah.
But it's like if you enter double the people into the labor market, right? Then labor's worth half what it was. So the price is actually baked in to the providers.
I
Wages.
love that you went down that route because that perfectly dovetails with where I wanted to go with this. So single mothers who don't have that level of support, right? Now, you guys aren't for welfare or anything like that, right? But they are providing a service. They are mothers. They are creating that service. They don't have the male subsidy or whatever. So like, what are we to do? They still have the same costs, maybe even more so, because especially if you're poor, being poor is super expensive. They have a whole list of costs and responsibilities, but they don't get that extra help. Like, why not give them some sort of stipend or whatever, right? Assist them because they're doing something valuable. Go ahead.
Go ahead, do it. Do it with your money. I don't care.
Why not the nation? If they are doing.
So if you read the Bible,
it's all built in within the economy, but there is a hole here, right?
it is all built into the economy, even the single mothers, right? He's laughing at the idea of saying there's a hole here.
No, yeah,
even single
exactly
mothers
what I was
are
laughing
built
at.
into the economy.
Single mothers, there's a hole
which is,
there. Yeah.
They're just a black hole, actually. You know what I mean? They just draw in everything. No, but like so when you read Isaiah, right? I think is when you read Isaiah, right? And especially Amos in the Bible, right? And I know I'm using the Bible as a reference point, but I think it's important because it shows a historical kind of moral condition over time. What you'll see is one of the major reasons why Israel is, a ripe basket of fruit in the sun, right? Which is to say, it looks pretty and all, but it's rotting on the inside, and it's gonna fall to Babylon. Um, is that they're not taking care of single mothers? Is literally in the Bible, not taking care of. They say the widows, right? Because the assumption is, of marriage is like a sacred institution, et cetera. Like, you don't have no fault divorces back then, right? But like when they say the widows, they're talking about like single moms and like women without a family any longer. Um, and saying you're not, that's one of the things they say, like it's a constant reason why God is saying you're breaking your covenant with me to do the right thing. And so you'll be punished. And this is just a statement of reality. A society that doesn't take care of single mothers, for example, is a society that falls apart. And of course, he's also judging them for their hedonism and their worship of sex gods and their
The
lack
fun
of
gods.
fucking right. Well, the gods that create single mothers.
Fair enough.
Right. You get where I'm going, right? And so there's a balance in society. There is a value to society in there not being destitute women on the streets. That value exists, right? And so there are tons of market solutions and charity that is available to these things. But we have a culture now where we no longer feel it's our responsibility to be our brother's keeper or to take care of our community or be involved in our community. Instead, we want the government to fix this. And the thing is that over 50%, possibly 60% of all of your wealth is stolen by the government. It's taken by the government, either in inflation, taxes, you pay your property taxes, and your mortgage, and your sales taxes, and your luxury taxes, and your wage taxes, and don't forget that your employer's paying taxes for your wage taxes.
Conservative thought. Conservative, or I don't know if you would.
I'm not really
call
that
this
conservative.
thought. I don't.
Peter, but
I don't. Sorry. Let's say Republican thought. Let's try to narrow this down. Republican thought. For the past few decades, and I guess maybe before, I don't know, but certainly since the Reagan Revolution, is that like independence is freedom, right?
Yes.
And that the government staying out of your affairs is a paramount and like the part of the ultimate expression of liberty.
Mhm.
And saying that like these other interactions are more valuable. So one, your individual interactions in the economy and society, but also your interactions with your community, like your church or whatever, right? Your these charities, all these things are included. These things are more valuable than inherently the bad government and whatever it can provide. Like that is the thought that has been pushing, right? And to that,
this is why
to that goal,
conservatives
we degrade the welfare state, right? To say that in the end, charities will take up take up the slack. But that hasn't been the case, and that will never be the case, especially for a country this large. It just that has not actually borne fruit. I guess it's another distortion in the market. I don't know, but still, we have mothers who are destitute, and then private charities simply cannot fill in that gap. And people are discouraged from giving to those, not just because I guess yes, taxes. They have less money in their pocket because of taxes, but like the thought of having a more individualistic society is what Republicans wanted. They have done the work to make that more of a reality, and this is what you get in that case, right? That people don't take care of themselves. Communities are broken up because those communities are subject to market forces and nothing else, because I guess we can't step in a system, and so if those communities can be broken up because of the market forces, well, then we don't have the people around who might take up the slack, right? Like in so many ways, our social and civic lives have been degraded, and it's because of that level of Republican thought that freedom is independence.
Okay, so I hear you. I hear you. But so I shared. I'm showing you this, just U.S.
Oh, I see.
governmentspending.com, right? So as we can see here, so this is welfare spending, from 1900 to 2024 as a percent GDP, right? So this is inflation adjusted and by nature of being percent GDP adjusted, right? So the idea that Republicans have like decimated or like cut back welfare, it's a push pull, and it has slowly but surely pushed upward, right? We can look at it basically, by multiple different metrics, right? Obviously, this gargantuan spike is
Pandemic.
COVID,
Mhm.
right. But then housing subsidies, we can look at that. There's giant housing subsidies, and in the late '80s, and which is hilarious. Giant subsidies under the Reagan administration for housing. Um, Unemployment benefits, again, you can see the pandemic, et cetera. But there is no, Medicaid. This is the big one that I was talking about, right? This is the real big one, Medicaid and government health care, right? This is the one that is ballooning out of control. So under most things, you see a gradual increase and or steady. And of course, under Medicaid, you see ballooning a percent of GDP, right? Like we're now at over 5% of our entire GDP is spent on just this, right? Like that's a problem. That's a huge problem. So I do want to say just for a little bit,
Mm.
I don't this idea that like Republicans have had this strong influence in like getting rid of welfare. Yeah, just the data doesn't board out. They may be vehemently against it, right? And that's at least in name. But but again, politicians lie, and when they're in power they don't do anything to actually reduce welfare, right, or reduce spending. It's lip service to people, to white working class people, like we're going to get rid of welfare and we're going to get those what's that racist term for I can't think of the name.
Welfare Queens or Cadillac.
Yeah, welfare. Yeah, we're going to get rid of the welfare queens, et cetera, et cetera. And then they don't, right? Like they don't, because they'll lose votes and they'll lose power and they'll lose control. The problem has to remain in order for them to sell you a solution, right? So yeah, I don't buy that necessarily. And I do think as you correctly pointed out, there's a reason that conservatives give more to charity than the left do. And there's a reason that they're more involved in their community, et cetera. And so on and so forth. Part of it's Christian faith, but part of it is that when you feel that individualism, you have an obligation. And again, these are people with 50, 60%. I have a video you might want to check out. You might not want to check out. I don't care. It's called the Richmond Trade Association. It's an old video. My theory's not great on it compared to where my theory is now. Um, I think I might even have still been a fucking minarchist at the time, if I think about it. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Bitch. Here we go. From 2 years ago. Right. There are for-profit models of charity. And this is an example of how a for-profit model for charity can work very, very well and be beneficial to all of the businesses that cater to it, where everyone makes a profit because of charity. Because people will pay for things that they want, right? And so the basic concept is very simple. I start a charity and I go to businesses and I say, I want membership dues. And if you pay membership dues, you get to put this thing in your window. And I got a donation from somebody that runs the local soup kitchen. And you get to advertise your product as one of the people that support one of the good guys. And then you grow that business model to, we're going to do a folk festival and an event, and we're going to take donations for the charity, and we're going to take donations for the local soup kitchen, et cetera. And you repeat it, and then you sell specific access to those things to members, right? So now all of a sudden, people like feeling good. That's psychic profit again. Why is it that women will not work an entire fucking job to stay home with their kids because they have psychic profit. It's the same thing. Rich people especially, they want to buy shit and feel like they're one of the good guys for buying the thing. There are for-profit ways, absolutely, to solving problems and engaging in charity. And the market has to be better at it than government because of the economic calculation problem. It is mathematically not possible that the government is more skilled when they're not engaged in price.
Hmm.
And if people value it, they'll pay for it. And if they don't, then you have a fucked up, corrupt society, and you should work on fixing your society.
You ANCAP yet, Prime?
Absolutely fucking not. Well, sorry.
After all that, and you not, goddamn.
Well, again, because our our starting points are
I
different.
appreciate you listening. It's fine.
Yeah. No, and I appreciate you like sharing. Like I think it's really valuable. I said like it was the other week that like I just because we talked for so long, like I can become more sympathetic to your arguments, right? And you guys, both of you, have shifted me on things in the past, right? Absolutely. I don't think I'd be an honest actor if that didn't happen, But in
Tell
the
the
end,
lefties. They always knew you were a class traitor.
Oh my god, they think I think I'm a fucking grifter, apparently. It's incredible. Like, how? Why?
Fucking grift.
Awful grift. Awful grift. Please, come on. But where was I going with this? Like, charity relies on people on individuals valuing these things, right? A private individual seeing something and valuing it, and to taking action, and then of course being able to raise the funds to take action. But we'll take it on faith that your system of for-profit charity would
you
work.
agree?
And,
What I'm saying is, if people value something, then they're willing to pay for the thing that they value. It's the capitalist that is incentivized to figure like the capitalist is incentivized by profit to find a way to make money off of things people value. They are deeply incentivized to figure out, you have something that you value, how can I make money off of it? Whereas the government doesn't have that incentive.
Yeah, I don't because
or the information.
But even then, because this comes down to our fundamental, one of the things this comes down to is our fundamental understanding of the market, or not the market, how the government works, and how money works, and our disagreement there. But I don't want to go down that road. I really don't. That's another thing.
It's fine.
It's gonna be a big fight. I don't want to do it. So I'll leave that alone, right? And I'll work within your system, like. So even if it's the case that a for-profit charity can address like the issue of single mothers, the millions of them, I guess I don't know how many, but I imagine millions of single mothers. There are other issues that simply won't be valued. This is like the case of you see this on a smaller scale when we're addressing diseases, right? Cancer. Yeah, like very well funded charities. And AIDS, another one, is pretty well funded, right? These things especially have a general non-racialized like
cancer.
funding.
I think roughly a third of all cancer funding is charity, and then like 2/3 of it is government, right? So if you got rid of the government, then you'd instantaneously obviously lose 2/3 of your funding, but also if you got rid of the government, people would have a fuck ton more money. So if they had a fuck ton more money, the idea that people would probably pay more. But
but you understand my point where I'm going with it, right? That different diseases or conditions get different amounts of charity, right? Even if
people value some over another because they've heard about it, or they lost a family member to it.
If they heard about it, if they lost a family member, and if it affects the people that they are sympathetic to, right? So there are diseases that affect ethnic groups, right? Certain ethnic groups, and they get less. Simply the case. Like in terms
or
of
more,
real
right?
numbers of affected,
Jews spend a lot of money trying to figure out Tay-Sachs disease because it's a uniquely Ashkenazi. Well, not uniquely Ashkenazi, but it affects them heavily.
Yeah. So if you in real numbers, two diseases can be equal, but because of its target audience, right? Like those diseases will get different amounts of money coming in through different charities, right? Is that the way that we should allocate our resources? Just because one is seen as more worthy when the other one affects an equal number of people? Should that be the case, or the fact that the people that it targets maybe don't have a lot of economic power to start with, and so they don't have a lot of money to gift with or without the government existing? Should that be the case, or can we have a government that steps in and says, "Well, this is all valuable, and we can help subsidize this funding as well"? Research that otherwise wouldn't happen. And so, and you can again extrapolate this to the larger charity infrastructure, and say that like, sure, people care about single mothers generally, right? But do they care about like Black queer homeless teens? Do they? Some people do. I care about them, right? But is there enough to tackle that problem?
So, I mean, there's a couple of things in here, right? So, the thing is that
real quick, before you answer, I gotta get up really early tomorrow morning, so really appreciate you guys. But I'm gonna.
I'll probably answer this and then dip out.
Have a good one, friend.
Good night, brother.
Good night. Good night.
So there's a couple of inherent assumptions that you keep making, which is fine, right? Maybe you're not really thinking about it, but when you say this has value.
Oh, 1 second. All right. Well, I'm going to actually check my volume real quick. That's not too bad. Well, it's been a fun night. We definitely got a lot of education there. So, but no, really appreciate it. And, Prime's a great guy. If you haven't followed him, highly advise it. And if you haven't followed me and you like this kind of content, please consider dropping me a follow. I really appreciate it. I do have some new hardware coming in. So some of you might have noticed that my camera is a little bit shaky. This is because the desk I'm using is 9 years old or something, and it's definitely been through a few moves. It's not in the best of shape. And so there's no actual structural support. And so it'll just shake whenever I bump it or whenever I go on my mouse or anything like that. So new desk is coming in. That'll remove some of that shake along with a camera mount. Maybe we could try some new camera angles. That'll be all fun. So I'm really looking forward to that. This next coming week, I actually have some more time. So I should be able to stream quite a bit more than normal. So that's coming up. And anything else? I think those are really the quick things I wanted to say. For those of you who were active in the chat and stuck around and hung out, really appreciate it. Thank you guys so much. It's awesome. Good stuff. We're going to go ahead and raid on out into Reservoir. Reservoir. He should name himself Reservoir if he's not actually Reservoir. But regardless, Resi. Yeah, whatever. We're going to raid on out into Resi because there was one time, it was like several months ago, where he was doing like an argument analysis, and he said I was right and that I won the debate like every time, despite the fact that he's more left wing. So clearly, you know, he and of course it was about libertarian shit, so I was right. So you know, he has some argument analysis abilities. But I do have to go to bed. I gotta get up real early tomorrow, as usual. So I hope all of you have a fantastic night. And for those of you who have to get up, best of luck. Have it be a productive and easy morning. Thanks.